Hello? We're live? That's what's up. How's it going, everyone? Welcome to what is probably the end of Detective Raincoat. Gonna wait a couple minutes before we get started here. Very excited. The story's picked up. We've got a lot to learn about. And I'll have quite a review after this, at the end of the stream. If we do beat the game today. I'm pretty sure we will. Post the link to the stream. Cool. Get any skills do I have? Missing skills or abilities? Hey, Jade. I was just coming to the Discord to scold you for what? What'd I do this time? Skill costs 3. Well, I've got every skill acquired. Now the only thing I don't have is all the HP, but honestly, 150 is more than enough. I'd rather have all the skills than the stamina increase. I've, like, never even come close to running out of stamina. I've gotten, like, B rank at best in stamina. Or no. I think A is the worst I've gotten. And I've, like, double S'd everything else. Look at those maxed out stats. For your tardiness? I wasn't that late. Forte question mark. His whereabouts are unknown. His whereabouts are dead. What a weird update. Upon Yako's death, she wailed uncontrollably. But why is that necessary? What a weird, like, addition. Why do they each have a note about how they felt about Yakao's death? That's like such a weird profile note. It's like almost another attempt to add character to Yakao without actually like characterizing him at all. That seems so weird. At least for Yuma, it makes sense, but for the squad mates, it seems weird to add that note to their profile unless it's going to be relevant. Interesting. Also interesting that no one got profiles in, for this chapter. You know, we've encountered a couple new people in this, restricted area so far, but none of them got added to the profiles. Also, we pretty much have all of the solution keys so far. Usually you get like 20 or so. Alright, whose have I completed so far? Halara's, Dasuhiko, Fubuki. So I think I'm gonna make the videos of these, and I'm gonna post them when their DLC chapter comes out, I think. So, like, I'll post the Dasuhiko one now, because his DLC chapter is out already. I'll post the Fubuki one later this month, I think, because her chapter comes out. And then we'll post everyone else's, like, as their DLC releases. I also will probably stream the DLC all at once. I'll wait till all of it comes out before I stream the game again. So I'll take a break from streaming this game. And then once all 4 DLCs are out, then I'll do another stream of it, probably, like, in November or something. I think that's how I'll do it. Because we don't really know yet when everything drops, right? Like, they haven't actually put a release date. Yeah. Okay, so this one comes out at the end of the month. They haven't even named the other 2. Which is weird that they're not even named. Considering it's pretty obvious who they will be about. Halara and Vivia. Interesting that they don't get DLCs in the order of which their chapters occurred. Because Halara's should have been first. Oh, wait a minute. Do you play as the character, not Yuma? Ooh, kind of scummy, though, that they're only 50 megabytes. Because that means... I'm pretty sure that means that it's already on the cartridge. You're just paying for the unlock code. Right? Which means they're just locking DLC content. Are they all just hanging out without Yuma? Because Halara's there too. That's rough. Not even giving, like, Shinigami DLC or anything? Here's my friend code again. Alright. Is it time to get started? Looks like we don't really got anyone today, but that's alright. We shall discover the mysteries in solitude. I hope I get every request, but I really don't know what I did these for. Alright, let's get going. Let's find out what's behind door number 3.
What's wrong?
Well, I think I heard some strange noises inside.
Is it more of the zombies?
I also hear something. Kurumi, it might be dangerous up ahead. I'll go first.
Huh? But...
Leave this to a detective. I'll be right back once I've confirmed it's safe. Then we can check it out together. Please don't disappear on me again. You had me worried back there.
Okay.
Why don't we have Shinigami check?
Please be careful.
Instead of either of us. Why doesn't Shinigami phase through the door? Oh, we don't see anybody. So the noises she was hearing were all made up. Hey, AK. Ooh, it's frozen in here. They're putting the bodies in. It's the generic gray victim. Did I not call this from the beginning? That the meat buns were were being made from human meat?
Is that...
Did I not call that from the beginning of the game? Chapter 1, I was like, man, these are probably human meat buns or something.
A corpse? A human corpse?
It's on the conveyor belt!
Then those meat buns... No way. You're kidding!
Which is why when they become homunculi, they all crave human meat. They're allowed to rely on their baser instincts and admit to themselves what the meat buns are.
This is horrible. Why make such a thing?
Because they're isolated. They can't get food from anywhere.
Master, there's something else over there. We should check everything first.
With their isolation, they're unable to get food, and with the constant rain, crops won't grow. They got no food, so they need to eat their people. Soylent Green is people? What's that from? That sounds so familiar. Oh yeah, okay. It's an old sci-fi film.
I don't even want to think about what's up ahead.
It's a reference to a movie I've never watched. It sounded familiar, though. I googled it real quick. The movie is literally just called Soylent Green is People, so hopefully it's not a plot twist.
They're all real corpses?
Just how many people are dying in this city? And how do they make enough meat for everybody to be eating from them?
What is this?
This is a fridge, isn't it? I don't know, but it looks kind of cold.
Also, how can they really taste that good if, they're frozen?
So many refrigerated bodies. Whoever did this must be a total psycho.
Wendy's would never. Always fresh, never frozen. Am I right, boys? MSG? What do you mean? What is that? That's like a food thing, right?
What's going on here?
Harumi's never eaten the people, or the meat buns, has she? We know Yuma hasn't.
These aren't fake. They're real human corpses.
Master, look! There's something in its pocket!
It looks like a note, but the handwriting is hard to read.
Maybe someone was rushing to write this before they died.
They wrote how they wanted to be cooked. Please add special seasonings. It makes things taste better? Oh, yeah. Where am I? Where am I being taken to? Everyone here is a dangerous criminal that deserves the death sentence. That ruthless killer, that vile kidnapper. Everyone's crying as they pray to God. Will we be serving our sentences here together with no trial? Shit. If only we'd never been caught by the World Detective Office. They locked us up here like criminals, those bastards. We were brought here by the WDO's #1. He's called the world's greatest mind, isn't he? Why would the top detective do this? What is he thinking? How can this be allowed? Damn. What will happen to us? Very convenient that even though everyone here is dead, or was brought here dead, that this guy was alive and left this exposition note for us.
The note cuts off here.
So he faked his death. That's why he's not listed as dead in the profile when we looked earlier. As we mentioned before, with Martina, anytime someone doesn't have a red X over them, you know they're not actually dead. And #1 didn't have an X over him, so he was faking his death because this was about to come out.
What? The WDO did this?
That's gotta be bogus, right?
What makes a homunculus different than a cyborg? Well, a cyborg is robot parts, right? A homunculus is magic.
I want to believe that too.
So, was the WDO sending people here that they wanted to get rid of? Was Yuma's team of master detectives sent here to die?
But why would someone write down a lie in their final moments? If what's written here is true, then I don't know what to believe anymore.
Why would somebody write a note in their final moments? I can assure you I wouldn't be like keeping a page in my diary if I was about to die.
Well, if these guys are all dangerous criminals, they didn't deserve to live anyway, right? It's not something you should worry about, Master.
Yes, please do not worry about the trays of human corpses.
Just because they're dangerous criminals doesn't mean they should be slaughtered like this.
Oh, but you have killed your share of people, Yuma.
It's not right. And why turn them into meat buns?
I'm assuming that's going to be like some level of drama that Yuma's going to have to hang his head on. How can you crucify us when you've also killed bad people, Yuma?
Calm down, Master. It's better not to think about it.
Shut up!
I'll make it a solution key for now.
We are finally catching a glimpse of the truth. But it's not over yet. The mystery you need to solve awaits outside the factory. You want to expose all truths, don't you?
At least it wouldn't really smell in here, because it's all frozen.
Then press on, detective! Hurry, before you can't trust anything anymore, so that you can keep trusting in yourself! Come on! Solve the mystery!
I like that he sounds like a circus dude. A memo found in the pocket of a corpse in the factory refrigerator. It appears to be a criminal captured by the WDO.
What's wrong? What was in there?
You don't want to know.
No, there's nothing. Nothing at all.
It's bad. Bad news.
Huh? Oh. Too bad.
Is he really not
What
going
is
to tell
it?
her?
You look pale.
No, I'm fine. It's best if Kurumi doesn't learn about the meat buns yet. She's been eating those things for so long.
I mean, even if you wanted to be kind of vague about it, then just tell her there was a lot of bodies in there. Like it was some kind of crematorium or something. They do that no, it's a nothing thing in a lot of anime games. And just so many situations where it's like, obviously you're writing no, it's nothing to create tension.
The truth is waiting ahead. Are you ready, Kurumi?
Hey, Kurito. What's up, man?
Yes, of course.
No, Kurumi's not ready because you didn't, like, prep her by telling her what was going on in there. So now if she sees something risky in this room, she's gonna be totally caught off guard.
Emotions must be distorted to reach a perfect solution through a perfect deduction.
Huh?
Never mind.
I can't believe he didn't tell her. Even at least, like, prep her that there were bodies or something. Like, yeah, maybe don't tell her about the meat bun things, but at least, like, give her half of the truth. You know? Distribute the emotional impact. Because if she, like, now accidentally sees this shit, she's gonna be caught so off guard. And she might be caught off guard in a situation that's, like, much worse.
Maybe.
Because what if she does discover it in a, like, room with the zombies in
Get
it?
out this way.
And then she freaks out with zombies around.
Watch out. You'd end up pretty mangled if you slipped on a slope like this.
Well, don't bring it up. I have rain boots on. I should have great traction. Plus, she's already seen the bodies. Or the zombies, so like... The memory.
Do you hear that? Too? What is it?
Vivia. Complete. I am 80% sure one of these three characters are the homunculus. I mean, maybe.
My heart's pounding just thinking about what might happen.
Oh, here's the other memory. They're really trying to just raffle off the last couple memories here. Ding dong, ding. Oh my god. It's the source of the rain cloud.
A massive chimney. This looks like the public bath for the village.
Wait, why did Yuma say nothing?
Things are looking bad at this rate.
Yeah.
After all, I won't see the homunculus. We've been seeing homunculus, though. They're the zombies. Mind cleansing bath. Ooh, I don't like the name of that. I would certainly not enter a mind cleanse. Why not call it, like, relaxing waters or something? It's the brainwash clinic. You know, we clean your brain real good.
Whoa! What's that?
is that machine? It seems to be connected to the chimney outside.
I like that you can tell that's a 2D graphic that they have, like, bouncing up and down.
Whatever it is, it's a bit excessive.
Could this be part of the truth he mentioned?
Master, there's a switch. What do you want to do?
Well, don't just press the random,
What?
I think it's so funny that you can tell that's a 2D graphic. But anyway, yeah, don't just press a fucking big red
Are you
switch,
going to
bro.
flip the switch?
We don't even know what it does. It has a big caution thing on it.
Shinigami, could you check out the top of the shelf, please?
Because I am a
Give it
short
to me.
king.
Aw, no luck. There's nothing special here.
Oh, thanks, Shinigami.
Looks like a battery powering a nearby device. The central machine's running by itself. Well, then it's powering something, bro.
Oh.
Shinigami is hacking into the mainframe.
Oh my, this is quite nice.
From this angle, it looks like the remains of an old bathhouse. But Kirito, how you doing, man? Is this the first stream you've been to? I don't know if you're still here, but welcome.
Yeah,
Seems like this hasn't been used for a long time.
I bet this giant bath has helped rejuvenate a lot of stressed out people.
I doubt it.
Now there's just a machine being used for who knows what. Nothing lasts forever.
Why would we just hit this switch? God, I really don't want to just hit this switch. Oh, we just pressed it!
It stopped.
Huh?
What do you mean, huh? What do you mean, huh? Why would you ever just press this shit unprompted?
Has been declared. All residents, please seek shelter inside.
Wow, the rain dissipated so fast.
I repeat, a state of emergency has been declared. All residents, please seek shelter inside.
The sun! This is also how I feel when the sun comes out. State of emergency. Stay in my air-conditioned apartment. Do not leave. I can't believe it dissipated so fast. I also can't believe Yuma just pressed it, bro. First stream, it's already late in my country, so I can't always make it. Oh, no worries, man. The VODs are always up. If you can't make it. There's a lot of time zone differences from my subscribers, which really surprises me. I always think it's really cool, though. If you ever watch the VODs, feel free
Sky's
to
clearing up. So the stuff coming out of the
comment. I
chimney
can still
was...
respond and talk with you. Or join the Discord. I can talk to you at all hours of the day as well.
rain clouds?
Huh? This machine's a device that creates rain clouds?
The machine creates artificial clouds to make it rain all over Kanai Ward.
Which is the source of their power, right? Because they use the hydro generators.
To think, even the rain has been artificial this whole time. There is no truth in this city. Everything is a lie.
I'm also quite surprised that we solved the rain cloud issue so unceremoniously. It was just a random button. Hey, what's up, Alpha? Like, Yuma just hit the switch and then boom. The rain was over.
What is this?
There was, like, no grand resolution to it. No big mystery, just done. Also, yeah, now because of the alarm, there's not much that's coming, right? Oh, does the sunlight do something to them?
What's going on? What's happening? Kurumi?
Oh, because she's been eating the meat buns.
What's wrong?
We meet at last.
What do you mean meet at last? We've been here.
Koto Kagutsuchi!
We've been together for so long.
We should turn off the alarm before we celebrate our reunion. Aren't you worried about Kurumi's body?
Worried about her body.
Here. Lend me a hand.
That's so specific. Well, good thing he's so calm. I'm guessing the clouds of night is what allows the people who eat the meat buns to remain human. Hey, it's my zombie GF. He can't jump over that pipe? No, he's rich. Rich people don't do that. They get escorted. And now Kurumi's
The
gonna be
rain
fine, right?
is back.
It's not the same without the rain. That's true. The rain's so relaxing.
It seems like things have settled down. What was that?
Is it because I stopped the device?
Yeah, maybe you shouldn't just go pressing buttons that you don't know what they do, huh?
Master, be careful.
Congratulations, Yuma. You finally arrived at the truth of this city.
Why is Kurumi's body not in the lower left?
Congratulations.
Congration.
Enough!
You done
I've
it.
had enough of your games!
Games? I've been taking this seriously the entire time.
Choose violence, Yuma.
Especially when it comes to Kanai War.
What is your goal? Why are you doing this?
Why'd you kill my friends?
You still don't know? I want you to understand the truth about this place.
You could have done that without killing my friends.
The truth? You mean this big device?
Oh, the device is only a small part of the truth, Yuma.
This is but a small portion of the truth.
Ah! Ah!
Of course, I'm the one who created this contraption, although it's a rather makeshift design.
By the way, I was actually a writer on this game.
Using the old bathhouse's chimney was brilliant, The melding of my genius ideas and the world's best technology.
Why did you even make it?
I don't owe you any explanations. But you've made it this far, so you deserve something.
You knew Makoto was sketch? What do you mean? He's helping the city by giving it generous amounts of rain, so they never experience drought and they always have power through the hydro generators.
As you know, Amaterasu's experiment resulted in defective homunculi. Do you know the fatal flaw within all defective homunculi?
They require human flesh.
One is an extreme decrease in intelligence when they're resurrected. In other words, they turn into zombies.
That classic Danganronpa, in other words, is part of the explanation. They resisted it a lot in the first 2 chapters, but by chapter 3, the writers went back to that, in other words, crutch pretty fast, which is really funny.
They may be immortal, but upon returning from death, they become monsters that seek human flesh.
We already know that they seek human flesh. Thanks for the recap. I tried out the Raincoat DLC episode that released. It's like 30 minutes just for fun. I will probably do all of the DLC in one big stream, I think. That's probably what I'll do. Like, I'll wait till they all release and then stream them. Because I think we'll have plenty for today's stream, and I don't think one DLC is enough for a stream on its own. So I'll probably just do, like, the DLC stream in November or something.
The other flaw is sunlight.
Sunlight?
Everyone only mentioned one flaw.
When defective homunculi encounter sunlight, they become extremely stressed and lose control. They'll return to normal if you block out the sun, but while they're berserk, they lose all reason and memories.
But they lose all reason and memories before then, right? An extreme decrease in intelligence when they're resurrected. In other words, they turn into zombies. And now he's like, well, if they lose sunlight, they become berserk. What?
Reason and memories?
To be exact, it's an allergic reaction to ultraviolet rays. If left in this state, they eventually die. But things will continue to spiral out of control. Once they die, they turn into zombies. In other words, sunlight is the greatest enemy of the defective homunculi.
Seems like dying is their greatest enemy, but, you know, what do I know? Also, in other words again, by the way. How many lines did we go? Just take a shot every time you hear in other words. In other words. And then how many lines? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9. 8 lines in between, in other words, explanations. Just get ready for that a lot. This happens a lot in Danganronpa and in the lore, and like in the lore dumps. Is they say that a lot. Anyway, now you can unhear it. You're welcome.
So you are blocking out the sun for them. And to do that, you created a cage of rain over the entire city?
Wait, then how did Kurumi pass out? Because we were in a building, so it's not like she would have been exposed to the sunlight.
When the clouds grow thick enough to block the sun, rain starts to fall. It's a natural phenomenon. To keep them stable requires clouds thick enough to cause rainfall.
I sometimes imagine what flesh tastes like. Is that normal? Yes. Quite average.
I can form rain clouds all across Kanai Ward from here. The altitude and wind conditions make it ideal. The result, of course, is that Kanai Ward became a city of unending rain.
But it was either that or become a city of zombies, so, you know, pick and choose.
Why build such a major contraption just for some defects?
Defects, Who are you to say something like that?
Bro, cancel Yuma. Just calling people defects, huh? Get some hashtag canceled up in here.
What do you mean?
You've lost so much on your long journey here. But now, well, look at your hands. What do you have left?
You're right. Maybe I am empty.
What? What? Should at least say maybe I am a defect too, or something? What?
But I've been able to face many truths by relying on the strength of my friends. I didn't make it this far on my own. It was thanks to those who helped me.
There we go. And that is what has made me the ultimate hope. Ah, wrong game.
Especially yours truly.
So, even though I'm empty, I have everyone with me. That's why I was able to corner you!
Corner me?
Do it.
An interesting way to put it. But if you want to corner someone, this is how you do it.
Hog. Why did he wait this long to pull a gun on him?
Ain't no fair! He never said he had a gun!
One pull of the trigger and you're dead. Looks like I've got you cornered, Yuma. There's a spark in your eyes. Like you still have an ace
Oh, the
up your
handle of his
sleeve.
gun's purple. That's so cool.
Okay, fine. Play your card. Let's finish this. Use the power of the Book of Death!
He knows about that? What do we do, Shinigami?
I hate to use it now that he's spoiled the whole thing, but let's do it. And honestly, you'll be killed if I don't, Master.
Thank you.
The target mystery is the mass of corpses found in the factory refrigerator. Considering the scale of all this, even I don't know what the mystery labyrinth will look like.
What's wrong? Hurry up.
Kurumi is not in this cutscene.
The mystery you want to solve is right here.
Also,
Come on.
he's not gonna ask
Solve
about
Kanai
Kurumi at
Ward's
all.
ultimate secret. Expose all of my crimes. It's kill or be killed.
What? Why?
There's no time to hesitate.
Are you sure? One wrong move and you'll be forever trapped in the mystery labyrinth.
Of course.
What about
And I won't blame you if that happens.
Kurumi?
You've saved me so many times already.
All right, here goes!
Right, let's do it, Shinigami. This may be the final mystery labyrinth.
That has I am the Fire Emblem energy from Fire Emblem Engage.
Surprise! Mystery labyrinth!
Oh, they didn't change the cutscene at all for the final mystery labyrinth. We're going in with the no backup this time. I actually really thought Kurumi was going to be in the final mystery labyrinth.
Okay then.
Wait, if this is our last one, can we do it normally? You know, together.
Aw.
Sure, I don't mind.
Down the rabbit hole we go!
He can still move. Which means he also probably won't be affected by the curse of the mystery labyrinth. Where he dies once it's solved. It's going to be time to recap the case like we've done before every mystery labyrinth. To try and solve the mystery before it begins. If they arrived together, why would he still have the collar around his neck?
Why did you let go halfway through?
It's for good luck. We can't just start breaking tradition, you know.
Also, we didn't want to reanimate the scene.
I've gotten used to this view.
I can't believe it's the same view every time.
In the beginning, you were so terrified of the mystery labyrinth.
Maybe that means I've grown as a detective.
It means I've been a phenomenal mentor. But this mystery labyrinth seems different from the previous ones.
I figured. We'll finally uncover Kanai Ward's ultimate secret, just up ahead. No matter what the truth may be, I will expose it.
How does it seem any different?
Whatever the mystery may be, I'll never turn my eyes away. That's my mission as a detective. Can I count on your support again, Shinigami?
Still relying on others after all this time. Master, are you ready to give your life for the truth?
Yes, I am.
Are they gonna actually kiss this time? No.
Here's the solution key we'll need.
Where are the keys?
Thanks.
But a Yuma should have a key ring that he can, like, spin with all the keys
Huh?
on it. That would be cool.
You've never thanked me for this before. I considered just handing it over normally, but I'm glad I kept it this way instead.
You can do it normally!
Anyway, let's go. Let's unriddle this mystery labyrinth.
Wait, but first I have to recap the case. I hate this hallway with every fiber of my being. Alright. As we have always done, it's time to recap the case before we get started. We'll go over the case file and then all the solution keys to see if we can expose the mystery before the case begins. Chapter 5. And then, I was gone. The gift Yuma had received from Makoto emitted white smoke, causing him to lose consciousness. Looking around the unfamiliar abandoned building he woke up in, he found the unconscious Kurumi. He helped Kurumi up and left the building, only to discover the surrounding village in shambles. Also, this white smoke that caused him to lose consciousness happened when the World Detective Agency was being exploded. They were watching a news broadcast of the detective agency being the victim of a terrorist attack, and number one was presumably killed in the explosion, but we didn't actually witness his death. But as we were talking to him, that's when it exploded. So, we got that going. That was conveniently left out here. Yuma tried to talk to what appeared to be a villager, but when it turned around, it was revealed to be some sort of zombie that attacked Yuma. Yuma and Kurumi rushed into a nearby building and found documents inside that revealed they were in the restricted area. As Yuma was reporting this information to Kurumi, the supposedly dead Yoshiko, Warada, and Kurine attacked them. After they escaped outside, an arrow with a letter attached flew in from out of nowhere. The letter said that the abandoned village was filled with homunculi that attack humans to eat their flesh. The pair started looking for ways to escape the village when dead victims and culprits of previous cases began to attack. Yuma and Kurumi continued to flee, but they were back to the edge of a cliff where they slipped and fell. Below the cliff was a giant meat bun factory that was still running. There were homunculi inside of the factory as well. Using loud noises to divert the homunculi, they investigated the factory. Inside, Yuma discovered the shredded remains of Desuhiko and Hilara's clothing, and what appeared to be reports left by them. Wanting to believe Desuhiko and Hilara were still alive, Yuma used the keycard he found and continued to push on. As they continued into the factory, they found Zilch's imposter, who was supposed to be dead. Yuma learned about Yomi in the restricted area from him, but at some point during their conversation, he lost sight of Kurumi. He learned that Yomi used to basically be the one in charge of the restricted area before Makoto showed up. And Yomi was also kind of pushing the homunculus experiments along until Makoto put a stop to it, basically, and usurped him for control of Amaterasu. Yuma continued to look for Kurumi in the factory, eventually coming across Vivia's tattered clothes in a report. And when reading the report, he noticed a dark silhouette in a black raincoat. Yuma followed the figure out of the factory and discovered a path that led further underground. Yuma happened upon Dr. Weska in a passageway. But the doctor didn't know the results of the Project Homunculus experiment, or about the Blank Week mystery. Continuing on, Yuma found an expansive laboratory, most certainly Dr. Weska's lab, that Zilch's imposter had mentioned. The former CEO of Amaterasu told Yuma about Makoto. Yuma then moved on and eventually ran into Yakao. The disc that Yuma received from Yakao contained footage of Dr. Weska being killed by homunculi during the Project Homunculus experiment. Following Makoto's taunting announcements, also this subtly reveals that Makoto was doing the announcements, Yuma made his way to the factory in search of Kurumi. There he found the remains of Fubuki's clothes and another report. Yuma finally reunited with Kurumi, and they decided to investigate the factory's storage area. Inside the storage were bodies of dangerous criminals apprehended by the WDO. They were being used as fillings for the meat buns. Continuing on to reveal more of the truth, Yuma encountered Makoto in front of a machine that was producing the Kanai Ward rain clouds. To solve Kanai Ward's ultimate secret, Yuma decided to take on the final mystery labyrinth. That was the most bare minimum recap that we've seen so far. Alright. Number 1, the restricted area. In Kanai Ward, corpses rot easily due to the humidity from the rain, so bodies are retrieved quickly. Corpses are loaded onto trucks and transported to the restricted area for disposal. The process is managed by a department with a handful of people working directly for Amaterasu's CEO. However, they are only involved in transportation and aren't aware of what happens afterwards. How the bodies are buried and who buries them is a mystery. However, it's easy to see that there are zombies wandering around the restricted area. While they do not smell like corpses, Shinigami says they do not appear to be alive either. So this is obviously partially false, because we know bodies aren't buried here. The restricted area is just where they're moved. Homunculus nutrition source. The letter attached to the arrow reads, "Warning. Homunculi are predisposed to eating human flesh in order to maintain the artificial organic synthesis in their cells. Currently, there are no alternative sources of nutrition, and they grow sick if they do not consume flesh. Partially malnourished specimens will attack any human on sight, so please do your best to be careful." From the Amaterasu Homunculus Research Department. So basically, we can kind of infer from just these two, keys alone, and this is probably going ahead a little bit as well, but since we know that the United Government and the World Detective Organization and Kanai Ward are all kind of in this conspiracy theory together, basically, Kanai Ward moves the people that have died. Basically we can assume everyone in Kanai Ward is a homunculus. Because of that one day where in the Blank Week where everyone was given blood samples or had their blood extracted or whatever. they probably underwent some process that made them all homunculi, so now they all live in the restricted area of or the restricted Kanai Ward residence. And then when any of them die, since they become zombies upon resurrection, they're immediately removed to the restricted area of Kanai Ward to kind of keep all of the, like, now resurrected homunculi quarantined. And so the regular people of Kanai Ward don't figure out that they're homunculi. So everyone's just kind of, or all the zombies are there. And the WDO, recognizing that this is, like, a big, like, potential scandal, anyone that they catch outside of Kanai Ward for whatever crimes or whatever, and when they're executed, they're moved from, like, normal society into the restricted zone of Kanai Ward, turned into meat buns to feed and satiate the population of Kanai Ward that needs human flesh to keep going. That's why they need that human the human flesh, and they need to keep doing that because that's part of their defect. They'll go nuts if they don't have it. So that's how they're all tied in for the conspiracy there. Reaction to sound. Homunculi who have lost all reason seem to be attracted to sounds. Okay. The Unmanned Factory. A factory operating in the restricted area of Kanai Ward where no one should be. Homunculi research. Desahiko's report says the following. Kanai Ward's history. Kanai Ward was just another remote city in the country. Its development began once Amaterasu headquartered there. 10 years ago, Amaterasu Corporation started their research on homunculi. Top secret research kept from society, which Amaterasu loves, for sure. And their client is the United Government, who spent a ton of money to keep their research secure. The only thing known about homunculus research is that human beings are created from human cells. DNA is extracted from a human that will serve as a base, which is then used to cultivate human cells. Unlike clones, they don't need to be grown from fetuses, and genetic data from the time of collection is replicated. It's an artificial human whose age, sex, and appearance have been perfectly copied. Alara's report says the following. Regarding the two research facilities. The United Government has heavily invested in Amaterasu Corporation's homunculus research. However, it appears that there was another research facility of the same scale directly controlled by the United Government. They had two research facilities compete with one another in an attempt to further promote development. Naturally, the two facilities became rivals. Competition grew fierce, and soon they were resorting to any means necessary. Amaterasu began conducting human experiments, but this did not lead to results. Meanwhile, the United Government's research facility gathered DNA through extra-legal methods. They extracted DNA from particularly superior specimens, and used those samples as the core for cells. The Blank Week Mystery Incident is a taboo subject within Kanai Ward. Because no one remembers anything, what happened during that week is unknown. Everyone woke up one morning to find the entire city devastated, as if a tornado had swept through. Not only were the outdoors destroyed, but the inside of homes too. The date in Kanai Ward had moved forward by a week. To residents, it felt like they had been asleep for that long. When they woke up, the residents of Kanai Ward did not notice that time had passed. The only reason that gap was discovered was because of the businesses that had dealings outside of the city. The isolation of Kanai Ward began soon after. It became impossible to carry out a detailed investigation of what had happened, and with time, that week was forgotten. Had all the clocks in Kanai Ward malfunctioned? Did someone drug them all? Or perhaps the internal clocks of all residents were messed up, causing them to fall asleep for a whole week. There were plenty of rumors at the time, but no one knows the truth. What is certain is Kurumi's grandfather went missing during the Blank Week, and the unending rain began soon after. So, basically what we can infer is, after they're all turned into homunculi from that one weird blood incident thing, where everyone got their blood extracted and they were kind of all turned into homunculi, well, we basically know that the Blank Week mystery is once they were all homunculi, the sunlight caused them all to lose reason, and they kind of destroyed Kanai Ward. This is, again, my opinion, what I'm trying to extrapolate here. They all began to lose their reason and senses because they were homunculi, so the sunlight made them all go nuts, like we kind of saw, and then they destroyed the city. This is where Makoto came in from outside, figured out how to create the rain clouds, and returned Kanai Ward to normal because the unending rain begins shortly after this Blank Week. So, they get the population back under control, get the unending rain beginning, they rebuild the city, and isolate it. 5 years ago, Yomi's rise. Yomi used Dr. Weska to start trading with outside military organizations. Thanks to this, Amaterasu became more and more successful, and Yomi gained more influence. The cancellation of homunculus research. Makoto arrived in Kanai Ward shortly after the Blank Week mystery and ordered the cancellation of homunculus research, because it was, going crazy. Homunculus characteristics. Vivia's report said the following. Homunculi do not die. Rather, even if they die, they come back to life. The UG sought out and began research for military applications of homunculi. Their desire was to create an immortal army. Homunculi look identical to humans, and you cannot tell them apart from one another in everyday life. They can become injured and ill, some are handicapped, some are blind. But once they die, everything is repaired upon revival. Death acts as the switch for rebuilding their cells, and it only takes a day, which is why the corpses have time to be disposed of in the restricted area, but they want to do it fast. They are immortal, and even have eternal youth. Their cells may grow, but they never deteriorate. They stop aging once their bodies stop growing. Those who have already stopped growing maintain their current state. There are many unknowns regarding a homunculus memory, but they seem to inherit those of the original. The memories at the time of DNA extraction are carried over and completely reconstructed in the brain's memory field. There's only one way to tell a homunculus and a human apart. Blood. Homunculi have special characteristics to their blood. We don't really know what that is. In order to silence the pesky United Government, this is number 11, Project Homunculus. In order to silence the pesky UG and complete homunculus experiments, Dr. Weska purchased an entire village near the lab and made it a restricted area to conduct the work in secret. Which is the restricted area that we're now in. And so, 3 years ago, the fateful Project Homunculus began. The homunculus testing site, which is just what I said. A homunculus testing site is in the restricted area. Makoto Kagusuchi was the one who saved Kanai Ward from the United Government's plot. Makoto appeared in Kanai Ward from nowhere and volunteered to negotiate with UG, saying he had a special connection with them. Upon arriving at the negotiation table, he immediately announced Kanai Ward would be isolated. The UG agreed, and negotiations concluded with both sides accepting a non-intervention condition. As promised, Makoto was given the CEO position of Amaterasu, and the first thing he did was stop homunculus research. The former CEO of Amaterasu stated Makoto loves Kanai Ward and its residents. So he's probably some type of plant from the United Government, or like a successful homunculus himself. And he was able to get the United Government to back off Kanai Ward by proving that he could create the eternal rain that would calm the residents of Kanai Ward and isolate it from the rest of society. So they were like, okay, sure, if you can take care of this problem, sounds good, we don't want to deal with it. The former CEO. The former CEO of Amaterasu was in the restricted area. He conceded his position as CEO to Makoto, so he voluntarily gave it up for Makoto to go through United Government negotiations. Info on Kanai Ward's past. It's a fact that the United Government once planned to occupy Kanai Ward. They might have been trying to steal the rights to Amaterasu. This is where they just wanted to take over Kanai Ward. Probably try to burn it to the ground now that it was infected with homunculi. The Doctor's Confession. A video recorded by the Doctor, he talks about his homunculus research. 14 hours have passed since Project Homunculus began. I'll get straight to the point. The project is a failure. Something unexpected occurred in our efforts to find suitable DNA. Although we successfully created homunculi, the results have been dubbed defective. At the end of the recording, he's shown being killed by an out-of-control defective homunculus. Hey, welcome back, Alpha. Defective homunculus. To summarize all info gathered so far, the defective homunculi have 2 flaws. One is an extreme decrease in intelligence that occurs when they're revived. They may be immortal, but returning from death transforms them into monsters that seek human flesh. In other words, they turn to zombies. The other flaw is sunlight. When defective homunculi encounter sunlight, an allergic reaction to ultraviolet rays causes them to become extremely stressed and lose control. They return to normal as soon as they're out of the sun, but while they're berserk, they lose all reason and memories. If left in this berserk state, they eventually die and return as zombies. Homunculus Experiment Report. Fubuki's report says the following. My apologies, I don't understand what's on the screen, so I will copy it down word for word. 3 years ago, the United Government's research facility successfully created the first homunculus. The secret to their success was the DNA used as the core for their artificial cells. Their focus was on individual differences in DNA, and so they experimented with various peoples. They found success in one person's DNA, someone believed to have the world's greatest mind. But because of that superior mind, the completed homunculus was able to reflect on its condition. As a result, it realized it was a homunculus and escaped to the research facility. Currently, that specimen is missing. Blood tests for all residents. This is what I was talking about earlier when we had some of the other keys. A few years ago, a blood test was conducted on all Kanai Ward residents. The Peacekeepers ordered it, and no one could refuse. The Peacekeepers claimed it was a test for a contagious disease. Kurumi's grandfather did not take this blood test, and in the midst of the Blank Week mystery that occurred soon after, he and all the others who did not take the test went missing. Memo on the corpse. A memo found in the pocket of a corpse in the factory refrigerator says the following. Where am I, and where am I being taken to? Everyone here is a dangerous criminal that deserves the death sentence. That ruthless killer, that vile kidnapper, everyone's crying as they pray to God. Will we be serving our sentences here together, with no trial? Shit. If only we'd never been caught by the WDO. They locked us up here like animals, those bastards. We're brought here by the WDO's #1. He's called the world's greatest mind, isn't he? Why would the top detective do this? What is he thinking? How can this be allowed? Damn it. What will happen to us? A device the rain cloud generating device. A device located in the restricted area. It can artificially generate clouds. This is the cause of the rain in Kanai Ward. Alright. Those are all our keys. Sounds good, Alpha. I've mostly just been recapping the case. But I'll see you when you get back here. So, it's time to deduce what we each think happened. Alright. Trying to formulate exactly how, or the timeline for what I think happens, because it's kind of all over the place. Let's start from the beginning, I guess. Let me try to get all my thoughts together. So, we start with the United Government wanting to work on homunculus research. They start studying how to do it. There's a United Government facility, or studying facility, trying to create the homunculi. They also establish a research area in Kanai Ward for homunculus research, Amaterasu. So Amaterasu and the United Government are researching homunculi. They're both kind of, you know, plants by the government to, like, make this research work, but they want competition to breed the best results, you know? Competition breeds out the best in both. So they're pitting the two against each other, even though they're both kind of working for the same goal, to try and work out the kinks for this homunculus research. The United Government successfully creates a homunculi. Kanai Ward fails and creates these weird, like, defective hybrids. So in this research, we'll start with Kanai Ward first. Basically what happens, Kanai Ward fucks up, creates these defective homunculi in their research, and they need to be quarantined. Because we know that the homunculi are created through blood samples and DNA samples, during the Blank Week mystery, everyone's blood samples are taken to make homunculi of them. And then they retain their memories, And the defective homunculi are created from these blood tests that were taken from everybody. Because they're defective homunculi, they destroy the city in their rage when they lose their minds because of the sunlight and the lack of human meat that they're getting. So, Kanai Ward is destroyed by these defective homunculi. The United Government realizes that this is a big problem and gets Makoto to shut down the research in Kanai Ward of their defective homunculi, isolates and quarantines Kanai Ward from everyone, and creates the solution to their crazy problem of the unending rain, so all the defective homunculi remain calm. They institute this policy of immediately removing the dead corpses so that people in Kanai Ward remain oblivious to the fact that they are homunculi, and are brought out of the city to the restricted area. Criminals from the outside world are brought into the restricted area of Kanai Ward and turned into meat to give sustenance to the defective homunculi that live in Kanai Ward, so that they're not transforming into these like defective monstrosities and trying to minimize how long that they're kept like that, because they are immortal. As long as they are given sustenance and rain, they won't die and won't turn into zombies. So when people are murdered, then they're moved to the restricted area to kind of keep this all under wraps. That is the Kanai Ward half of it, which I think is fairly obvious. That's basically my whole game plan. It's pretty in-depth. The whole like mystery there is pretty in-depth, so I'm not sure if I covered everything. But that's the gist of what I'm thinking is happening basically with Kanai Ward. The government was researching homunculus, 2 different areas. The government succeeded, Kanai Ward failed, so they were quarantined and isolated off. Now, I think that the successful homunculi creation was created from number 1. And from number 1 came both. This is a bit of a stretch, but I think both Yuma and Makoto came from number 1. Yeah, a bit of a stretch, or maybe Makoto is the original, and then Yuma's the defective one, or no, the perfect homunculi half. No. I'm like brainstorming this as I go here. I actually think they might both be homunculi created from number 1's DNA. Yeah. They retain the memories from their original homunculi, but because Yuma got the Book of the Dead, he forgot all of it. And that's what set the whole thing in motion. Because now that Makoto knows he is a homunculi, he used his own perfect cells to create Yuma. So maybe they didn't both come from Yuma. Maybe it's a step change. Makoto came from number 1, and Yuma came from Makoto. Yeah. I think that's what we'll go with. Why did number 1 order his detectives to solve the mystery of Kanai Ward if he was in on it? I think because he's, I think because it's gotten out of hand. Because now that no one can get in, he's like lost track of what's going on in Kanai Ward. And with more and more people dying because of the battle of power in between Yomi and Makoto, it needs to be like quelled. I think the situation needs to be quelled. Or maybe number 1 got his DNA taken not voluntarily, and the homunculi was made from him, but he didn't know it. So he might not... I think he's actually not on it at all. I think, number one, I think the homunculi was just made from him and he didn't know. Yeah. Okay. So we already covered my Kanai Ward theory. Then we're working on the homunculi theory right now. We all know what I think happened in Kanai Ward. We discussed that already, and then we were brainstorming the homunculi theory kind of right now. So let me finalize my thoughts before we begin the labyrinth. I already covered what happened in Kanai Ward. It's all government conspiracy. Makoto was sent to clean it up. That's all covered. The homunculi theory, they took number one's DNA, created Makoto. Makoto realized he is a homunculi, broke out of the research facility, became cognizant, brilliant, and then, as a homunculi, realized the solution to the homunculi problem. The government planted him in Kanai Ward to clean up the mess, and then created Yuma in his desire to be not the only homunculi that's successful, and then gave Yuma the Book of the Dead to finally be able to kill him. No. I'm not actually sure we can figure that solely out with the information that we've got here. I think there are some things that are going to come out in this mystery labyrinth that are going to change my theory on Makoto. But I'm finalized on my theory of Kanai Ward. I'm confident that's what happened there. You've made a lot more connections that I've seen other people make. Thank you. Taku said the same thing about my reaction or my deduction with the previous trial as well. That I was one of the few people that nailed that one. I make leaps in logic that happen to be correct. Are you making leaps in logic, or are you just guessing, Devin? I don't know if you're actually following any of the story. I think you're just saying stuff. Okay, I'm a little tentative on Makoto creating Yuma. I said one of them was probably the homunculus. But you didn't even specify that they were real homunculus, not defective. You just said homunculus, which isn't even correct. Because there's two different kinds. Defective and real. And all of them are defective. Only a few are real. Okay. So, my theory on Kanai Ward's solid. I'm confident in that. We're going to go into the mystery with that as my my source. I'm going to give that my stamp of that's confirmed what I think happened. And then my theory on the homunculus thing is that number one is not in on it. They made a homunculus from him, and it was Makoto, and then they used him as a plant to keep everything under control. And then Makoto made Yuma to solve his problems, and so he wouldn't feel like he was the only homunculi. Okay, that half I'm a little bit looser on, but the main mystery is Kanai Ward, and I think I've uncovered Kanai Ward's secret. So, there we go. That's gonna be That's my theory. Let's get to it. I'm gonna take the cop-out that the main point of this mystery labyrinth is not the homunculi, but of the secret of Kanai Ward. So as long as I get that right, we can count this as a chapter. But I'm doing the bonus double dipping of figuring out Makoto's secret. Because I'm galaxy-brained. I have not seen Full Metal Alchemist. I hate this fucking hallway. I hate walking down hallways. Wow. The final mystery labyrinth is Kanai Ward.
Kanai Ward.
The mystery this time seems to be deeply related to Kanai Ward itself. Just like you said, Master, if we keep going, we should be able to expose Kanai Ward's ultimate secret.
Joke's on you, I
This
already
place
did.
seems fit for the final mystery.
Speaking of, why do you think this is the last mystery labyrinth?
Because it's
No
chapter
reason.
5 in a
It
Danganronpa
just
game.
feels like that. I think I needed your powers in order to expose Kanai Ward's ultimate secret in the first place.
I did it without her powers.
I've got a feeling that when we solve this mystery, our pact will come to an end.
I thought they were
wrong?
together for life.
You know I can't reveal anything about our pact. Regardless, if I train you to be a great detective, there'll come a day you won't need me anymore.
But there's still a ways to go before I can call myself a true detective.
Hey, what's up, Taku?
At the very least,
That's
I
why you
have to
need
eradicate
the
all
notification
unsolved
bell by
mysteries
hitting
from
the
this
bell
world
button.
and bring happiness
So
to
you'll get
everyone.
notifications for this treatment. You won't have to remember.
I think I've heard that before somewhere.
Don't you remember? You heard that from the person who left the strongest impression on you.
Oh, right, you're just a copycat.
I'm copying nobody. I'm just echoing what they said. I guess you could say they influenced me. If that was said by a detective you admire, it seems like a good idea to aim for the same goal.
Kanai Ward's ultimate mystery is how Makoto built the exact replica of
Here it
Yako's
comes.
submarine.
It's the mystery protecting Kanai
Because
Ward's
he is
ultimate
associated
secret.
with the WDO, I think he just had another submarine on standby as a plant. Would you say at this point Yuma's a great detective? No. I would not.
Then we just need to solve it. Let's go, Shinigami!
What was the cause of Amaterasu and Kanai Ward's development? The homunculus research.
The mystery of Kanai Ward began with the homunculus research.
Yeah, there's no mistake that's the root cause of what's going on in this city.
Yuma isn't wearing his hat despite being rained on.
So it involves the mystery of the homunculus research? Let's clear it up all at once, Master!
Huh?
Why did the unified government request the research? Because they wanted the immortal army.
Right here!
Do you think they used someone on the development team's like eyes, hands, and feet for like all the art on these doors?
The
Or do you think they
UG wanted
just,
to create an
like, made a
immortal
random
army
one?
and requested that Amaterasu conduct homunculus research.
Basically, it was for military purposes. So what exactly are homunculi?
They're artificially made human beings. Human DNA is extracted to use as a base
Do you
to
see
grow
how I
human
cleverly
cells.
hid that this was the final stream
The
in the
age,
title?
gender, and looks are synthetically copied onto an
Without,
artificial human.
Getting banned.
What's the fun in copying people to begin with? That's something I'll never understand. Humans are such weird creatures.
It's the clock tower.
Is that a mystery phantom?
But whose phantom is it? Huh? It's me? Why?
No, it's your shadow! Look at its yellow eyes! I am thou. Thou art I.
The mystery phantom is the materialization of someone who wants to conceal the truth.
Isn't this supposed to be the ramen guy?
Master, you want to hide the truth?
You're not me!
Me? That's impossible!
Master, quick! Defeat Master right away!
I thought the ramen guy was the one in the coat. I also want to figure out the mystery of the ramen dude. I actually didn't cover that in any of my theories. I'm not really sure how ramen guy fits into all this yet. I also
go any
had to make
further.
the thumbnail not
There's
very
nothing up
spoilery
ahead.
either.
Let's give up and go home. What I'm looking for doesn't exist.
But it does exist. There is a clear contradiction. This is the most boring mystery design. But yeah, I could use Makoto as the final thumbnail, you know, to kind of create an illusion.
Good luck!
Yeah.
Did any statements
Don't
bother
go any
you?
further.
No, I swung in the first one.
There's
'Cause I
nothing up
have
ahead. Let's give up and go home. What I'm looking for doesn't exist. Homunculi are just a fantasy.
Just a fantasy.
I was completely wrong.
What was he wrong about? Oh, Homunculi are just a fantasy.
Damn.
Gotta love the audio leveling in this game. The Phantom is way loud. Yeah, I don't really know why.
Get him!
Don't go any further. There's nothing up ahead.
I was just gonna say this one particular feels pretty loud, so I didn't
Let's
know
give
if
up
you
and
guys
go
could like
home.
hear me or not. But I had to turn down the audio.
What I'm looking for doesn't exist. Homunculi are just a fantasy.
Just a fantasy.
That
Just a
blade doesn't hold
fantasy.
up.
Oh, I totally missed with that repel.
It's not a fantasy. Homunculi do exist. No, homunculi don't exist.
Eva looks really weird without his hair.
I was wrong. Completely wrong.
Oh, so Yua's clothes aren't black. This will be the key.
Homunculi don't exist. Have you even seen a homunculus?
Alara's notes will
Do you have
save
any
us.
proof they exist?
This random note I found that looked like it was
It's
from
true
Alara.
it was being researched.
Not just researched, but created.
That research was cancelled.
I think I gotta use it on that.
That research was a complete failure.
No, it wasn't.
This is the truth.
The question mark Hogan was a good character design. I think it looks so goofy.
No, 3 years ago, the UG successfully manufactured a homunculus.
His is the most blatant, like, of all of the detectives from Danganronpa, like Makoto, Hajime, and Shuichi. They all had, like, a kind of subtle one. Yuma's is not subtle at all. Yuma's is very, like, yeah, we're just putting this on here because he's the character. He's the main character.
The report Fubuki left me clearly said so.
No, Fubuki! Don't remind me of her. Everywhere I look, I see her.
So, that really was me. Why would I be a mystery phantom?
It's not you.
There's no point thinking about these things if you have no clues. Let's keep going.
It's Makoto.
Anyway, the unified government must have really wanted to make that
I can
homunculus.
still hear the clap of her cheeks.
They tasked Amaterasu to make it, but set up their own research facilities as well.
They tried to accelerate the research by having these two facilities compete with each other. The unified government was first to have their experiments succeed. But apparently, that was the only successful experiment.
Those are some terrible odds.
What I want to know is the identity of that homunculus they were able to create. According to the report Fubuki left behind,
They found success in one person's DNA. Someone believed to have the world's greatest mind.
I like how all the exposition notes that were left behind were voiced by the characters, so that way we can feel like the characters are still with us in this mystery labyrinth.
the only successful specimen was from the world's greatest mind.
Who could that be?
He's back! The world's dumbest looking mystery phantom!
It's true, I also made fun of its design. But making fun of its design does not make it okay to make it have a dumb design.
He looks dumb?
Hey! Run away! After him! Chase that clone with Master's dumb face!
This time you directly said I was dumb. The clock tower! It's blocking the path!
Just solve the mystery like you always do! You got this!
Who was the great yeah, well, I didn't get to say it fast enough. I expected it to have a, like, animation, but instead it just popped there unceremoniously. Number 1. Another exposition note. It's a block tower. These notes were so dumb. Just someone writing a note in their final moments like, I heard number 1 is a great detective, not, oh my god,
The
oh
true
god, I'm
identity of
dying.
the world's
Oh god,
greatest
someone
mind
help
was
me.
written on a memo left by the dead criminal in the refrigerator. It's the person known as number 1 of the World Detective Organization.
Are you telling me the character that has like one of the only prominent voice actors that was very auspiciously brought up multiple times is relevant in the finale of the story?
He ran off again. What's going on? It's like he's trying to lead me somewhere. Shinigami?
Huh? It's nothing! Anyway, let's go after him!
Shinigami never telling us anything, nor is Shinigami ever right about anything. Let's go. Thank you.
To think, the only successful homunculus was based on the world's greatest mind. Number 1 of the WDO.
It's the
But
baby doll
that's
killer.
true. then there's something else bothering me about it.
Hey, Master!
What's up?
Nothing. I was just thinking about how we should keep our focus on Kanai Ward's
Eat hot
mysteries.
chip and lie.
I mean, the completed homunculus disappeared, right?
Pro ZD is
So that
prominent.
doesn't
I
have
feel
anything to do
like
with
he's
what's going on
prominent
here.
at this point. He seems to be popping
You
up in
can't say
games
for
all the
certain it's
time.
unrelated.
Well, number one was that old man, right? You never saw him anywhere in Kanai Ward.
At least more so
True.
than any of the
I
other
didn't see him
voice
in the
actors,
city.
voice actors in this game. Well, maybe
I told
Shinigami
you
has
that
a more prominent
homunculus has
voice
nothing
actor.
to do with this stuff. Besides, world's greatest mind. He got blown up with that building, right?
Fubuki also.
That's
I guess it's pretty
true,
prominent.
though I feel like he went down too easily.
Who cares about that old geezer? Let's talk about Kanai Ward's ultimate secret.
Sure.
I can't pronounce Fubuki's voice actress name, but she's also becoming more and more prominent ever since her roles in Persona 5 and Fire Emblem Three Houses. She's pretty
Setting aside
typecasted
how the
though,
UG's
other than
research
Fubuki.
facility succeeded in their homunculus experiment.
I feel like Fubuki's a nice step outside of what she usually gets typecasted as. Although, maybe not.
The problem is Kanai Ward. What happened to the research being done here?
Seems like that's the mystery we face.
What occurred at Kanai Ward in the name of scientific research? War crimes. I haven't played a game where he's the MC. That's true, yeah, I don't think he's ever been an MC. He's usually a supporting character.
Under the UG's jurisdiction, Amaterasu Corp grew impatient and conducted an experiment 3 years ago. That was known as Project Homunculus.
Man, they're not even letting me walk down this hallway. You take that from me? My glorious hallway walks?
Wasn't Dr. Weska in charge of that? What was it all about anyway?
I don't know the exact details.
Well, how do you not know the exact details?
That's what we have to figure out next.
What was done in Kanai Ward for the sake of research? Human
I wonder
experiments.
what was done to prepare for Project Homunculus.
The village was bought.
Looks like that's where we're starting. Good luck, Master!
The blood tests was also done for the sake of the research, I guess, as well. I'm gonna say it's the village, though, in this research note thing. Nah, okay, it's the blood test. Dun 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 dun. I feel like the other one would have also suited as an answer because the homunculus research
Something
note
else also happened in Kanai Ward 3 years ago, at the same time
also
as Project
stated
Homunculus.
that like the village was purchased and like made for the research, but whatever.
All the residents were forced to take a blood test.
I feel like a lot of these answers are kind of vague.
Maybe those mandatory blood tests had something to do with Project Homunculus?
It's true both took place 3 years ago, so I doubt they're unrelated.
Fumi is smart. Maybe she's the homunculus. I don't think you're grasping what the homunculus are, Devin. You know, I think you're just kind of throwing stuff out there.
Which means the blood test wasn't checking for some contagious disease among the residents.
She is a homunculus, but there's not the homunculus.
They were extracting DNA from everyone to see who was suitable for homunculus research. Wait, if that's the case, then Project Homunculus is...
Now there's a flood? There are some stairs over there! Master, run!
Right!
There's
This
zombies,
place
right?
seems familiar.
No.
Yeah, it looks like Doya District. I wonder if we have to go through here.
Seems that way. Okay then, let's go!
I already kind of, in my theory crafting, covered the, pretty in-depth what a homunculus is, so I'm not gonna recap it, but we've already kind of established what those are. Weren't you listening to the Phantom? Yeah, that's right. There are no homunculi.
Looks like you discovered something about Project Homunculus.
Yeah, but
What's wrong?
well, if it's what I think it is, then horrible things were done for this research.
It all seemed so humane up to this point, Yuma.
Things are getting pretty horrible here too! Master, concentrate!
What was created from the Project Homunculus?
Must be it!
The residents of Kana.
I knew it. It's hard to believe, but it's the truth. Project Homunculus was an effort to create homunculi out of all the residents in Kanai Ward.
I called it.
All of them?
All of them?
After Amaterasu was outdone by their rival, they started searching for suitable DNA in every possible way.
Because their rival, the United Government, already made a specimen, so Amaterasu got desperate.
And that's what the blood tests were for. They created homunculi out of every citizen in town. Even if a few failed, all they needed was one successful specimen. That was the purpose behind Project Homunculus.
So, what happened after that?
So I'm still at a 100% correct ratio up until now.
Well,
Master, you better concentrate!
What happened as a result? The blank.
this must be it.
I continue to be correct. Let's
In
go.
the end, Project Homunculus was a failure. And as a result, the blank week mystery occurred. The defective homunculi from the experiment were responsible for that event.
Let's go.
I'll get straight to the point.
I am
Project
the master
Homunculus
detective.
is a failure. Something unexpected occurred in our efforts to find suitable DNA. Although we successfully created homunculi, the results have been dubbed defective.
Solve the mystery? I already did it, baby. Now
The
we're
events
just
Kurumi mentioned
along
where
for the
city was
ride.
ruined while everyone slept. The destruction of the giant shutters of the lab where the experiment took place.
Is that Shinigami's catchphrase? Concentrate? No, it's boom kill.
All of that was caused when the defective homunculi attacked Kanai Ward.
An entire city was destroyed by defective homunculi, and no one's ever said a thing about it? What is the blank week mystery anyway? How can a whole week pass in a single night?
Right. Those are the mysteries we need to unravel to get to the heart of the blank week. But I still haven't gathered my thoughts about it.
I already did. You should have spent an hour recapping all the solution keys before you entered the mystery labyrinth like I did, Yuma.
Master, the mystery labyrinth is getting testy! You have to give an answer now!
I know, but
Then I'll help you. Let's lay it all out together!
No! I know the solution key. You don't make me do it. No. Not the Hangman's Gambit. Uh-oh, she's not happy this time. That's because the sun is setting. Normally she gives us a little smile here, but she's sad. This would be the last Hangman's Gambit, but I am not. All of Kanai Ward's residents were... Fuck, I hate these because I know the answer, but this game makes me fuck it up. What's the word I'm looking for here? They were all enraged and, like, destroying the place in, like, their berserker mode, but what was it called? Agitated?
That's not it!
What's the word? What do they do after going berserk from sunlight and attacking humans? I know they destroyed stuff. Well, what's the word?
That's not it!
Of all the games to bring from Danganronpa, why the fuck would you bring Hangman's Gambit? Come on. I know it's effective result of an experiment, yeah. Relapsed?
That's not it! That's not it!
Replicated? Is that the word we're looking for? I choose replicated of all words. Bruh. Created? The mystery is almost solved. I mean, it's what I said was going on. They just chose a random-ass word. Like, that was the blank week. The homunculi destroying the city. They were created during the blank week.
That's not it!
Fuck. Replaced?
Great! Great! Nice!
Yes, and the defective homunculi destroyed the city. I hate this minigame so much. You said ... Is that not it, Alpha? Is my theory wrong?
Great job, Master! Awesome teamwork! Master?
They were all swapped during the blank week mystery.
Right, but who or what was swapped?
Everyone in Kanai Ward. Each resident was replaced by their homunculus. It happened during the blank week mystery.
Huh? Everyone? Come on, that couldn't have happened!
Yeah. We said this already.
Yes, it's impossible. It's too ridiculous to think they all could be swapped with homunculi. That's nothing but a fantasy!
Huh? Which is the real Master?
Obviously it's me! The blank week mystery has nothing to do with homunculi. Your deduction is wrong.
Your face is wrong.
Everything you say is wrong!
The homunculi destroyed the city. Yeah, they did, but the homunculi were moved into the city. When the homunculi were created in Kanai Ward, they destroyed it. But obviously the homunculi are created from the DNA of their real selves. They were moved to the processing plant. It's evil Kibo.
Master! Master's getting closer!
I just said I'm the real one!
No, you're not me! You can't say that, Yuma. You have to accept it. Accept the mystery, or else the labyrinth will collapse. You may still be misunderstanding.
No.
Am I? I mean, the real people are gone. They're
You're
dead.
wrong!
The only things left in Kanai Ward are homunculus.
They couldn't have been swapped!
Right?
Impossible! It's a fantasy you made up!
They're all homunculi. I just assumed
it.
the, like, original copies. I mean, I guess
It's
they
all of
could
it, all of it, all of it!
have just been killed while in the city, but I assumed they were disposed of it.
Everything you say is wrong!
But I guess, they could have just been killed when the city was destroyed.
Master!
Yeah. No. You're wrong!
No, you!
They couldn't have been swapped!
I fucked that up.
Impossible!
Fucked that up again. That's the one I'm supposed to swap.
No.
They couldn't have been swapped.
You're wrong! They couldn't have been
I
swapped!
sometimes feel like you can't swing through these red words, but I think you can.
That claim doesn't hold up!
Bonk. Why does the animation look so unceremonious on the Yuma Phantom?
No! There's proof they
He
switched!
just is like, bah!
No, that's a lie! It's all made up! Residents were
Restricted area, defective homunculi, homunculi characteristics. Oh, I actually don't know which key we'll need to use.
swapped with
I'm
homunculi?
usually able to figure out which key we need before.
That's impossible! Something else caused the blank week.
It was your face.
Everyone was drugged and knocked out! Every resident fell asleep.
Let's see all of the answers.
So, there's a gap in their memories. That's why the memories
The increased-
connect across that week.
Come on, seriously? I should have just been patient.
Right.
How does the kidnapping case number 1 was talking about factor into this? I think the kidnapping is like where the criminals are being disposed of in Kanai Ward as food for the homunculi, right? Or it's referring to the kidnapping where all the residents of Kanai Ward were taken and replaced with homunculi. It's one. Number 1's referring to one of those two things.
Yeah.
Then...
There would be no difference between the homunculi.
Residents were swapped with homunculi? That's impossible!
I swear some of these are like so vague.
Something else caused the blank week.
It's like a multiple choice question where like each answer could kind
Everyone
of be
was
right.
drugged and knocked out! Every resident fell asleep. So, there's a gap in their memories. That's why the memories connect across that week. That's impossible if they were swapped. If they were swaps, they'd be different beings.
Fuck! Seriously? But the homunculi apparently inherit their memories. Yeah,
Yeah.
even if they're... Doesn't that contradict that statement?
Residents were swapped with homunculi?
The solution key
That's
moving here has
impossible!
got the stuff about the memory swap? Or that
Something
they
else
keep the
caused the
memory,
blank week.
even though they're swapped?
Everyone was drugged and knocked out!
His point was that they would not retain the memories. Didn't I just...
Every resident fell asleep. So, there's a gap in their memories. That's why the memories connect across that week.
Yeah. Vivia's investigation yielded this report about the homunculus characteristics. It describes physical peculiarities and details concerning their memory.
That's impossible if they were swapped. If they were swaps, they'd be different beings. Their memories would be totally different too.
No.
Their memories shouldn't be linked.
But... Residents were swapped with homunculi?
That's impossible.
Something else caused the blank week.
Everyone was drugged and
Knocked out!
Is it just the final one? But I thought I already
Every
used
rat
this
fell asleep.
key on it.
So, there's a gap in
their memories. That's why the memories connect.
across that week.
That's impossible if they were swapped.
If they were swapped, they'd be different beings.
Their memories would be totally different too. I'll slash through this mystery.
I feel like so many of those statements basically said that. Whatever.
A homunculus retains all the memories their original had when their DNA was first extracted. That's why the specimens created by the experiment also have memories from before the blood test. It explains how their memories are linked. No! Your reasoning is obviously wrong! They can inherit memories?
This key doesn't explain anything. What? All it says is it doesn't even. It has the abridged version of Desahiko's research. Desahiko's investigation yielded this report about the homunculus research, and it says nothing. I'm assuming defective homunculus is the reason. Or is it?
What about the week no one remembers? If memories are kept after swapping, there wouldn't be a gap in their memories. This is the truth.
Because they're distressed. Or because they were exposed to sunlight, they enraged and didn't remember stuff.
Defective homunculi go berserk in sunlight. They lose all sense of reason as well as their memories. The sunlight made them go wild as soon as they were born, wiping their memories during that time.
We know Yuma is definitely not a defective one because he's been in the sunlight.
There was sunlight shining through the lab. Maybe it was to test if the creatures had overcome that weakness. But the experiment failed.
In a previous experiment, a defective homunculus was exposed and died. Trying to adjust for it worked against us. Made them even more violent and...
They went berserk and attacked Kanai Ward. When they eventually returned to their senses, their memories were reset to before the blood test. An entire week had passed by then. But since none of them remembered what happened, the week felt like a single day to them.
That's what caused the blank week mystery?
Luckily, there were no tourists in that time. It's getting crazy for you. Watched last week's VOD?
What's with him? Why is he laughing?
Anyway, it's picking up. Me when I'm exposed to sunlight and become an irritable monster? Yeah, same.
I don't believe it. Everyone in Kanai Ward is a homunculus?
Yeah, there's no mistake. This city is a city of homunculi.
Even the Flatty? And Fuzzhead too? Everybody? But no one mentioned anything like that! How'd they manage to hide it?
It's all of Yuma's private memories of
They've been
Kurumi.
replaced by homunculi either. That's because they lost those memories when they emerged as homunculi and went wild.
Damn, Kurumi's grandfather just
What happened to
abandoned
the original residents?
Kurumi to
the ones
become
who first
a
lived in Kanai Ward.
homunculi. That's wrong.
I think they're gone.
What do you mean, gone?
Kurumi's grandfather did her
When
dirty.
the defective homunculi went berserk and attacked Kanai Ward, the original residents died. All of them.
They're all dead?
That explains how the homunculi replaced their originals after they returned to their senses.
I kind of assumed it was... they were put away. I guess they made it to the meatpacking plant eventually.
By the time the homunculi regained consciousness, the originals were gone. With the exception of those like Kurumi's grandfather, who refused the blood test and vanished completely. That's because those who didn't have their DNA extracted had no homunculus to replace them.
Damn, he really did just abandon her. What a dick.
So if they were killed without a substitute in place, they were considered missing.
Why kill them? I think it was a mistake. I don't think it was an intentional killing of the original residents.
This is the tragedy that befell Kanai Ward 3 years ago. That's the truth behind the Blank Week mystery.
I wonder if the Peacekeepers then are also homunculi. Like, we know the citizens are, but are the Peacekeepers?
You destroyed it. You exposed the mystery behind the city. You are an uninvited guest here. You're the enemy. But it's not over yet. You still haven't reached the truth behind this city. I won't let it happen. I will shelter the mystery of Kanai Ward.
But why? Yuma looks... We've spent the whole game making him so unintimidating that when he is supposed to be the final Phantom, and he's doing all the rah things, it's like not scary. If Yuma had a spine, perhaps his mystery Phantom would be more intimidating.
Look, I keep
What are our notes here?
telling you. Swapping places is just in your head. You have no proof a switch even took place.
Because I'm streaming instead of doing anything productive.
There's zero evidence for that. The homunculi were destroyed after the experiment.
I gotta just read all of the fucking options before I start swinging. We're 5 chapters in and I still haven't learned that lesson.
Right. Like I keep telling you.
Like I know this is the right
just
key,
in your
but
head.
I gotta wait to see all the answers.
You have no proof a switch even took place. There's zero evidence for that. The homunculi were destroyed after the experiment.
We do have to figure out how
at the hands of the researchers who saw failures.
That's not true.
That's why it's impossible.
Okay, that's probably
homunculi would have attacked the city. No one was killed by the homunculi.
Oh, that works. That works. That works. That works.
This is the truth. Dr. Wesker left a video journal discussing the conclusions of Project Homunculus. It clearly shows the Doctor dying at the hands of a defective homunculus who went out of control. But we met the Doctor at Amaterasu's lab, even though he should have been dead already. The fact that we met him after he died proves he and the other citizens were all replaced by homunculi.
Oh wait, yeah. He is the homunculi replacement.
I see. So the doctor at the lab was also a swapped out homunculus.
That's why he didn't know about the results of the experiment. And also why he knew nothing about the Blank Week mystery.
He didn't even remember the terrible things he did.
He caused the city's greatest tragedy.
The greatest,
Maybe
most
what little
awful event
conscience he
in
had
human
left
history.
urged him to leave evidence. No, not yet. refuse to give up.
He looks like a little mime with that face paint on his face. But his character sprite doesn't have the little tears.
I have to protect Kanai Ward!
Why? You don't care about Kanai Ward. Hang on 1 second. He'll lose Karumi if Kanai Ward goes away. And we need to grab fruit snacks for sustenance. I have my fruit snacks.
Why does the other master want to protect Kanai Ward so badly?
Because he loves Karumi!
You don't fully understand it yet. You know nothing about Kanai Ward.
It's the Cocoa Head Civil War.
What do you know about its darkness?
Ooh, edgy. Oh!
Master, watch out!
Why doesn't my Cocoa Head have a gun?
Master, cut it to pieces!
Wait,
I can't avoid it.
sorry, I was holding the fruit snacks. I didn't hit a button.
You don't fully understand it yet. You know nothing.
What's the question?
Master!
What is the reason for the unending rain?
Master, cut it to pieces!
The rainy season. Ow, I pressed Y!
Avoid it.
I love QTE events from 2007. Let's go!
Master!
No! He was shot.
The rain clouds covered Kanai Ward to block out sunlight, which homunculi are vulnerable to. The homunculi stopped their attack thanks to the clouds covering the city.
Master, don't let him get away! You gotta finish this!
He's playing the world's most deadly game of hopscotch over these buildings.
That hypocrite! I'll expose him for who he is.
It's you.
We're
though.
not done yet. The city's darkness goes even deeper. This is the answer.
The question was, where did the dead end up? And it was the village.
The dead in Kanai Ward are transported to the abandoned village, a restricted area. Whenever a defective homunculus revives, its intelligence decreases, turning it into a zombie.
Well, why don't they just read books then? Am I right, boys?
The city would have been overrun with zombified homunculi if the bodies were left alone. That's why the bodies have been getting sent to the abandoned village.
Peacekeepers always tried to get rid of the bodies as fast as possible. Did they know they'd turn into zombies?
No, they were probably just following orders. They were told that bodies in this city rot quickly. The people of Kanai Ward, including the Peacekeepers, didn't know that they're all homunculi.
They've got, if you look closely, Yuma's got like a little after image. He's running so fast.
It must also be the reason why they were so strict about keeping this place isolated from the outside world.
We've got you now! There's nowhere to run, Master!
But he can fly.
I told you, that's not me! You think that's enough to defeat me? You think that's enough to expose Kanai Ward's darkness?
Tee-hee-hee.
More. 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 Kanai Ward's darkness goes far, 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 far deeper than that!
What is the source of nutrition for Kanai Ward residents? The meat buns.
The answer!
And the meat buns are made of people.
That's right. The people in Kanai Ward love their meat buns. You know what they're made of, don't you?
Deliciousness.
The main source of nutrients for homunculi is human flesh. That's why everyone craved those meat buns so much. Warning. Homunculi are predisposed to eating human flesh in order to maintain the artificial organic synthesis in their cells.
You're surprised they went the Soylent Green route? I think I predicted, I'm pretty sure by like chapter 1 or 2 I had already predicted that the meat buns were people. Also this flashback is really weird because it's not showing the scene, it's just randomly having Yuma recite the dialogue.
Currently, there are no alternate sources of nutrition, and they grow sick if they do not consume human flesh. That's a primal instinct homunculi can never defy.
Well, now.
What are you? Mystery phantoms are supposed to prevent mysteries from being exposed. And yet, it's like you're guiding me to the truth.
What?
It's not just the meat buns. Residents of Kanai Ward also have other characteristics. Of course, I'm sure you've already noticed them.
Why is Phantom Yuma so loud?
A bomb?
Someone set us up the bomb!
You can defuse it by solving the mystery.
You've seen it time and time again. You should already know this. They're physical abnormalities. It's another part of Kanai Ward's darkness. Physical abnormalities?
They all have stupid-looking ahoges in their hair.
Let's go, Master. We gotta join hands and defeat my other master.
No, wait, that's just you. No! Don't give me the fucking... I hate Hangman's Gambit so much. Every time, every time! Kanai Ward's residents' blood. Unique blood, different blood, special blood. I know they have different blood. Pink blood? Lamau, they made the homunculi, or they made the pink Danganronpa blood lore! Oh my god. That's funny. Pink blood is canon. Finally. That means Yuma's not a homunculi, though. Yuma's the original. Every time Shinigami cut Yuma's neck in the labyrinth, it made red blood spatter. Actually, the first thing I thought of was the fact of Yuma's cut on the door, when he bled on the door. Because you could argue his blood spatters in the mystery labyrinths is for, like, artistic... is like an artistic quality, but the door would be definitive proof when he cut his hand and it's red. So Yuma's for sure real. Yeah, Desahiku's nosebleeds are red too. Does that mean all previous Danganronpa casts are homunculi? Well, yeah, we do know all of the Danganronpa casts are not real people. It's fiction. So that would be how they play the Danganronpa game. Is that they're all replaced with homunculi. Are they gonna tie this into Danganronpa then? That's how they played the games? Damn. That's crazy.
Huh? Pink blood?
That's how they could eternally play the Danganronpa game.
Hey! Everyone did have pink blood! I think I got too used to it.
Good thing this fucking dumbass death god didn't notice that.
Now that I think about it, it's really abnormal. Blood being pink instead of red is obviously strange.
What? While it's funny as a twist to the player, because obviously as a player or a fan of the franchise, you would think nothing of pink blood, because it's obviously a trope that's been used in the series so far. It does seem weird that the death god in Yuma wouldn't notice it. It's something that, like, yeah, makes sense that the player would take longer to notice. It does create a weird loop that's like, how do the characters in the game not notice?
That's right. From the very beginning, I thought something was off. Since I first saw a corpse in the city, I had my suspicions about the color of the blood here.
Did he?
Is that a real corpse? It's not some mannequin, is it? This blood is real? How? Why? I figured it was due to Shinigami haunting me. Like it was somehow changing the way I see things.
That's like so vague intentionally. Yuma does not elaborate on the fact that they now have neon blood at all. And doesn't mention, like, hey, are you changing my vision at all? Also, YouTubers, when they try to lie and say that they knew the story the whole time, is this line right here. Oh yeah, I totally thought that was weird.
Shinigami, you don't feel anything after seeing this body?
You're asking me how I feel about death?
Yeah, and this also doesn't, like, relate to the blood at all. The statement is so vague, because Yuma doesn't remember anything, so he's obviously referring to just the fact that he's seeing someone dead for the first time.
Well, let me tell ya, this is totally ordinary. I was just saying there was nothing odd about there being a corpse. The color of human blood doesn't matter to me.
But why didn't the other master detectives mention anything about the color? It wasn't mentioned at all while I was investigating crime scenes with Halara. Oh, right! Maybe...
The rain sure has changed things around here. Both the city and the people, too. Supposedly, there's something in the rain that messes with our bodies and the environment. But it's all hearsay.
It could be because Chief Yako said the rain affects things. In fact, maybe it wasn't just the master detectives. Chief Yako and the other people in town.
Are you telling me the rainwater is making people think the blood is pink?
Maybe they all believed it too.
They're putting things in our water. It's making us see pink blood.
For example, they could have said there were some chemical properties in the rain that causes blood to change color.
But nobody said that.
In that case, people wouldn't find it strange that their blood was pink.
But nobody said that.
Yes, homunculi have pink blood. Maybe they were made that way to differentiate them from their originals.
It's what the government always wanted. To turn us so gay, we have the pink blood now. That's the gay agenda. That's why they're putting the poisons in our waters. But that means, yeah, that these guys are all fine men. Because the blood is pink here as well. In their death photographs. They all have pink blood. How does Vivian not mention the special characteristic to the blood? It just says that they have special characteristics. Why would you say special characteristics instead of just saying homunculi have pink blood? That's shorter. Why would you write that? So when were the master detectives replaced?
Now, you're finally seeing the big picture. I've been waiting for this!
Master's Mystery Phantom sure doesn't seem scared of these mysteries being solved.
So... I don't know when they would have been replaced, though. As homunculi. Do homunculi even eat each other, then?
Anyway, we gotta beat him! Otherwise, you'll get caught in its destruction!
Fine. Let's
None
end
of the
this.
homunculi in the facility seem to eat each other.
It's time to expose the truth of
So why would they have
Conrad's
eaten-
ultimate secret.
Homunculi master detectives.
It's over! You? You think you can do it?
Also, why wasn't your cow eaten? What? Was I also right that there would be two different mysteries to solve when we started the labyrinth? I separated it between Kanai Ward and Homunculi in the truth of Makoto's origins? Oh. Another big brain prediction by ya boy. I guess I didn't predict it would be two different mangas books, though. Whose soul are we reaping? Kanai Ward itself. For justice, I guess. Yeah, I don't really. Because this was just like a.
And that's a wrap, folks! I do these recaps out of kindness, you know. I'm just saying, it'd be nice to get a little appreciation.
Oh,
Hey.
sorry. I thought this was all a part of your process or something.
Anyway, time to boom kill this mystery phantom.
We're going to reap
expose
Yuma's
all
soul.
the facts and finish this once and for all. It's time for the very last deduction denouement.
It's the very last one, guys.
It all started 10 years ago. The UG tasked both its own research
Totally the last
facility
one. It only
and
took an hour.
Amaterasu Corp to conduct homunculus research.
Also, we're going to repeatedly say the last one, because that means it's for sure the last, the final.
They were trying to create an immortal army of homunculi that could just come back to life, right? If that happened, the death gods would be out of a job!
By having the two organizations compete with each other, they hoped to rush development along. And it was the UG's research facility that managed to create a homunculus first. That drove Amaterasu into a panic. So,
Bugs me
3
that the
years
symbol's
ago,
not like perfectly
Project Homunculus
placed
was
on that
conducted
building.
under Dr. Weska's direction.
Acting like they were just testing for a contagious disease, they took blood from all the people in Kanai Ward. They were turning the town upside down, trying to find DNA that would help them make homunculi. They got beat to the punch and were rushing for results. Huge death flag, if you ask me.
Ultimately, the experiment was a failure. And their efforts resulted in nothing more than a mass of defective homunculi.
Seems weird that you would do that in
Defective
bulk
homunculi have 2 fatal flaws.
instead of like a small group of test subjects.
1. They revive after death with fully repaired bodies, but their minds deteriorate and they become zombies.
2. Sunlight whips them into a bloody frenzy, but they won't remember what they did afterwards. It's kinda like when an alcoholic corporate drone with a lot of pent-up stress gets a picture at the company party.
Hey, it's neat.
I'm not sure that's really the same. Anyway, the newly created defective homunculi were exposed to sunlight and immediately went on a rampage. They attacked Kanai Ward and murdered all of the residents.
A certain masked man then created a rain cloud generator by making some extreme modifications to a public bathhouse. He covered the whole city with those clouds.
The rain clouds blocked out the sun and brought the defective homunculi out of their berserk state. Their memories reverted back to when their blood had been drawn 1 week before.
The blank week mystery refers to the period where they went out of control and lost their memories.
How did the bodies get... Where did the bodies go in this time? Were there people going through the streets cleaning up while the zombies were still mad?
Kanai Ward's ultimate secret is...
3 years ago, the defective homunculi of all Kanai Ward residents murdered their human counterparts. Exposed to sunlight at the very moment of their creation, they went berserk and wiped out the entire city. Rain clouds then blocked out the sun, and their human memories returned.
Well, what happened to all their human bodies?
The defective homunculi have no idea they're not human. And they continue on to this day in this land of never-ending rain. They just live their lives, happily munching away on human flesh-filled bones.
The pink blood
They just
wasn't
ate the
caused by
animals,
the
I
rain.
guess.
It's conclusive evidence that they were actually homunculi.
This is the truth
behind Kanai Ward's ultimate secret!
Also, so does that mean homunculi have souls? Because we've used the mystery labyrinth to reap the souls of the homunculi. I thought the realization that homunculi had souls was bigger than Makoto being in here.
It's you!
Hey, you finally made it. I've been waiting for you.
So this guy's the Mystery Phantom now. I figured he'd show up eventually.
You sure
But we
took
did
a
the
while
manga.
getting here.
It's over.
Maybe I shouldn't expect much of you.
Is that a solution blade?
It's not red as like a negative solution blade, the problem blade.
Huh? Why does he have a solution blade?
No idea how it works. My theory is that their souls just return to them after death. Yeah, I guess so. Because they're homunculi, their soul never leaves their... Or, like, the human soul goes into their homunculi body.
We shall see which of us should be destroyed. Let's wield our solution blades to find the answer. Don't tell me. You didn't assume you already arrived at the truth, did you?
But it was... I was told it was the final denouement.
You promised you would expose all truth. Is this really the best you can do? Well, perhaps you're not as capable as I thought.
How did you get that solution blade?
Oh yeah, you should be more curious. After all, you understand nothing about me. For I am Kanai Ward's ultimate secret.
Their soul temporarily leaves them? Okay, but if their soul does temporarily leave them, I thought Shinigami, like, absorbed the souls of her victim, and that's how she continued to live. Wasn't that mentioned earlier on? That's why she keeps living, is because she gets the souls of the people killed in the Mystery Labyrinth?
I wonder if Master can even make snap judgments.
Battle with Mystery Phantom Makoto. This guy won't let up. You still remember how to deal with this kind of situation, right? If the answer isn't right, just wait it out. Why are you giving me a tutorial for this? We've done this like a dozen times.
You're the ultimate secret?
First, when did I come to Kanai Ward? And why?
Like 3 years ago?
answer that?
He came here to create the... 3 years ago. He came here to create the rain generator. What was happening in Kanai Ward when Makoto arrived? The blank week.
Yes, that's it.
Oh. I thought he took off his mask. He just
I
put on
came
a
to
blue
Kanai
one.
Ward during the Blank Week mystery 3 years ago. All to resolve that case.
It looks the same, even. It's just her job to reap them. But what happens if she reaps them then? They don't go anywhere?
Resolve that case?
I knew they'd regain control once sunlight was blocked.
The sword sounds plastic as he's hitting it.
So, I created the rain cloud generator to gently cover Kanai Ward in rain.
I'm not gonna focus too much more on what happens to their souls. I think it's just like a slight plot hole that you're really not supposed to think about too much. About the homunculi souls. I just thought of it, and I think we should probably not dwell on it too much. It's probably not relevant. They probably just were hoping you would not think about it. But it does seem like a bit of a misleading plot hole.
It's more like you caged them in.
Because homunculi shouldn't have souls. Which means Shinigami should notice something's off when she reaps them and then nothing happens.
Without me, Kanai Ward would never have been rebuilt! I used everything at my disposal to cover up the tragedy that took place here. But there was no way for me to fix the entire city on my own.
Why did you do it? Why do such a thing?
And why bring Yuma in?
You want to know? I did it to protect Kanai Ward, of course. Because I love this city.
If you love the city, why bring Yuma in? And
I'd do
Shintoism, all
anything
things
for
have
it.
souls?
But you already know that.
Okay. What did Makoto do to protect Kanai Ward? Peacekeepers, isolation, right?
You isolated all of Kanai Ward! You call that protecting them? You trapped them!
Well, they couldn't leave the city, dude. What do you mean? It's the RGB Phantom.
Without me, Kanai Ward would have been wiped from the map. The UG planned to flatten Kanai Ward to cover up the failed homunculus experiment.
But I felt
But
kinship
thanks
with
to
my fellow homunculi.
negotiating, they saw the benefits of isolation.
That's what he's gonna say soon.
We would peacefully secure the defective homunculi, and they wouldn't have to spend a cent. Besides, it'd be a terrible thing if the UG's inhumane research was made public.
And through that negotiating, you became CEO of Amaterasu Corporation. Your goal was to rule over Kanai Ward, wasn't it?
You still don't understand me. Try to remember.
Hey, Master. There's something weird about this mystery phantom. Why are we able to talk to him like this? None of the others acted this way.
Huh?
Try to remember. What did I do after I became CEO of Amaterasu Corporation?
Oh, that was it. He ended homunculus research. Damn it. Dodge the first one. Put on the green mask now.
You shut down the homunculus research.
I didn't want to create any additional defective homunculi. So I ended the research and sealed off the test site. Dr. Weska and Yomi objected, but as the CEO, I was able to quash their complaints.
Close. All the masks look the same.
That's how I rebuilt Kanai Ward all on my own. It is a city for homunculi who have nowhere else to go.
This is a Kirby mask at least, though.
You did it to protect the people in the city?
That's right. I did it all out of the love I have for this place. That is the undeniable truth. I've never hid my love for Kanai Ward from you at any moment.
Which means this is just a mystery of him doing a good deed, so he won't die at the end of the labyrinth.
Yet, you never quite seem convinced about it.
See? See? He's just a good guy. I told you all. I don't know if Jade's still here. But you guys were never convinced about what a great dude Makoto was. Sorry, stretch. See, he's just a nice guy. Wholesome family guy. Look at his pink little mask. Now he's just upset you didn't believe in him. Zilch was talking with his memories and he was the first one reaped. Yeah, it doesn't really make sense. The reaping process and remembering stuff is weird.
What he says makes sense. He's not lying.
Told you all.
The experiments created the defects, so we transformed Kanai Ward to protect them.
A wholesome fellow.
But if that's true, what crime is he guilty of? Why have I drawn my sword against him?
Hey, Master! Don't let that mystery phantom fool you! Try to remember why he started this in the first place! He's a phantom! He's just trying to prevent you from exposing the truth!
But you said this phantom was different. It's almost like he was leading us to the truth.
Yeah, you're right. He's no saint. He's a dictator who will do anything to achieve what he wants.
What? What crime did Makoto commit? The crime of loving his brothers too much. That's not a crime. The mass kidnapping?
You may wear the mask of a saint, but it can't hide the crimes you've committed. You are the mastermind behind the global kidnapping case the WDO has been pursuing.
Oh yeah, so he's the one getting all the food for the homunculi. I see a nose there. His face has been exposed.
People were abducted across the world and turned into food for homunculi at your factory.
Yeah, but wasn't it just the criminals? No, he's got another mask. Where did the other masks
I had
go?
no choice. They must eat in order to survive. Besides, they never took innocent people. I gathered criminals with no chance of rehabilitation and simply accelerated their sentencing.
Which is what I said. I mentioned earlier. I said it, and this is about to be the plot point. What makes us any different, Yuma? You also took the souls of criminals, did you not? Did you not reap those who were in your way of discovering the truth? We're not so different, you and I.
You saw the memo as well. Besides, they were all on death row anyway.
So why would they be considered kidnapped?
That doesn't make it right.
At any rate, that's not just my crime.
Huh?
The procurement of these ingredients was done with the full cooperation of the World Detective Organization.
The WDO?
I couldn't have asked for a better source of information for the ingredients.
You were working with the World Detective Organization?
It's all a global conspiracy.
Actually, it's more accurate to say I took advantage of them.
Liar! The WDO wouldn't let themselves be used by you! You just flaunted their name to capture criminals! In fact, the WDO itself tasked us with investigating the global kidnapping case! If you were their accomplice, they wouldn't have issued that directive! And we would never have come to Kanai Ward to corner you like this!
You still think you've got me cornered? You really are clueless. The way I see it, you were all gathered at Kanai Ward for other reasons. Very well. Go on and use that simple brain of yours to expose my schemes!
The Master Detectives were assembled to wipe out the Master Detectives, to oust Yomi, to investigate unsolved mysteries. I think it was to oust Yomi, yeah. Because he wanted to,
You really are clueless. The way I see it,
continue
you were
with
all
Homunculus
gathered at
research.
Kanai Ward.
So he used us.
You used us.
Wonder what happened to Yomi.
You hinted at unsolved mysteries and other global cases to lure us to Kanai Ward. Your true goal was to cast out Yomi, director of the Peacekeepers, since he was in your way.
I really don't see why he needed Yuma for that.
Correct. Well, almost. You're so close. Yomi wasn't in my way. He was in Kanai Ward's way. If all he did was use the Peacekeepers to push his weight around, that would have been fine. But of all things, he was working with Dr. Weska, trying to leak homunculus information. If that happened, the unified government wouldn't remain silent. Kanai Ward's secrets would be exposed to the world.
Ah, okay.
Still, I couldn't expel him myself. The Peacekeepers had grown too strong in this city.
I don't get how Yomi suddenly being accused of a crime made the Peacekeepers turn on him, though.
You pitted us against the Peacekeepers, and you got what you wanted by eliminating Yomi.
Like, that doesn't make sense.
So everyone gathering here, it was all part of that masked guy's plan?
Because you achieved your goal, you're trying to eliminate us? Now that we've outlived our usefulness?
What?
Pink blood? I hope this isn't Makoto's blood.
What happened to the other master detectives? Were you the one who bombed WDO headquarters?
Oh, now he's a silly guy.
They knew too much. I feel remorse for what had to be done. But the WDO was in the city's way.
How did he get the bomb to destroy it? I have so many questions.
In the way?
I feel like so many of the twists in this game are like being added to be twists rather than having any cohesion in the plot. Yeah?
I had no choice. This city must remain a secret in order to survive. Having detectives snoop around everywhere was a nuisance. That's why I made them disappear.
You'll pay for this. Talking to a mystery phantom might be pointless, but I swear you'll regret this. You are evil incarnate! You used the WDO and slaughtered criminals like animals! You even killed my friends!
The pink blood twist was fun, but makes no sense. Yeah, that and him needing the detectives really doesn't make that much sense either.
For all the crimes you've committed, I'll bury your soul here!
I didn't expect to hear something so valiant from the likes of you. Tell me, do you really think you can do this? You're nothing but an empty shell of a man.
I think also what's gonna happen after this is even if we do reap his soul or whatever, since he's not a defective homunculi, he'll just be back. Like, in the room with us.
Don't give me that! I'll...
Master, don't let him egg you on. It's a trap. There's something off about this mystery phantom. He doesn't seem normal.
He doesn't need to hide the truth because he won't die.
Huh? What do you mean?
Oh my god.
What is this?
The people of Kanai Ward! They're all mystery phantoms! There's too many of them! I've never seen anything like this!
All of them?
All of them? I like that you can see how some of them are like, since they're all like 2D images and like sprites, you can see how they're like on the roof directly above Shinigami. You can tell how they're like just overlaid over there by mistake.
Kanai Ward must remain shrouded in mystery for everyone here to live in peace. Even they haven't realized they're homunculi yet. No. They must never know. It would be too cruel a fate. Their very existence is this city's mystery.
Did Taku fall asleep? I just noticed that.
They are the mystery?
Take a good look. Aren't they pitiable?
No, they're 2D sprites, no!
They're labeled as defective and must continue to live in a land without sun.
Oh no, they're 2D images, that's... oh no. A fate worse than death.
You made them that way!
To protect them!
Makoto didn't make them that way. Amaterasu did.
All of this was to protect them. Do you understand how much I've endured for them? I've committed atrocities to keep them fed. If any died, they were swiftly taken to the abandoned village. When anyone asked about the color of their blood, I said it was caused by the rain.
Who asked about the color of their blood?
This is all for their sake! I did it for them! They're outcasts from this world who can only survive within a cage of rain!
Master, don't start feeling sorry for phantoms. We're still inside the mystery labyrinth. If you can't solve the mystery, you'll be absorbed by the labyrinth and your soul will vanish.
I know. I've already made up my mind. I will expose the truth. Oh!
Master's mystery phantom is back?
This must be a mystery phantom created from your reluctance.
My reluctance? What good will come from solving mysteries? Who would be made happy by this? Shut up! How many people have died because of the mysteries I've solved?
Oh, his eyes are question marks, that's funny.
He's getting bigger!
It's due to your uncertainty.
Chapter 5, and Yuma's still uncertain about solving mysteries.
Why must mysteries be exposed? Why can't you just leave them alone? I didn't belong in this city in the first place.
Master!
It's true. I still don't know what's right. But I will fight. I'll fight against my uncertainty. I won't let any mystery phantom deceive me! If you've draped this city in mystery, then I will unveil it with the truth!
Really? You think you've got what it takes?
Well said, Master.
But what mystery do I even solve here?
There There's still one unanswered question.
Who
It's about
is
him.
Makoto?
We still haven't confirmed his true identity.
Naegi? Question mark?
Who? Makoto? That's true. I still don't know who he really is. I've never seen the face beneath his mask. You're right. I have to figure out who he is. Thank you, Shinigami.
It's my job to keep you relying on me, Master.
You've got quite a capable assistant, oh mighty detective. I hope she doesn't end up becoming your burden.
Just stop. There's no need for the truth. Truth isn't needed in this city.
Let's do some deep cleaning on that stupid-looking, oversized trash.
Again with that? Come on. Okay, Shinigami. Let's lay it all out.
No! I don't wanna do it. Damn it. This is the worst mystery labyrinth in the game. Three? What is Makoto? Homunculus.
Nice. Nice.
M-U-N-C. Gotta fucking remember how to spell homunculus.
Right.
U-L.
Keep that up.
U-S. They already used this pose. Hangman's Gambit is my mortal enemy as well, yeah. Truly. Meat on the bone.
The reason you're so desperate to defend Kanai Ward is because you're also a homunculus.
Makoto equals the final boss? No, he is a good guy. The real final boss is the government who allowed this conspiracy to take place.
That's why the blood you shed earlier was pink. The color of your blood proves it. Makoto Kagutsuchi, you are a homunculus! No, stop! If you expose anything else, you will only be hurting yourself! Huh?
You're so close. Come on. You're within reach of my mask.
Where was Makoto born? Japan. Amaterasu Lab. The UG Research Facility.
This is the answer! You saved Kanai Ward during the Blank Week mystery. You were able to move about, unaffected by sunlight. Which means you're not a defective homunculus.
Mm-hmm. What else?
3 years ago, right before you came to Kanai Ward, a homunculus escaped from the UG's research facility. It was the only perfect homunculus specimen. That's what you are!
Yes, keep going. You can reach my mask if you just go a bit further.
Makoto's DNA is based on...
Damn it! How about this?
Number 1.
The perfect homunculus was based on the DNA of the WDO's number 1. In other words, you are number 1's homunculus!
He's a copy of number 1?
Why does... He looks so young, though.
He doesn't look like the number one we saw. So maybe his youth was restored when he became a homunculus.
Didn't Vivia's note mention that the homunculi don't de-age? They're a perfect copy.
If you looked just like number one, it'd be easy for you to manipulate the WDO from the shadows. That's how you procure dangerous criminals as food for the homunculi here, isn't it?
I see. Number one. So that's my identity.
So it can't
huh?
be old wrinkly man number one. Is Yuma? Yeah, Yuma must have been the real number one. But then once he lost his memories, the old wrinkly number one guy became number one.
Right. Things are turning out as I expected.
Because I just want to double check the. I think it's Vivia's note. They're immortal and have eternal youth. Their cells may grow, but they never deteriorate. They stop aging once their bodies stop growing. Those who have already stopped growing maintain that state. Right? So what that means is, like, homunculi would grow to be the age of, like, being done growing, and then they would stop. But if homunculi are created at a later stage in life, they should just maintain that, like, older stage of life, right? Which means he can't be number one, because number one is old wrinkly man. Unless I'm misunderstanding that.
It's so refreshing when things go as you plan.
Planned?
But it's not over yet. You're still not done. You still haven't seen it!
What's with him? No matter how many mysteries I solve, it doesn't faze him.
Master, I'm sorry, but this could be really bad.
Huh? What's that supposed to mean? Something strange about this phantom. There's still something more to him. What is he hiding? It just feels off.
For now, let's figure it all out. Concentrate, Master!
Identify what feels out of place. His solution blade. You already figured it out, I think? I don't think so, damn it. I don't know what I'm supposed to pick here. His hair?
How many different masks are there? Wait, now is not the time to be wondering about that.
Why is his blood pink if he's the perfect homunculus?
Here. Yeah, that is a suspicious spot.
We acknowledged this already, though.
Speaking of which, that wound, why is he still bleeding? All the other mystery phantoms I struck with the solution blade never bled like this.
I'm confused. Doesn't he know that that's Makoto?
So, why?
He's not a mystery phantom.
Huh?
I'm sure of it. He wasn't created by the Mystery Labyrinth.
Then... that's The real Makoto?
Took you long enough to figure that out? Oh, mighty detective.
How did you enter the mystery labyrinth?
I'm getting bored of all this talk. Let's finish things. Next time, I'll come at you full force. This will decide Kanai Ward's fate. Only one of us will leave here alive.
I mean, I guess it makes sense why Makoto doesn't know. As the player, we saw after the time stopped or whatever, him, like, go back to normal.
Tell me your answer!
Master, you can't just go take a swing at him! We're inside the mystery labyrinth, so you have to solve mysteries!
What mysteries?
How a living person could make it inside here?
There's so many living
Just
people
by
that made it inside here.
answering that question!
Alright, I'll try.
All the other master detectives made it in here. How did Makoto enter the mystery labyrinth?
This is it!
Coalescence? So what would trip me up there, why I hesitated on picking Coalescence, is because
Only those who have signed a pact with Shinigami can enter the mystery labyrinth.
it said Shinigami's power, but the game, multiple points in the game... Okay, that frustrates me. The answers don't show up here. It let us pick Coalescence, but the game at multiple points, one of the answers was Shinigami's power and the other was Coalescence. But the game at multiple points refers to Coalescence as Shinigami's power. I always assumed it must have been Yuma's, but, like, having that as an option doesn't make sense when the game only refers to Shinigami's power as Coalescence at the Mystery Labyrinth. So those should have been one and the same, unless we're, like, revealing that, yes, that is his, forte. Jesus, I would, like, blanked on the word.
But there are exceptions. As the one who made the pact, those whose hands I've held with my coalescence can also enter the mystery labyrinth.
See, now Yuma is aware that Coalescence is his power, but when did he become aware of that? With my Coalescence. Even in the last chapter with Vivia, he referred to Coalescence as Shinigami's ability.
Master, when did you use coalescence with him?
When we held his hand to pull him over the pipe. But doesn't he have to consciously activate Coalescence? Unless this dude also activated his forte during that time.
Well, that's the strange part. I've never used coalescence with him. He doesn't have any ability I'd want to borrow to begin with.
Then, how?
Let's see if you can overcome
Or it's just the
that
fact
mystery.
that he's homunculi of Yuma.
This is it!
I put Makoto used it.
I didn't use coalescence, and yet Makoto was able to enter the mystery labyrinth. So, Makoto used coalescence on me? He has the same power?
They seem to be using my power and Shinigami's power interchangeably. I feel like that was an intentional mislead by the writers, though. To, like, make this be more of a mystery. Because when people say to Yuma, oh, this is your power, almost every Master Detective did that. Almost every Master Detective said to Yuma in the Mystery Labyrinth, like, I'm amazed that you have such a powerful forte as a rookie. I can't believe this is your power. Da-da-da-da-da. And then Yuma specifically corrected them each time.
Huh?
That's right. You got it. I used coalescence on you earlier. We should turn off the alarm before we celebrate our reunion. Aren't you worried about Kurumi's body? Here, lend me a hand. I said, lend me a hand. And then you did. That was when you allowed me to activate Coalescence.
But why are you able to use it? That power belongs to Shinigami!
Then why did you call it your power?
That's where you're mistaken. Coalescence isn't Shinigami's power.
Huh?
Coalescence is the forte of the World Detective Organization's #1.
Number one's forte? What do you mean? If it's not Shinigami's power, then how can I use it? Shinigami? Why aren't you saying anything? What are you hiding?
I can't say. I promised.
Promised?
What's wrong? It's the end for you if you can't figure this out. I will end you!
Master, watch out!
Why am I able to use number one's forte? Why would Shinigami hide that from me? Wait, could it be? Is this related to my lost memories?
He doesn't want to remember the atrocities he committed.
Does this mean my true identity is...
Number 1. That's why he wanted to forget stuff.
The perfect homunculus was based on the DNA of the WDO's number 1. In other words, you are number 1's homunculus!
It's so funny how different they look with the different hairstyles.
That's impossible. So you finally reached the conclusion. Behold, the truth that you've been seeking all along.
Wait, did Makoto swap voice actors once his mask broke, or was that the voice actor putting on a voice with masked Makoto?
You are number 1 from the WDO, and I'm the homunculus created from your DNA. I'm number 1 of the World Detective Organization?
But I was a rookie. The mask changed his voice, no idea if it's a different VA or just filter. Yeah. Because if it's the actual VA that was doing a different performance between the two, that was pretty cool. Or that was like a really good performance. Less impressive if they just swapped VAs.
That's why I can also use your coalescence. Even this solution blade was obtained with this power. But on the video feed, number 1 looks like an old man.
He only became the number one after you lost your memories and forfeited your life.
That was a double. You're the one who put him there. Throughout the history of the WDO, those who become number 1 have rarely shown their faces to the public. They all had many enemies, making it problematic to be seen. It's standard protocol for directors to have doubles. And that old man was your double. Wait, what about me being a detective in training? Chief Yako said he investigated my background.
But a detective in training was also summoned.
Detective in training?
That's you, Yuma. Looks like you've been working toward being a detective at the WDO.
That was our first mistake. Trusting that Yako had solid information, that fucking dumbass.
You may be part of the organization, but you haven't earned your stripes just yet.
Ow, what a fool we were.
It's true that there is a trainee detective by the name of Yuma Kokohead. It's also a fact that he was summoned to the Amaterasu Express.
Rip.
Then you swapped places with the person named Yuma. I swapped with him? It seems he also came to Kanai Ward. I'm sure you've met with him several times.
The ramen guy.
So, I'm not Yuma? Then the real Yuma Kokohead.
What, he came to Kanai Lord to be the ramen chef? Oh, I guess Yuma would have placed him there. Or, excuse me, I guess we're Makoto, right? Makoto would have placed him there as someone to serve real food. Oh, this is a funny, also Danganronpa reference, that all of the character portraits we have to pick are, like, photographs. It's so funny that it's, like, so obviously the ramen stand kid, because all of the others are, like, major characters. So it's gotta obviously be, like, the one dude that's had absolutely no relevance. But also funny that the robot researcher is here. So when did we talk with the ramen guy before we came here?
Was the man who kept running from me?
And how did he survive the train ride? And what's his forte?
That's correct. You are #1 of the WDO after all. He's quit his job as a detective and opened up a food stand in Kanai Ward.
I want to know so much more. What's his forte?
He's the real trainee detective, Yuma Kokohead.
Oh, I guess if he's a trainee, he doesn't have a forte. Unless it's to make good food.
You concealed your true identity and used him as a means to enter Kanai Ward. You knew you'd lose your memories signing the pact with Shinigami, and you couldn't just enter as #1. Even though your face isn't known, your cover could be blown if you use your forte.
So why did we have the memory, then, in the flashback in between chapters of Yuma being a rookie, learning about the Book of the Dead?
That's why you disguised yourself as the trainee. And, of course, you ensured he would keep it a secret as well. That's how we switched places?
Makoto's design looks way cooler than Yuma's, by the way.
That's just my theory, anyway. Our minds work the same way, after all. I'm sure we would come up with the same plan. However, I'm sure he didn't expect you to come to Kanai Ward after swapping places. He arrived late on the original 5th car heading to Kanai Ward. Though a trainee, he's still a detective. He must have been wondering what happened after your agreement. But because of his promise to #1, he couldn't tell anyone about the situation. So all he could do was watch from afar. Is that why he always fled when he saw me? He must have been relieved seeing you get along with the other detectives. So he decided to make a living in this town using the special talents listed on his profile.
That he could cook, and that's why Yuma couldn't cook for shit.
I reviewed your profile in the WDO records, and it turns out you have a phenomenal ability.
An ability? So I do have some sort of special power too?
Your record claims that you're a great cook. Would you mind making us breakfast from now on?
That's the truth.
That's fine.
You realized I was number one?
It seems so weird, though, that number one, with losing his memories, would become some meek little coward. It seems like that's not, like, the base foundation for someone who would have what it takes to become number one. You know what I mean?
Are you really shocked? Naturally, I knew at first sight. Because you and I have the same face. I'd hoped for a more heartfelt moment when I finally met my original. But that wasn't the case. I suppose that's because I knew you were a threat to Kanai Ward. If you knew, why didn't you do something about it? Why let us just roam free?
And then what was his pact with Shinigami? What was the point of coming here after his pact with Shinigami?
As I said, you were useful to me until Yomi was dealt with.
Because I'm guessing he makes the pact with Shinigami to forget all of the tragedies he's caused, and he was number one that caught all the people that got sent to Kanai Ward.
But more importantly, I was waiting for this moment. Waiting? To confront you here within the Mystery Labyrinth.
Because I want to be the real number one. There can only be one of us.
What do you mean?
I wish for you to vanish forever inside the labyrinth.
Huh?
If you vanish into the Mystery Labyrinth, I won't have to kill you directly. Which completes my perfect crime. Just like how you killed those other criminals. Perfect crime? With the original gone, I will become the real one. I will become both the CEO of Amaterasu Corporation and number one of the World Detective Organization. I'll be invincible! That was your goal all along? Exactly. I'll let you enter both the restricted area and this mystery labyrinth. Using Coalescence to come here was part of my plan.
Isn't that just, like, overcomplicating things? If he just let Makoto die in the restricted area, wouldn't... Or if he just let Yuma die in the restricted area, wouldn't that have just been in no way connected to him anyway?
Oh, so I can kill you here!
He already has Amaterasu in his pocket, and they would have covered it up. And the homunculi would have eaten him down to his bones.
You think you can take over the world or something? I swear every final boss is the same.
Right?
Oh, not at all. With the WDO under my control, there would be no need for anyone to keep sticking their nose in our business. The mystery of Kanai Ward will forever remain a secret.
And now that Yuma doesn't remember things, couldn't Makoto just supplant himself as number one already? Without even needing to really get rid of Yuma? In a conventional way?
I only have one wish. To protect the citizens of this city. For the homunculi of Kanai Ward to live in peace. I'll do anything to accomplish that. I don't care what I must sacrifice. I will protect Kanai Ward. And you will die here. Your death is necessary for Kanai Ward's peace. To this city, you are the real evil, detective.
Why?
If you expose the truth, many people will suffer. I won't let you do that just to satisfy your ego. No matter how hard you try to destroy this peaceful world, I'll fight back using your own brain against you. Homunculi may not be human, but they have the right to live too!
How did Makoto know that number 1 was gonna make a pact with Shinigami? He only did that at the train station? Yeah, I don't know that either.
I won't let anyone take that away! Even if you are number 1 of the WDO!
Sorry, but your plan isn't gonna work. I won't let you kill Master in this labyrinth! The real one won't just stand by, no matter what the imposter is plotting!
But now that he's lost his memories, he's weak and meek and useless. He'll just be like, maybe I don't have the right to destroy this city. Maybe
Master?
I can't take away the rights of the homunculi. They should just live in peace. What is the point of uncovering mysteries?
If this is the truth I've been seeking all this time, maybe I should sacrifice myself here.
What?
If what he said is true, it sounds like I'm the one threatening the peace in this city. You're finally starting to get it. Yes, that's the truth.
No.
You are a threat, trying to destroy this wonderful world.
What are you saying?
You discarded your pride as a detective and made a pact with a death god to go around killing people. You are dangerous. If you're not stopped, you will destroy all of Kanai Ward.
But isn't that what you're doing?
That's why I must defeat you! To protect this city!
He's wrong, Master! You don't need to listen to anything he says!
I've reaped the souls of many criminals. I told myself their sacrifices were necessary for others to be happy. But by that logic,
I should be reaped.
if I disappeared, it would be a small price to pay to protect the city's happiness, right? Which means it's my turn. I can't run away from this just because it's happening to me. I should be sacrificed for the sake of everyone else.
But homunculi aren't real.
Wait, Master, remember what you promised! You said you'd never turn away from the truth!
This is the truth. The truth is, I'm bad.
That's right, but I saw the truth. I actually know what it is now. And now that I do, I've realized something. If I expose the truth about this city and tell the world, what will happen to Kurumi and the others?
And the others? What others? Who? What? Who else is a notable conscious homunculi that we know? Other than Kurumi. What'll happen to Kurumi and who? You know? I mean, all the ones that have, you know, lost their memories or whatever. Who cares what happens to them? The ones that are just zombies. And then... not the hotel staff. That's why it has to say Kurumi and the others, because there's fucking no other relevant character for us to give a shit about. And, also, I mean, he can expose the truth and then just not publicize it to the world.
That doesn't matter! We're in the middle of solving this mystery labyrinth!
Like, he can just get out of the mystery labyrinth and then not go on national news and be like, hey, Kanai Ward's a quarantine for zombies. Okay, bye.
It does matter! This is their problem! I may be an outsider, but this directly affects them! Will the Yuchi go after them again? Is there any way for them to live without persecution? When I think about what's best, it's obvious I should sacrifice myself. Yes, that's the correct decision. Not as a detective, but as a human being.
The homunculi aren't real.
Doing that will allow the people of Kanai Ward to continue living in peace.
They just have to keep eating people. Surely they'll only obtain human meat in legitimate ways. Right, Yuma? What'd Shinigami say? It is like her. It looked like she was saying stuff, but a voice file didn't play.
I wanted to help someone.
Oh, how could we forget about Boy?
Help people.
No, not the resistance people I don't give a fuck about. Half of them were criminals that tried to fuck me over.
Which means...
The detectives were killed by the homunculi. If you're remembering them...
have to remain here. For the good of everyone I love.
But they're dead! The master detectives aren't homunculi, right? They're just dead. Oh, am I in control here? Oh, yeah, what? Oh, I can't, like, move, though. I can just move the camera. Okay, I need to fast
Master,
forward.
you idiot! You want to sacrifice yourself? Don't just go deciding that on your own!
Oh, are we
I'm not
Shinigami?
going to let you!
Oh, that must have felt real good.
You're shouldering everything alone, and I've lost sight of who you are. That makes you no better than him! You're not alone. You've got a kind, teasing, needy, adorable, puppy partner by your side.
I didn't ask for this. I don't remember asking for your powers.
You may not remember, but I do! You needed me. I'll never forget the words of the old you, Master.
No, she can't tell him, because if she tells him, she'll die.
I haven't seen a human in a while.
Where did the Book of the Dead go after this, actually?
Everyone's scared of me, so I've been stuck in the WDO library for as long as I can remember. So, you really want to form a pact with me? You don't look like you're in trouble or anything.
Let's just say I'm dealing with some special circumstances, and I need your help.
Oh, you want me that badly, hmm?
Where I'm going, the truth is suppressed. even when the mystery is solved. That's why I need you. You have a way to circumvent that.
You're really depending on me, huh? I may be cute, but I'm still a death god, you know. You gotta pay a fitting price to make a pact with me.
I know. If it means perfectly solving the world's mysteries, I don't mind selling my soul.
Oh, it's not his memories, it's his soul. Also, why is Shinigami so dumb if she got all of number one's memories and soul?
Emotions must be discarded to reach a perfect solution through a perfect deduction. That is the detective's way.
But he, like, has way more emotions without his memories. He becomes a whiny little bitch after this.
Oh, you've got a few screws in your head loose, don't you? Why are you so hung up on solving mysteries anyway?
Wait a minute. He's, like, more emotionally neutral now than after he loses his memories.
To make everyone happy, of course.
Huh?
I want to eradicate all unsolved mysteries from this world and bring happiness to everyone. Although it's a known fact that some truths are cruel in nature. But exposing the truth to make everyone happy is the perfect solution in my mind.
Are you serious? What does that even mean?
I want to make a world where no one weeps while imprisoned by unsolved mysteries.
But then that Netflix series I liked would get cancelled. Unsolved Mysteries.
Is it really so strange to wish for that? I want to eradicate all unsolved mysteries from this world and bring happiness to everyone.
I guess this kind of avoids the question that is key to the heart of this story, I feel like, which is, are we more than just our memories? Or not? Do our memories define who we are as a person and our personality? Because who Yuma is now, with his new set of memories, and not whatever comprised his journey to becoming number one, is in disagreement with what his philosophies were with his memories as number one. So, does he immediately become a slave to his original memory of, like, now that he knows that's what he thought before he lost his memory? Is like, will he just go, oh, okay, well, I guess we gotta reveal the truth then, because I used to think that? Or will he now be like, my new memories say something different?
I said that?
When you found out someone created a homunculus of you, and that it was part of the great global mystery, you formed a pact with me to settle things with yourself.
How did they get his DNA to make a clone of him without him knowing? If his identity was so sealed and he even had a front-facing double.
That's the path you chose for your perfect solution. You even sacrificed your memories and your position as number one to make it happen. So my being here with you is proof of your relentless will!
He doesn't have a relentless will anymore, though.
What's right or wrong can change depending on who you ask. There are infinite correct answers, but the truth is different. There's only one definite truth, and that's what's inside this mystery labyrinth. Whether it's correct or not is a separate issue that you can figure out after the mystery is solved. But right now, you have to expose the truth, otherwise nothing can be solved. If you give that up, then your life as a detective, everything you've done up to this moment, it'll all be for nothing. Master, you're not alone. If you can't do it by yourself, then rely on me. Just like you always do. We may not be the best partners in the world, but we make a pretty good pair. So, don't call it quits by yourself.
Exposing the truth to make everyone happy is the perfect solution.
But you don't believe that anymore.
I'm not the old me anymore. There's no way I can do it. But... there is something I haven't given up on. I want to bring happiness to everyone. I believe that from the bottom of my heart. So, I'll keep solving mysteries. Happiness shrouded in mystery isn't real happiness!
Master!
Real happiness? Happiness not shrouded in mystery?
You believe that could exist in Kanai Ward?
I see. He's a mystery phantom of you, not me. You think you can achieve this so-called perfect solution?
A copy couldn't accomplish it, but you think you can? Just because you're the original? You're an empty shell of a man who has lost his memories. Do you honestly think you can make everyone happy?
I'm by your side, Master.
I know, Shinigami. Let's expose these mysteries together. My memories in my past don't matter. I will solve it all as Yuma Coco Head!
Coco Head the second. The Coco Head dynasty has begun. It's kind of an anticlimactic transformation. They all formed bodies just to look the same. You know, they all merged together and then they came out looking the exact same.
Years ago, Amaterasu Corporation received a request from the UG to research homunculi. The UG planned to use these immortal synthetic humans for military purposes.
Wait.
A massive amount of money was poured into the research, and Amaterasu and Kanai Ward developed quickly as a result. But the UG also set up their own research facility, which pit the two organizations against each other. 3 years ago, the UG facility finally succeeded in creating a homunculus. This was the birth of the homunculus based on the top detective of the WDO, #1.
I thought I was
the first of its kind in the world. You, Makoto Kagutsuchi! Here I go. I can't lose. Duplicates?
I can't tell who's talking now.
So this is the last stand, Well, the facts only matter to one of them, Master. So, find the real guy and throw the truth right in his face! Let's go!
Yeah, let's! I can't back down! I won't lose! Stay out of my way!
Okay, wasn't the one in the middle.
I can't back down! I won't lose!
It's just the one with the sword.
Stay out of my way! The only successful specimen in existence. Your creation was the root cause of the grand mystery this city got dragged into. To eradicate all unsolved mysteries from this world and bring happiness to everyone. As your clone, I want the same thing. And that's why I'll protect everyone in Kanai Ward.
Yeah, shouldn't his clone have the same
These
thought process
beautiful
as him?
homunculi didn't ask to be made, and neither did I.
They don't think the same, though, despite being clones.
The Peacekeepers Yomi held the real power in Amaterasu. And upon hearing of the Yuji facility's successful experiment, Amaterasu panicked and extracted blood from all the residents of Kanai Ward to initiate Project Homunculus. The experiment failed, and the defective homunculi went berserk after exposure to sunlight, ravaging the city. This is the Blank Week mystery. You
So
arrived
I
at
got,
the city
like,
during these events and tried to rectify
What would you guys
things.
say? Like an 85,
You
90%?
made the rain cloud generator to plug out the sun.
I'm getting
and brought
all
the
of this
people
right
back to
before
their
the trial?
sense. The original residents
Yeah,
had already
I'm
been
controlling
wiped out by
Makoto,
them.
or I'm controlling Yuma. It's a reverse
I
angle.
didn't remember
I am
anything
not
from the
controlling
Blank
Makoto
Week,
despite
returning
hitting
to their
them
lives
over and
thinking
over
they were
again.
human. And the Yuji decided to exterminate Kanai Ward.
So I think I
along with the
nailed every
defective
mystery
homunculi.
except that Yuma was #1 all along.
I won't lose.
I was wrong because I thought he was a homunculus. Yeah?
I have to defeat you.
He's got that sizzle hair going from Ghost Trick.
I have to save everyone.
So what did I get? Like 85, 90%, would you
have
guys
to
say?
defeat you.
I got the whole Kanai Ward thing.
I have to save everyone.
You got most of it right, 90%? Okay. Yeah, I think we still got an A.
Go get him, Master!
Ghost Trick is
You
go.
found out
Paul, did you
about
watch my
Yuji's
Ghost Trick stream?
inhumane research.
I thought Ghost Trick was pretty good.
You blackmailed them to cover up the events of the Blank Week mystery.
They want to transform like he does.
I did whatever was necessary to protect Kanai Ward. Ironically, all that did was create more unsolved mysteries. Still, I wanted to protect the homunculi. I had to. If I didn't, who would?
I think it'll be interesting to see what happens to Kurumi once we tell her she's a homunculi. And that her grandfather abandoned her to become one.
After your negotiations with the UG, Kanai Ward became isolated and independent. True to his word, the former CEO of Amaterasu abdicated his position to you. You immediately put an end to the homunculus research. This was to prevent the creation of any more tragic homunculi.
Her grandfather
To
abandoned her
hide
to
their
become what?
existence from the world.
Kurumi became a homunculi because her grandfather abandoned her.
Then, posing
Right?
as #1, you took advantage of the WDO. You abducted vicious criminals and brought them to Kanai Ward.
See, Makoto was already acting as #1. So, like, why did he need Yuma here?
Here I go.
Do you think her grandpa died, not just vanished?
Take this!
Why did Makoto bring him in here? I'm actually not quite sure.
These criminals were turned into food for the city's homunculi. This is the truth behind the global kidnapping case.
To get rid of Yomi? Yeah, I don't get how he needed help getting rid of Yomi. Amaterasu is already in his pocket.
Emotions must be discarded to reach a perfect solution through a perfect deduction.
And they're a corrupt police force. It doesn't make sense that, like, a crime
Things changed when
would
I
suddenly
discovered
make them
I
turn
was
on
a
Yomi.
homunculus.
It's not like Yomi hadn't just been committing massive atrocities all the way up until now.
I've become someone else since I learned there were others like me.
Makoto should have just hired Fink. Yeah. It comes back to the whole, like, problem I had with all of the mystery labyrinths. How
Director
solving the
Yomi was
mystery
your
labyrinth,
biggest obstacle.
like,
Protecting
randomly,
the homunculi of Kanai Ward.
like, solved the problem that Hilo was in,
He
but it
and
definitely
Dr. Wester
should,
were
should not
planning to
have.
leak information about them to the outside world. If Kanai Ward's secret had been made public, the UG would have been forced to act. Yomi grew too powerful, so you summoned master detectives to Kanai Ward to get rid of him for you. Once gathered here, we faced off with the Peacekeepers just like you wanted. You helped Chief Yaku get his revenge from behind the scenes, taking Dr. Weska and Yomi out of the picture! I can't lose. I have to defeat you!
You want to lunch solution
my
blades?
Take this! I push through!
I like that he's actually cutting through the button prompts.
I may be alone, but I'll still fight. I have to defeat you! I have to save everyone!
Who has to say that?
I have to do it!
Which one? Doesn't Yuma want to also protect the, homunculi though?
Master! I'll help you out! Get him! There you go! Let's go!
Thanks, Shinigami! This is everything that happened in Kanai Ward! Makoto Kagutsuchi! Using Kanai Ward is your excuse.
He's the origin of the mystery, so the labyrinth is aiding Makoto.
Including your own crimes and mystery!
That makes sense, actually. Dual wield the blades!
This is the real perfect solution. The only difference is the world hasn't caught up to me yet. The WDO now belongs to me. The unified government will soon fall into my hands. Or so I believed. But I can only lie to the people of Kanai Ward for so long. We're coming to a
Jeff
tipping
Derek
point.
shows Yomi's doing something detrimental.
I know the end will come eventually, but there's no turning back.
But he also disappeared so many other
What am I
peacekeepers
supposed to do?
and shit before that, right? Like, what happened to Seth
What else should I
and
sacrifice?
the other peacekeepers?
What can I do?
Like,
to
Yomi
save
disappeared so
everyone?
many people and covered up so many crimes.
All this time, I've carried this burden alone. I can't take it anymore. Somebody help me.
It's a nice overhead shot.
You did it, Master!
Sorry, Shinigami. Can you wait a bit? You wanted someone to stop you from the beginning, didn't you? Were you hoping to be punished for your crimes?
I think the idea is that the Peacekeepers fear Yomi, but the moment they have an out, they don't mind listening to Martina, the CEO. But would the CEO have given them all an out from the beginning? To, like, not have to listen to Yomi?
Is that why you led me here? I don't fight to lose. As the real me, you should know that. Only one of us will leave this mystery labyrinth. My intention was to review our answers here. It looks like the conclusion has been made. I realized something the first time I came to this city. There was no perfect solution for Kanai Ward's mysteries. There's a great contradiction here. In order to follow through with the perfect solution, I had to commit another crime. I despise unsolved mysteries more than anyone else. And yet, I ended up creating even more. The mysteries have consumed me. Kanai Ward can't be trapped in the rain for much longer. You can't live in a world of lies forever.
So what happens to them, then?
We have to put an end to this. I guess we do. I know it's our only option. But can you really do it? It's a cruel decision to make. What's wrong? If you refuse, you will be yielding to me. I'll become death, or the devil himself for the sake of Kanai Ward. Now, choose.
He just wanted to meet number one to challenge the process? Yeah, I suppose that makes more sense.
Either you reap my soul, destroy the Mystery Labyrinth, and expose the truth of Kanai Ward, or give up and remain here forever. What is your solution?
Master, I already said everything I wanted to say. In the end, it's your decision. I believe in you.
What's wrong? Destroy me already! Otherwise, you will die here instead!
Why does Shinigami believe in us all of a sudden? Oh, there's actually a choice to be made here?
I believe in you.
Okay, good talk.
Now, choose. Either you reap my soul, destroy the Mystery Labyrinth, and expose the truth of Khan, or give up and remain. What is your solution?
Master, in the end,
That's just repeated. I thought there would be new dialogue. Time for you to be the final arbiter. Destroy him!
if you
Put 'em out
choose
of their
to
misery.
destroy the Mystery Labyrinth, I'll reap the culprit's soul like I always do. That will destroy the Mystery Labyrinth and kill the culprit. It would solve the global kidnapping case, but there would be chaos in Kanai Ward. The world will know about the homunculi, and who knows what'll happen to them and the city after that. I really don't know what to do.
Exposing the truth to make everyone happy is the perfect solution. The only way to do that is...
What's up with the... yeah... ghost just floating there?
If you choose to stay in the Mystery Labyrinth, there is nothing I can do. Eventually, it will absorb your soul, and you'll vanish without a trace. If that's the conclusion you choose, I'll see you to the very end. Although he didn't sign a pact, he came here using coalescence. Which means that once you vanish, coalescence will shut off, and he'll be kicked out of this place. In other words, he'll be the only one to escape the Mystery Labyrinth.
But then how come the other guests in the Mystery Labyrinth, the other master detectives, were also stated to have lost their soul if the labyrinth shut off? Not booted out of here. Because they only entered through coalescence as well. In every other case, we said the master detective that partnered with us would also lose their soul if Yuma didn't get their shit together.
Exposing the truth to make everyone happy is the perfect solution. The only way to do that is...
Nah, well, the game made it very clear that this is the choice.
Are you sure? Is this your solution, Master?
We can reload and see what the other option is later.
I've decided. The Mystery Labyrinth must be destroyed. That's a relief. I knew you'd make the right choice. I leave the rest to you.
Why is he relieved about it?
I can finally let it end. No, I won't be the one to destroy the Mystery Labyrinth. What? I'd only need to gather evidence and expose Conai Ward's secrets to solve this case. There is no place for emotion in that. But that's not how I want things to be. That's not the perfect solution I'm looking for. It's not the perfect solution unless everyone is saved. Do you still not get it? Idealism solves nothing. It's not just about my ideals. I have a plan. What are you going to do? I've put a lot of thought into this.
Have you? I thought we discussed this for like a minute or two.
When it comes to the perfect solution that can bring true happiness to the people of Conai Ward, there is no answer. In the end, detectives are just outsiders. I don't believe a solution brought by an outsider will make everyone happy. So instead, why not let the people of Conai Ward decide for themselves?
Hey guys, would you like to live in the rain, or would you like to just kind of rage out in the sun and forget your existence?
What do you mean by that?
Tell everyone in Conai Ward the truth, and let them choose their own futures. Have the people decide how to fix this problem. You're leaving it to others to solve? That's your solution? It's not my solution, it's everyone's.
Well, I guess we'll just ambiguously let them get their own human meat, somehow.
I'll let everyone in Conai Ward do what I can't do on my own. Even if a great detective reached out from above, they would never touch the people here. Only the city's residents can solve the contradictions facing them. Do you really think they can accept the truth? I'm sure of it. I believe in them.
That doesn't answer the problem of how they're going to get their meat.
And I'm sure you do too. After all, you love the people of Conai Ward.
You're actually all cannibalistic murder zombies who killed everyone you love and are trapped in the city under a fascist corporation and under an endless darkness. Yeah, an endless darkness and eternal rain. You'll have to continue eating other people to survive. Find the courage to not kill yourself, though, and also continue to enjoy human meat.
So whether it's right or wrong, at least it's something everyone will decide upon together.
Also, that's technically not everyone. He's only letting the homunculus decide what happens to them, but he's not telling the world what happens, which means he's not including the humans in this solution.
That would be for the best. I think that is the perfect solution this city needs.
But how do you intend on telling everyone the truth? They might not believe it.
Oh, we serve them ramen from the ramen guy. That's how we do it. If we stop giving them the meat buns and then we make them all eat ramen for a while, they'll see that it's the truth because they'll go crazy without the human meat. Right?
That's where you come in. I want you to directly tell them everything. Not as the homunculus of the WDO's #1, but as Amaterasu's CEO, who has been protecting Kanai Ward. I think everyone will listen to you.
Why? Don't they all regard him as kind of sketchy?
I want you to work together with everyone who lives in this city to find the answer to this unsolvable mystery.
I thought the general consensus was that he was not trustworthy. Kurumi was like, that dude creeps me out, he's dangerous.
Solving the mystery in the real world will destroy the mystery labyrinth that was spawned from it.
But we can't leave without...
Right?
What? We can't leave without destroying it, right?
Labyrinth is the physical embodiment of a mystery in the real world, after all. If the mystery in the real world vanishes, so will its manifestation here.
Then how do we get out without solving it?
That settles it. You need to leave here alive so you can destroy the mystery labyrinth from the real world. And you intend to stay here, in my place?
Master, I think you already know this, but that means you will die.
Wait, but then it was the illusion of choice then. Because I'll be staying here either way, if I chose to destroy or if I chose to destroy. My choice didn't matter from a minute ago.
Yeah, I know. Are you sure about this? You're sacrificing your own life just to let others find the solution. I can't believe a detective would make that choice. No, probably not. But remember, I'm just a trainee. I've done everything alone until now. Even before coming to this city when I was the WDO's #1. I've always decided everything on my own to try to reach the perfect solution. We share the same DNA, and yet, you're trusting someone else to find the solution for you?
Technically, I'm trusting myself to do it.
This feels weird to say to myself, but you're brilliant. That's why you've placed all the burden on yourself, but you're taking on more than you can carry. On the other hand, even though I've lost so much, I was able to grow from it. I'm far from perfect, so all I can do is rely on others to make up for my shortcomings.
You do always rely on others whenever you're in trouble.
But to rely on others, well, it's like you're entrusting yourself to them. You believe in them and put your fate in their hands.
This guy killed your friends, by the way. Yuma.
If you can't figure out the perfect solution, then why not entrust it to someone else?
All the people you came here with.
Well, that's one sure way for Master to solve this. You're always letting others make up your mind for you.
Can you cancel Coalescence on your own? Yes. Whoever wields Coalescence can revoke it at any time. And if Coalescence is cancelled, what will happen to him?
He was never supposed to be in here to begin with, so he'll be tossed back into the real world.
Why did we say all of our master detective partners would have also lost their soul in the labyrinth then, if you know that, Shinigami?
Well then, all that's left is for you to end your Coalescence. I'll stay here and wait for you to destroy the Mystery Labyrinth from the real world.
I'm sure your soul will vanish before then, Master.
And what if I betrayed you instead? Even if I leave, I may not tell everyone the truth.
The sheer ruthlessness in which you killed all of my best friends makes me believe in you, Makoto. When you fed their corpses to the zombies while they were unconscious, running and screaming for their lives, that was the moment I chose to believe you.
You would never do that. It's how I know I can trust you with this.
You'll never be a great detective, Master. I've been saying it all along, but you're just too naive.
You're right about that.
This man fed Fubuki to zombies, and you're chill with it.
You've got a good partner. I see. You used to solve everything on your own. But since you lost everything along with your memories, you accepted the help of your partner and surpassed your former self. How ironic. Very well. You can count on me. I'll take care of the rest. I'm now going to cancel my Coalescence.
Well, he's gone.
Yeah.
By the way, Master, you can still reconsider this. If the soul of the real culprit gets reaped, the Mystery Labyrinth will be destroyed as usual. Right, I know. But destroying the Mystery Labyrinth from outside is a smart idea for a goober like you.
Goober?
Though you did drop the ball right at the end.
Even now, you can't be nice? It may not be the perfect solution I wanted, but if everyone in Kanai Ward understands...
Aww, but it's such a shame. I wanted to make you a detective greater than #1 himself. But I guess this is it.
Whoa, what's going on?
What do you mean? It's the Mystery Labyrinth's emergency exit.
Emergency exit?
An emergency exit, huh? Well, there is one, kinda.
There is?
But it doesn't solve anything. You'll just go right back to the mess you came from. Besides, to use the emergency exit, you'll have to pay a heavy, heavy price.
Oh, the price is going to be ending his pact, isn't it?
And that is...
Don't worry about it. Using it here wouldn't help anyway.
Huh? This door is the emergency exit?
You'll go back to the moment Makoto was pointing a gun at you before we entered the Mystery Labyrinth. But he should be fine now, so I'm sure you can leave without worry.
Wait, hold on. It's that easy? What about the heavy price?
I will admit, I actually forgot about this door.
Oh, that. It's not much. It'll just cancel our pact.
What?
But if that happens, your memories will come back. Maybe this would actually be better for you.
I can get my memories back? If I go through that door?
You got it.
But what will happen to you if our pact is cancelled?
Nothing you should worry about. Once you end our pact, you'll forget all about me and the mystery labyrinths.
So he'll lose all of his gained memories.
Huh? Why?
And that's how it goes with death gods. It's why our existence isn't exactly widely known. The same goes for the people who entered the mystery labyrinth using coalescence. They forget all about it.
But what will happen to you? Will you return to the book?
I can either return to the Book of Death and sleep for centuries, or vanish with this mystery labyrinth. I actually have no idea. It's the first time anybody's used the emergency exit. But I figured it'd be okay to let you use it, Master. Anyway, I guess this is goodbye. What's with that face? You should be happy right now. You'll get your memories back and finally be free of your annoying partner.
How could I be happy about this? You've helped me so much. Isn't there any way we can leave here together?
Don't do that, Master. You should be saying, I never want to see your ugly face again, and take off like you just hit the jackpot. You should tell me that you hated our time together.
But I don't.
Otherwise, you'll make me second-guess myself.
Just remember all the times she slit your throat, you know?
Hey! Before you lost your memories, you solved cases without anyone's help, right?
All the times she smacked you upside the head, kicked you into the labyrinth.
So I've heard. I don't remember, though.
Well, because you lost your memories, you were forced to depend on others.
Told you a big, stupid, ugly boy.
You and Number One began walking different paths. But in the end, you solved the mystery of Kanai Ward, even when your past self couldn't. Maybe before you lost your memories, you planned for all of this to happen.
Gigabrain.
You figured out that the perfect solution you could come up with on your own wasn't enough. So maybe you trusted the version of yourself that lost his memories to find it. And then you went and trusted the people of Kanai Ward, Master.
That's all the more reason why I don't want to forget our time together. Otherwise, I'll never be able to apologize to you enough.
There's no other way. That's just how it works. Well, if by some miracle you remembered for just a moment, I hope you make your wish come true. You know, about wanting to eradicate all unsolved mysteries in the world and making people happy. Hey, come on, Master! Boys aren't supposed to cry!
Hashtag cancel Shinigami.
I can't help it.
We ascribe to no gender roles here.
Come on, pull yourself together. You better stand up and walk straight, even without yours truly. I'm putting my trust in you, Master.
Yeah, I promise. One day, I'll show you a world where everyone is happy. I swear.
Good. There's no time. You better hurry, or the mystery labyrinth will absorb you.
What's Floaty Spooky Boy over here doing? Look at him. Alright, bye, Shinigami.
Oh, hold on.
Oh.
Bye-bye, Master.
Thank you, Shinigami.
No on the lips kiss. GG.
I'm not sad or anything. I'm used to being alone. And that solves everything. Doesn't it?
No? Nope, the only tip you can see now is the Book of the Death.
I've gotten that trainee detective to agree. The preparations are complete. Now, let's begin.
He sounds so
I'll be
serious.
taking all your memories. You sure about this? I would think number one of the WDO could solve the case all on his own.
No. Where I'm going, that's not sufficient to make everyone happy. Besides, it's best to pack light for a journey.
You sound like someone about to commit suicide.
I'm signing a pact with a death god. It's basically the same as dying.
You're right about that. I mean, you'll be a different person when you wake up.
I hope I'm not a whiny bitch
Look
when I wake
after me
up.
when I do. I know you won't be able to say much due to our pact, but please guide me on the path to becoming a detective.
Again.
I'm putting my trust in you.
You really are crazy. Nobody should trust a death god with their life.
I have a feeling you and I will do well together.
You sure you're brave enough to be my partner? You're not gonna whine the whole time, are you? Well, since you've entrusted yourself to me, I'll be your mentor. I'll turn you from a little fledgling to a great detective.
I look forward to it.
Now, let's begin. Are you ready to give everything for the truth?
Yes, of course.
I hate to say it, but I would have liked that Yuma way better.
And about what you asked earlier. I'm serious. I will show you a world where everyone is happy. Even if it's a different version of me, I promise I'll make it happen.
So you're fine with every part of the pact?
Yes, of course.
You better keep your end of the bargain. Even if you forget all about me. Cross your heart and hope to die, Master.
And then, I was gone. I want to save it for my, review at the end, but I wish Shinigami's character development came a bit sooner. Oh no! Our first time not getting an S rank on the final chapter. Oh no. We almost got an S in every single one. We choked. I think it was the barrel that got me fucked up. The first Hangman's Gambit. Epilogue chapter.
More rain. Same as always.
We're Karumi now.
Until recently, I despised this rain.
Now I know it's the only thing
Thought
keeping me
it
sane.
was just dark and sad.
No drinks so far tonight.com.
But now I see it differently.
But welcome to the stream, man.
It's a gentle rain, protecting us. A strange illusion appears when I look up at it. The rain isn't falling on me, but rather, I am ascending toward it. At least, that's how it feels. Well, I suppose that's enough sentimentality for today. Time to go shopping.
But yeah, I didn't have any drinks because I wanted to make my
First,
final thoughts of the game
A new
coherent.
raincoat.
Not just, ramblings. Whoa! She made fun of Desahiko's backpack, but hers is huge.
Hi, Karumi! I've got your order right here. Ta-da! Amaterasu Corporation's brand spanking new raincoat. It'll easily block out both rain and sunlight.
Thank you.
Wow! Amaterasu sure has changed. They're even making products for us now. Just a bit ago, they mainly exported stuff, so we never knew what they were making.
The dog is back!
But Mr. Makoto taking the helm of both Amaterasu and Kanai Ward really changed things.
That's the lesson we should learn from this game. We should let the corporations just take over the city government.
Yeah, that's true.
That'll turn everything for the better if we just hand over all the power to the corporations.
It's nice to have a local business invested in our town's interests. Of course, I hope they keep exporting goods so that more money comes into Kanai Ward.
Well, I'm sure Mr. Makoto can handle it.
You got that right. Glory to the future of Kanai Ward.
Glory to Makoto!
By the way, what's with the heavy bag? You going somewhere?
Yeah, something like that.
I see. Well, take care. Good rain to you.
Likewise. Good rain to you too.
Weird that they're
Next on the shopping list is...
all about Makoto now.
Right. Body cream.
What? Wait. Body cream. Excuse me? Oh, is this this is a different jacket than what she was wearing earlier in the game, too, if you look. Because her, Oh, wait, no, that's the apple. Never mind. I thought that was like a circle sticker or something. Gotta stay trendy, says man staring at garage door. Are we getting down there?
Excuse me. Do you have the body cream I ordered?
Why would this lady have that? Isn't she?
Of course.
I thought she was like a liquor store.
Here you go. Specialized body cream that'll protect you from harmful sunlight. It's perfect for us homunculi. It's perfect for us homunculi. I can't believe I'm getting used to saying that.
Oh, she's going on a trip outside of Conai Ward. Uh-oh.
I never would have imagined. Oh well, that's life.
It was all so sudden.
Oh well, that's life. I'm actually a cannibal.
That day, Mr. Makoto startled all of us in Kanai Ward with that emergency broadcast. Seeing his face behind the mask was surprising enough. Who could have guessed we were all monstrous homunculi?
Thanks for the backstory, lady. I will say I'm shocked her, like, unique character model didn't amount to anything.
We're not monsters. We're just a little bit different from regular people.
We're built diff.
Right, that's what Mr. Makoto said. Still, it's hard to accept it. And I'm not talking just about myself here. Everyone feels the same way.
For now, I think we should just take it slow.
She says as she leaves Kanai Ward. How are they coping with the eating human flesh thing?
If we can accept things slowly, we can live our lives with more hope.
Right. We're immortal, after all. We've got plenty of time. Besides, we all made the decision together. After we voted on the referendum, we chose to follow Mr.
They
Makoto.
just did. Built diff.
So yeah, like he said, we need to take it slow and live with hope.
Yeah.
Hope?
I think that's right. Okie dokie. Next is... Oh, right! I need to buy a map!
Can we go to the detective agency? Will it let us? Oh, she is gonna go with them. She said we need to finish up shopping before she goes to the detective agency. I'm guessing Makoto rebirthed them all as homunculi then? All the detectives? Although, in our solution keys, they were very clearly pink blood at the beginning anyway.
Since then, the people in town have stopped eating meat buns.
What do they eat then?
No one wants them anymore, now that we know what they're made of. I think that's a natural response.
But what do you eat then?
Our bodies may be artificial, but our hearts are still human.
I thought they needed human flesh or they would starve. No future. Yikes. Did I just misinterpret that? I thought that was part of the two faults of the homunculi. Was that they required human flesh, and that they couldn't be exposed to sunlight. She's going to these stores out of order.
That's great! Excuse me? Excuse me?
Oh, sorry. How can I help?
Do you have what I ordered?
The map, right? You want the world map.
It sounds nothing like what this guy looks like.
Yes, that's right.
Now that Kanai Ward is no longer isolated, I can order books from around the world. I'm so giddy about it that I can't help but read every one.
I understand. It's been a while since we were able to interact with anyone outside of the city.
There have been a lot of problems, but Mr. Makoto is handling the negotiations. So I'm sure it'll be fine.
It will be. Of course.
Mr. Makoto is so amazing. Even if it was decided by the referendum, he quickly ended our isolation and promised to negotiate with the unified government as well. Although he did say it was his way of atoning. He was ready to turn himself in, but we stopped him from doing so with that referendum. Honestly, he doesn't have to force himself to work so hard. It'd be awful if he ever collapsed from it all.
And came back as a zombie with no brains.
Oh, but maybe homunculi don't get tired? I'm not sure myself.
Whatever the case, he better not overwork himself. He is Kanai Ward's leader, and leader of us homunculi.
One and the same.
You got that right. The coexistence between humanity and homunculi has just begun. Anyway, about that world map. What made you want to get it?
It's a secret. Sorry. It involves a high school girl's crush.
Koto's the only one that'll be mentally intact. Oh yeah, that's true, I guess. He is the perfect one.
A crush, huh?
No one works harder than our glorious leader, person living in isolated state.
So the next up should be the last one. I must have my precious multi-pack of instant ramen.
I told you. They all have to eat the ramen. I just am confused. Are there like sprinkles of human flesh in the ramen? They needed to eat the ramen, right? Oh, Yuma doesn't have an X over him.
All the meat bun shops vanished from town, but ramen shops popped up in their place.
Oh, Kurumi!
What's up?
Hi, you look busy.
Guy?
I sure am, but busy is great for business.
What's the weirdest ramen you've tried? I have not had ramen.
I need to go inspect the grand openings for our 3 brand new locations.
In a strange twist of fate, he appeared in Kanai Ward using his passion for cooking to develop ramen.
Did he come here again just to make ramen? He could have made ramen anywhere. He could have made it in places not made of homunculi.
Ultimately, he turned that ramen into something with all the nutrients a homunculus would need.
Oh, so it does have human flesh.
And of course, it's super yummy, says everyone.
Says everyone.
Fate can be such an enigma. Although I originally made a contract with him, I ended up following him here out of guilt. This city was a shock to my system at first, but I was able to open up the ramen shop of my dreams.
Yeah, it's just got sprinkles of human flesh, not just outright, you know, pounds of human flesh. Just a little seasoning. You know, it's the spice packet that you put on the ramen. It's human flesh, so there's a little bit less.
So I think coming here was the right call. Seriously though, fate can be so strange.
Yes, I think so too. Oh, that's right. May I please have a multi-pack of instant ramen? For now, I need about a month's supply.
Huh? A month? Sure thing, but why do you need so much?
It's a secret.
Thank you. You want to get a bite to eat while you're here?
No, I'm okay for today.
All right then.
Sorry, little
Well,
ramen
good rain to
nerd.
you.
I gotta go get my Chad detective.
Yeah, good rain to you too. That's it for the shopping. I've safely completed all my preparations. I should head to the Nocturnal Detective Agency. I better hurry or I won't make it in time.
He has a forte for cooking. That's true. I guess he could have a forte for cooking. Manifest human flesh forte. Or maybe he can regenerate. Oh god. So they were all turned into homunculi, I'm guessing?
Well then, let's get going.
Can't believe we're saying goodbye to this place. After all is said and done, I'm gonna miss it.
We have shared many memories here. But departure is just the start of a new adventure. Be sure not to forget anything before we set sail.
Hey, princess! Your suitcase? You've already forgotten something.
Oh, so true. Hey everyone! You're all still here! I'm glad I made it in time.
If they're about to set sail, why does she need to grab her suitcase?
Karumi! You came to see us off? Where are the others? Are any of my fans with you?
No, it's just me.
Huh? Oh, maybe they were too shy to come along.
Wait, where's Vivia? Vivia? What are you doing?
Hey, Karumi. I figured if I stayed inside a suitcase, someone would carry me. Long trips are exhausting. All journeys can be life-threatening. There is no peace or quiet.
Are these homunculi of their former selves? That's what I'm wondering
You
about,
never
too.
change, Vivia.
Or it was just a prank by Makoto. Because the blood on their and like their bodies was pink when like their bone remains were all pink. So it's possible that he just had a homunculi die there or something.
Wow. You all really are leaving, huh?
You know. So it could have just been a prank. I like that they had to take Vivia's coat off so it wouldn't clip through the suitcase.
After that incident, we stayed at the agency to monitor what would happen. But our work here is done. The city will be fine.
Yeah, it's time we stepped off the stage. A bunch of detectives just sticking around isn't a great look.
That's not true. Detectives are heroes to me.
Kanai Ward is free. If you ever need us, we shall fly to your aid.
I've spoken to Makoto as well. If Kanai Ward ever needs detectives, he can call us anytime.
I don't feel like you guys really did a lot.
Halara Nightmare will be at his service. Obviously, I don't work for cheap.
So, where will you go now?
For now, we're heading back to WDO headquarters. We don't know what'll happen after that. I'm sure we'll be dispatched to some other job. The World Detective Organization can be such slave drivers.
I thought WDO headquarters was bombed in that terrorist attack.
Oh, come on! How many times do I have to explain it to you? The explosion footage we saw was all a sham!
Oh my god, it was all a dream.
A sham? So, it never really happened? Why would anyone do such a thing? For what purpose?
It was all done by Makoto. It wasn't the only thing he fabricated. He made it look like we died too.
He only made it look like you guys died to Yuma.
He prepared clothes identical to our outfits, and also found skeletons similar to our body types.
For what purpose?
Yeah, I thought everyone was
Just to
dead.
fuck with Yuma?
I can't believe you got duped like that, Kurumi. Nothing can kill us.
There were letters written by everyone, and I was told it looked like your handwriting.
I hear that was thanks to Makoto's coalescence. Fortes are indeed formidable.
I would expect nothing less of number one's homunculus.
Homunculus?
Why don't you get it? How many times do I have to explain everything?
Gaslight gatekeep Makoto, boss.
My apologies. My mind has been in a haze ever since we inhaled that white smoke.
Puff puff pass, Babuki. You hit it too hard.
Do you even know how long ago that was?
After you were knocked out, you all woke up on the top floor of Kanai Tower, right?
Except Yuma, who had to go through the most harrowing gauntlet of his life.
Yeah, it was Makoto's room. We were trapped in there.
If he wanted to dispose of them like he said he did, why did he keep them all alive?
While we were locked up, the final battle took place.
Kurumi, you were there, right?
Yes. But only for half of it, really.
To think this was all for the final showdown. It was nothing but a ploy by Makoto to lure Yuma here, who took the lead role.
Jeez. It's all so unbelievable.
Thanks for recapping this for me, guys. I appreciate it.
Then again, almost everything in this city is too.
Yet, what I still struggle to comprehend is that Yuma was number one of the WDO.
Right. Even I didn't realize it.
Who would have thought my man is the top detective of the WDO?
Former top detective. He already left the organization.
It is such a waste for him to simply discard his position as number one.
Now he travels the world making ramen.
His letter of resignation was submitted before he lost his memories. He had hoped that by quitting, he could bring change to the organization.
That never works.
In this new era, a detective must follow their own creed to solve each case.
He took the first steps to make that reality happen. I think it's commendable. Maybe I should quit too. Work as a detective is getting more and more exhausting.
You were so quick to call it quits.
But where did Yuma, I mean the former number one, go?
Harumi's gonna find him.
I think it's fine to call him Yuma. It feels better that way.
he vanished without a word. I have no idea where he could be.
Kurumi, I'm sure you're worried too.
Huh? I'm not sure if worried is exactly the right word.
At least Yuma has the #1 bank account to pay back Alara. Yeah, that's true. No debt. Being #1, I had to pay a lot.
There's something I want to say to everyone.
You're going to find him, right?
Huh?
It doesn't take a detective to notice the giant backpack you're carrying.
Kurumi, are you really going to try to find Yuma?
Do you know where he went?
You still want to go?
I haven't said goodbye yet. Actually, I refuse to say goodbye. I had a lot of fun spending time with Yuma. I've always admired detectives, and investigating with one was like a dream come true. That's why I want to be with him.
Oh.
Even if he's different now, Yuma will always be Yuma.
Come on. If you're gonna confess you love him, just tell him.
Huh? No! That's not what I meant! Besides, I've always wanted to take a trip. It's why I got permission from Mr. Makoto to travel. It'll be fine. I'm sure I can find him. Never underestimate my abilities as an informant. Right. I believe you can do it, Kurumi.
Why not just have her admit she likes Yuma?
A master detective and former #1 of the WDO, and a homunculus informant. I think you two would make a great team.
Well, we should get going now. Since he quit,
Hey, Hunchy.
the WDO is in a state of chaos. #1's position is still vacant. An election to decide the next #1 will be held among the detectives soon. We need to hurry home.
Maybe I'll nominate myself.
Hey, why are you sighing?
If you find Yuma, give him my regards. Also, tell him I'm still waiting for him to pay up.
Right.
Hey, where are they going? Why aren't they taking the subway back home?
Bye, Halara. I'll see you again
Not
soon.
the subway, the submarine back home.
Kurumi, if you ever decide to ditch Yuma for me, give me a call anytime.
Bro, don't steal your man's girl.
When you do, I hope you'll introduce me to your friends too, and even your friends' friends. See ya.
I wonder if those books are.
Bye,
references to
Kurumi!
anything.
Let's meet again in our dreams.
Jesus, fucking
Thanks
get a
for
drink, bro.
everything, Yasuhiko. It is so hard to say farewell, but all adventures involve such partings. I must continue my own adventure. Please take care of yourself, Kurumi. And of course, I must thank the chief as well.
For what?
With all my heart, farewell, everyone. Fubuki, I hope to see you somewhere out there in the world.
Damn. No one's gonna carry me. Great. Walking is way too much effort. It was rather comfortable in there. I know this may sound like a bad joke, given what you are, but
I know what you are.
I want to die someday.
is gone. Yuma, I won't give up. Okay. I better get going too. Chief Yako, thank you so much.
For what?
I met so many people and learned an important truth. It's all thanks to this detective agency. I'm really, truly grateful.
People are still casually going
Dear
to and
Kurumi, I'm sorry for suddenly disappearing on you. I thought I should take a little trip. From here on out, I intend to travel the
How
world.
does Yuma remember Kurumi?
There are still cities everywhere in need of detectives.
I thought that was the whole thing. By taking the emergency exit,
I
you
want to
remember.
eradicate all unsolved mysteries from this world and bring happiness to everyone. So, I have to go. This is my dream. And also, an important promise I made to someone. In the meantime, I want you to hold on to this book for me. Someday, once I'm finished, I'll come back for it.
Someday, he says. I may be immortal, but I'm not that patient.
You think it's too late to make Homunculi of the dead detectives? Well, he knows the book's important. And she didn't put on her new raincoat. All the chapter 1 detectives are on the box art. Yeah, it is funny. They're also on the collector's edition box too. Like they really invested in the chapter 1 detectives. Is the music still loud? Even after the, I think it was just the initial bit. Is it still really loud? Yeah, that first bit was pretty loud. This track in particular, okay. Turn it up a little bit more. How about now? That's better? Okay. Okay. As I always do with every game I stream on this channel, during the credits, I give my review of the game. And this time, I think it's a little bit harder to do than normal. Did you read this, the Yako side story? I did not. I didn't want really anything to spoil me on the game, so I didn't really look into knowing that, like, I needed a side story or whatever to read it. So I think it's important to frame my review in the context of, like, how high my expectations were for this game going in. Because I really like everything that this, like, studio has made before. Obviously, I talked about Danganronpa so much, but, like, I really love the Danganronpa games. I know this team has, like, some overlap with Zero Escape as well. I really like those games. And obviously the Somnium Files games are, like, near and dear to my heart. some of my favorite stories ever. So basically, as soon as any Spike Chunsoft decides to publish anything, it kind of like hits a bar for me of like a very high expectation. And like, I don't really think this game hit it. I mean, maybe this was like just an example of my expectations being too high. But, and I was kind of thinking this would be one of my favorite games of the year, but I'll be honest, I'm not really sure that I liked it all that much. So I think it'll be easy to kind of go over some of the non-story related stuff first. We'll talk about the story stuff later, but the first thing we'll talk about is, like, obviously the game design and everything. And I'm not sure if it was just made with the Switch in mind, but I think the graphics leave a little bit to be desired. There's constant, like, lighting and shadow issues that make the 3D character models look really weird. Maybe it is just a Switch experience thing, but, like, there's just a lot of the game that looks rough. The soundtrack is great, but I worry that a lot of the soundtrack is feeding on some of that Danganronpa inspiration, because so many of the tracks in this game sound like they're almost remixes of Danganronpa songs. Which is a little disappointing that the game doesn't do enough to like separate itself from that. It just has so much of that identity. The graphics and sound aside, you know, it sounds good, but I don't think it has enough of its own identity. Graphically, it just looks rough. The aesthetics are good. I like that Danganronpa art style. Like, the character sprites were all good. The aesthetic idea of, like, this cyberpunk neon town with, like, this rainy atmosphere and everyone having, like, raincoats and stuff is cool. But, like, the character models all ended up looking kind of rough. Maybe that's a budget issue. Maybe that's an issue with the Switch itself. I don't really know, but there are a lot of Switch games that like look a lot better, that look very similar to this game. So all that aside, that's the stuff that's not really as important. What I think is very important is the story. And honestly, if we're to look at all of the chapters of the game,
Information.
Need information?
We did it, boss! That was easy.
Does he still have his rain hat on outside? It's not raining here. Have you seen this girl? Oh, she's cute.
There's a murder investigation over there. Seriously? Again?
Who says that? There's that murder scene over there.
All right.
Okay, is that it? Alright, so back to my review. There's a cute little outro scene. I'll turn the music back up a little bit. Well, I don't remember if the main menu is really loud or not. Back to the story. Aside from the really solid Chapter 2 of the school, and introducing Kurumi and like the first half of the final chapter. I think all the other chapters are mid to not good. I think the game was really carried by chapter 2 and the half of the final chapter. And I don't feel like enough character development happened for me to really care about most of the Master Detectives. You didn't like the Think chapter? Not really. Let's go about it in order, I think. The beginning, I guess the train ride thing was pretty cool. I liked that, the game kind of subverted the expectation, which I know is like a cliche thing to say when reviewing the story of something. I do appreciate that they did that, though, the subversion of expectations, by introducing you to this cool cast of characters. That's like the cliche, they've got the uniforms, they're clearly part of your group, and then they just killed them all. I thought that was pretty interesting. An interesting way to start the game, especially after giving them unique abilities and animations and cutscenes utilizing their abilities and stuff, and putting them on the and going as far as to put them on the box art of the game. I think that was a really cool move for the first chapter, to start the game off like that. But then as we go, we pretty much get a chapter to spend with each Master Detective, and I don't feel like it's enough to really build up the relationships with them. In the first chapter, the church killings and the Nail Man, it's the first time we're the first time in the game we're kind of presented with this environment where we don't really have any relation to the culprits or the victim. A lot of the times in the Danganronpa story pattern, we're associated with all the characters and we have a connection to them. So when they die, that's what triggers the emotion for the person experiencing the story. And this is chapter 1 is our first instance of this in the game, where the culprits are some random no-name people, and the culprits are also so random in the sense that none of them got actual names. They were all like priest, nun, servant, and worshipper dude. Even the first chapter of the game, the train, kind of still gives us that Danganronpa trope of, like, we're all at least connected to the characters because we've been introduced to them and, like, they're presented to us as vital characters, and then the first chapter does away with that immediately, which is bold, but I don't really care enough about solving the case to the point where I got super emotionally invested in it. And the game didn't really either, because it was very quick to abandon like all the people from the church. It's not like any of them became relevant after the case was solved. We had like a side quest with the nun at one point, but that was it. And so I didn't really care about the resolution to that case. Yeah, we figured out who the Nailman was, but like why? It didn't like resonate with me at all. The Nailman killed people because he wanted to kill people. Okay. And then the worshipper, I guess, related to him really hard. Man, it was all about the how with no effort put into the who, yeah. And then the, what else? I also think that the writers, like, put themselves into this corner continuously, and the first instance of this obviously starts with Chapter 1, where they need to, Jackie, Nier droid up for $54. Yeah, not spending that much on it. That is cool, though. The writers constantly put themselves into this scenario at the end of every chapter where Yuma is backed into a corner, so he needs to activate the Mystery Labyrinth. Hang on. Let me pull up character profiles, and actually, while we're talking about this... Oh, I hit continue, actually. That's not going to work. But they keep getting themselves written into this corner at the end of every chapter where to activate the Mystery Labyrinth, Yuma has to get back to the corner. And I never really bought into how clear of a, they continue and it just takes me to the credits. Can I not load game? But yeah, I never bought the Deus Ex Machina that got Yuma out of whatever, like, really high-stakes scenario he was in. They, like, really wanted to build up the hype of going into the Mystery Labyrinth, and then never really paid that off at the end.
We did it, boss!
Because it always felt, like, really contrived how Yuma got out of the scenario that he was in. And Chapter 1, I felt like, was the start of that, where, we solve the church killing, and then Seth just kind of gets done away with off-camera. And it's like,
There's a
no
murder
big deal.
investigation over there. Seriously?
But the other thing I wanted to talk about story-wise as well is that it really doesn't make sense to me that,
All right.
this is why I wanted to bring up the character profiles so we can kind of look at them as we went, but they create this whole contrived Deus Ex Machina thing, which I feel like almost wasn't needed. Because it also begins, like, the reasoning as to why are the, like, rules of the Mystery Labyrinth so vague. Because the Mystery Phantom is, like, the peacekeeper officer, right, that's involved with the case. And, then they don't get taken out by the Mystery Labyrinth, even though they're the ones creating the mystery. And I think the weird Deus Ex Machina plot could have been solved. Can I really not just load into the game? Oh, okay. Could have been solved by killing off the Peacekeeper and then not involving Yomi in the scenario. Because I was constantly left wondering at the end of each chapter, why don't they just kill Yuma here? They just really had to keep contriving bullshit reasons as to why Yomi, leader of this corrupt police force that's willing to make anyone the person perpetrating the crimes, did I pick the wrong thing again? Like, he's this perpetrator of every crime, and he's willing to kind of blame anyone for anything, just to make sure the crime gets covered up and dealt with right away. So, you've got this scenario now where the culprits of the case fall over and die, so there's now all of these corpses that have just appeared, and this corrupt police officer and Yomi, there's only one. I'm trying to load up so I can look at the character profiles again, Taku. That's what I want to do. But I keep picking the wrong save. I know there's only one ending. But, I can't believe it's so hard to load back into the game. And I'm also, like, losing track of my own thoughts here as I'm going, because I'm trying to, like, load back into the game, and I keep picking the wrong thought, or the wrong options, because I'm, like, trying to think about what I'm doing in the game, and then my own thought, right? But, yeah, this corrupt police officer, Yomi, sees all these new corpses, and then for whatever reason doesn't just pin the deaths of now the, like, the priest and the worshipper on Yuma to just, like, call it a day. Like, it doesn't really make sense, because he's willing to blame the clock tower murder on, like, this little boy, right? This little boy who's, like, 5 years old, or, no, I guess he's willing to blame the clock tower father, but still, right? He's willing to take a father from this little boy that just doesn't really...
Here's the solution key we'll need.
And, like, will ruin this kid's life. And, you know, is, like, very clearly just glossing over the case, but won't do the same thing to Yuma consistently. Like, that doesn't make sense, right? And, like, these are the people I'm talking about, right? Why bring Seth, you know, into the story and then not have him die at the end of the Mystery Labyrinth for being the one covering up the mystery, to then create the plot hole where Yomi becomes less and less intimidating as he goes, because Yomi doesn't kill us, and then even though he's willing to show his corruption by blaming this, like, the clock tower's repairman, he won't randomly blame Yuma and then just dispose of him with his own police force. Like, and that happens repeatedly. With this dude, with Martina, and then with Guillaume. This Dominic guy did fucking nothing. Like, that happens repeatedly in each chapter, where they have to come up with a really contrived reason for, even though they're these evil dictators that are willing to brush any crime under the rug and get people taken off the street that are, like, outright in resistance to them, they don't for Yuma, even though Yuma's the biggest threat. I don't believe it was ever stated that everyone impeding the labyrinth are supposed to die, only the culprits. Right, but I'm saying it would, by changing that, it would cover up that plot hole, to me. Because at no point in Yomi's characterization is he ever really, portrayed as, like, this dude who's like, you know what? Because you solved the case, and because the real murderer was brought to justice, I'll let you keep doing your thing, Yuma. Why? Yuma's literally the only thing in his way. He's got full authority over the Peacekeepers. He can do whatever he wants. And now these corpses appear in front of, Yomi, of these people who are killed right in front of him, who stopped living right in front of him. And now he's like, well, let's get out of here. Like, okay. It just never made sense. It bugged me every single Mystery Labyrinth. And so I could never really revel in that I solved the mystery, because when we got out, it was like we just got hit with a bunch of hand-wavy stuff that completely disregarded everything I did in the Mystery Labyrinth. Or, you know, just the actual scenario we were in. So that was kind of like the beginning of stuff that irritated me in Chapter 1. Like Seth just being immediately disposed of and not dying there, and then making Yomi seem weaker by not getting rid of us when he tells us to. It undermines Yomi the entire game, because now every time Yomi shows up and is like, I'm gonna kill you, when he says that every fucking chapter and hasn't killed us, I'm not invested in his, like, derangedness or his dementedness, right? I don't really buy it. He just seems like some dude stamping his feet and having a hissy fit. At no point does Yomi really get a win, or, like, really show that he's a bad guy. He, like, I mean, he portrays it in his personality, but, like, he never does anything that's like, oh, fuck, Yomi did the thing that, like, really screwed us over. You know, every chapter, he's like, oh, I'm gonna get ya. I'm gonna get ya. You show up in my place again, I'm gonna get ya. Oh, I'm gonna get you this time. And then every time his Peacekeepers fuck up, thanks to Yuma, he's like, oh, well, next time, though. And, like, his one moment of really being ruthless, I guess, is, like, killing Martina off-screen, but, like, we had already outsmarted her. She didn't kill us. And then, she comes back and wrecks him later. Like, this character that's already really not that intimidating. It was just dumb. Like, he, despite all of his, like, hissy fit tantrums, he does nothing. He accomplishes nothing in the story. And at every opportunity where he's about to do something bad, even though Makoto supposedly, like, needs our help in disposing of Yomi, Makoto stops him every time. Like, every time Yomi and Makoto butt heads, Makoto comes out on top. There's no moment where, like, we have to dramatically run away from Yomi, or, like, Makoto gets us an escape. Like, every time, Makoto comes out on top. So, like, at the end where I'm supposed to believe that, like, Makoto needed us, I just don't buy it. It just seems like Makoto was in control the entire time. This guy literally appeared for like a couple lines of dialogue. And the fact that nothing was done with him was weird. So ultimately, I feel like for me to be more engaged with the story in terms of like the end of the labyrinth, I feel like the fact that these Peacekeeper officers showed up in every Mystery Labyrinth should have also been killed by the Mystery Labyrinth. And then over the course of the game, as we're like busting our way through the Mystery Labyrinths, we're killing the culprits, we're killing the peace officers that are trying to cover up the mysteries. Yomi's hearing from it up at the top, is increasing patrols, is getting like more and more dramatic with his officers, right? Like, to build up Yomi as a villain. He's sending the Peacekeepers out, right? Like, first time he sends Seth, because he doesn't really care, he doesn't know what's going on. And he's not interested. Yuma, like, possibly kills Seth. They don't know what happened, but Seth stops reporting after being involved with Yuma's mystery. Martina comes in as his personal assistant, his bitch, his sex toy person, right? Comes in, deals with Yuma, and it doesn't work. She also can't, like, figure out the labyrinth. Now he's got to send in the big guns. He's getting angry and angrier in between these chapters. Now he sends the streamer girl and Dominic to go after Yuma, because he's like this big fucking Mr. X, like, monster thing. And now they both, like, end up like being like killed as well. Now Yomi, who's like, you know, the one who's been in charge and like this big scary figure the entire game, can now finally reveal himself to the player and be like, I'm gonna fucking kill you now, because now I gotta get my hands dirty. Even though he's been in the background and mysterious the entire time. I feel like that would have been a better way to handle these characters, instead of Yomi just showing up every time to yell at you. Like, by the end, I was just like, I didn't care that he had his guns out. It was like threatening us anymore. It didn't matter. He had already like blown his load early on in the game and shown that he wouldn't actually deal with us because Makoto had his fucking number. So like overall, I just don't buy any of these characters in the Peacekeepers thing. And that was like a huge tangent just off of talking about Chapter 1, but that's how I feel about all these characters. And basically how I felt about Chapter 1 in its entirety is just no real attachment to any of the characters mentioned. I didn't care about any of the church members. And all of the victims of the Nailman were nameless, you know, people. I mean, this dude doesn't even have a character model. And I was supposed to sympathize with him being falsely accused. He doesn't even show up on screen. And boy, I'm sure glad we saved boy. And Halara just kind of came off as, like, pretty stiff during our partnership as well. I didn't really ever, like, grow to like Halara. They definitely came across as the character that was, like, not really good because they were good, but good because the game kept telling you they were good. There was no real, like, development that showed how she knew everything, or, like, excuse me, they knew everything in their character. You just had to know they were good because the game was like, oh, Halara's really good. Oh, Halara knows everything. Oh, Halara could do this, this, that. It's like, okay, but can you show, not tell? I never really found that they showed. Also, the other thing that I find is weird, they wanted to do the non-binary thing with Halara, and I thought it was weird because Halara never just specifically states, you know, at any point that they have no specified gender. You can find that out in their character profile, but they never address it, and then the game keeps, like, playing it as a joke, which was weird. Both Shinigami and Yuma at multiple points are like, oh, are they a boy or a girl? And then they never resolve that. Which is why I keep misgendering Halara throughout the course of the game. It just felt like a weird tidbit that they added to their character profile and then didn't make it any part of Halara's personality or character development or anything. I don't even think Halara acknowledges it at any point. So it just felt like a really weird attempt at representation that, like, falls flat. I think it would have been better if Halara just outright stated. Like, if Yuma, like, accidentally said it out loud or something, like, oh, I wonder, are they a boy or a girl? And Halara just was like, I'm a detective. And Yuma was like, what does that mean? And then Halara was just like, I'm a detective. My gender no longer matters, that's what I do. And then we could have actually had reasonable development for this character and, like, fleshing out their personality. Okay. Chapter 2. I mentioned in Discord this was going to be, like, a really big breakdown and review thing, because I had a lot of things to say about it. The optional character development and their interactions. I mean, I didn't even feel like really a lot of the optional character development, or like a lot of their optional interactions, really developed them that much at all, to be honest. And I even gave up on watching the Gumshoe Gabs about halfway through, because they just kind of seem to talk about nothing. And then we spend all this time with them in the chapter, and then they don't really develop at all during the course of the chapter either. Okay. Chapter 2. This, to me, was the strongest chapter. By far. I think that Chapter 2 clears the rest of the, Chapter 2 clears the rest of the game easy. In fact, I think it's the only chapter, I think it's the chapter that carries the game the hardest. I think there's no real, like, ifs, ands, or buts about this being the best one. It feels like all the culprits are also the victims, and it's all, like, really developed and portrayed appropriately. The addition of Kurumi, I think, really brings the whole, like, chapter together. Like, everything about this chapter is, like, really good. Like I said, the issue that we had with the previous case is just not really knowing or giving a fuck about any of these characters. We now get to know the culprits in this chapter, and, like, know their reasoning, their personality, and we get invested in this case, right? Because we know Waruna, we know Kurane, we know Karen, we know Yoshiko. We start to learn about Kurumi and caring about her and her relationship with Yuma. So it all pays off really well. And it kind of is back to that tropey Danganronpa thing of, like, okay, we know all the killers and the culprits, so we can sympathize with them and their reasoning and why they did it. I think that's what makes this chapter so good, story-wise. Is because, again, like we don't... These characters show up at the end of Chapter 1 like the game almost fucking forgot that someone had to be the Nailman. Like, legitimately, it felt like at the end of the chapter, they all just, like, showed up. I know we talked to them, like, once before, but then, like, Halara, like, drags them out to the submarine at the end of the chapter and is like, these are one of the culprits, and we're kind of like, oh yeah, we did talk to them at some point in the chapter. It just felt really, random. Whereas the girls in Chapter 2, we knew all of the characters, we got to establish relationships with them and converse with them and learn who they are and their motives and things like that, where it was much more compelling. And we actually grew to sympathize with the girls at the end of the chapter. But we still had to, you know, have that tough decision where Yuma actually has to, you know, kill these girls who have fairly justified reasons for, you know, killing Karen. I guess you can't really ever justify murder, but it's a sympathetic reason as to why they killed Karen. Because Karen killed Aiko and they got no justice. Like, it was an actual sympathetic case that, you know, you could be invested in and feel sympathy for and actually be emotionally invested, and that's something that none of the other cases had. This was the only one that captured that. And then, again, Kurumi being one of the few characters that actually gets development in the game is a very nice plus. For the downsides of this chapter, they're all in the gameplay perspective. Running around the school as the three girls was really repetitive and annoying. You had to talk to, like, everybody 3 fucking times, and it made me want to rip my hair out. We'll talk about more gameplay stuff at the end after I break down every chapter story. I really wanted to do a really big review about this game, and I've been thinking a lot about it, so all of these thoughts have been on my mind. And I might not have actually written them all down, so it's, like, formulaic, but I really did want to break down all of my thoughts on the game, get it all out there. We spent over an hour, like, recapping every single case, so it feels only just that I spent, like, over an hour reviewing the game. But yeah, the gameplay mechanic of running around the school with the 3 girls and talking to everybody 3 times, it drove me nuts. I didn't think it was great. And I also felt that this is the chapter that really should have started developing Yuma's character. And it kind of does. And then they, like, just don't develop Yuma again after this chapter. It feels like, until the end. But yeah, I think that just about covers it. But yeah, he starts to develop, like, I'm going to seek the truth no matter the cost, as he steels himself to kill the 3 girls who he has grown to sympathize with. But then he never stops doing that. He never stops resolving himself to face the truth after this chapter. It makes sense in this chapter that he hits that point of his character development, because taking out these 3 girls is tragic. But he stays at that point, and too long. So again, Chapter 2 gets points for, like, beginning Yuma's character arc. It's not really it's not Chapter 2's fault that, like, that never continues. Chapter 3. What's even to say about this chapter? This chapter just felt so, like, hollow, I guess. I didn't like any of these fucking characters, and I didn't really sympathize with any of them. The Resistance starts off our relationship by kidnapping us, and like, it doesn't go anywhere from there to the point where I would appreciate them. Also, to your point, Taku, yeah, Fubuki carried it. I should also talk about, I guess, Desuhiko a bit here in Chapter 2, because I talked about Halara in Chapter 1, but not Desuhiko in Chapter 2. Desuhiko is fun, and I like the fact that he begins to develop, like, a relationship with Yuma as a peer throughout this chapter. I think that's really great. I think Desuhiko has the best development of the detectives, where he starts off as a creepy, weird dude, and then as you go through the case, he shows that he's willing to sacrifice himself for Yuma and, like, take big risks as the responsible detective because Yuma's a trainee, and how they become, you know, friends. I don't like that Desuhiko kind of gets flanderized by the rest of the game. He repeats that, like, sacrifice thing more than once, and at the end of the game, he's, like, trying to hit on fucking Yuma's girl. His character gets flanderized really fast, but his Chapter 2 development is great. Anyway, back to Chapter 3. You reminded me, thank you, Taku, to talk about Desuhiko. Which, I mean, again, it feels almost bad that I forgot Desuhiko's relevance to the story as soon as we started talking about Chapter 2. Yeah, Iruka is funny and also a good plant as the red herring for the case, as the killer, because, you know, she's wants to shoot everybody and is a great marksman, and all of that stuff with her, like, yandere psychopath-ness. That's, like, a cool red herring. But other than that, that's, like, really all she brings to the table. Like, a funny, like, joke, and then that's it. The game does a weird side plot thing with her later, which is another core issue I'll talk about later, with Iruka, where she's going to take over the Resistance or whatever, and that doesn't really go anywhere. Alright, sorry, I'm talking nonstop for like an hour, is killing my throat. Let me get a glass of water real quick, then I can keep talking. But we're almost through all the chapters. I return. Sorry about that. Obviously, when streaming, my commentary is a little bit more spaced out throughout moments of gameplay, but if I'm just talking for like a fucking hour straight, I need to... a little bit of water. Okay. But yeah. Like, Aruka does that weird thing where they, like, kind of make her the leader of the Resistance about halfway through the game, but then nothing, absolutely nothing comes of that. Servant just kind of got away scot-free with everything he did. He was, like... The game kind of dismissed this as Icardi being the one solely responsible, but I also find that this chapter is, again, part of the weakest of the, like, the rules of the Mystery Labyrinth. And, like, why I feel like there's such Deus Ex Machina stuff that happens at the end of each chapter. Because Servan gets away with it, and for whatever reason, the peacekeeping officer doesn't stop the Resistance and the Master Detectives when they all arrive. It just doesn't really make much sense. Anyway. From the top of the actual story, though, ignoring the Resistance for a minute, the whole chapter feels super weak, in general. Like I said, I really don't like that the relationship starts off with him being kidnapped by these people, refusing to assist in the Resistance, and then they just kind of, like, keep moving through the story. It's just so weird. Like, he gets kidnapped and is like, alright, well, sorry about the inconvenience, but I'm doing other stuff. Goodbye. Even though the rest of the group is, like, kind of openly hostile to him after Yuma, after he, like, rejects joining the Resistance and things like that. It seems pretty clear that the game wants to kind of make their goals to be aligned, but then they never really develop that at all, and, like, how the Resistance could help the Master Detectives. There's no, like, really grand team-up planned with these characters. We don't even really know the core of what their Resistance is, or what they want to do. To stop Amaterasu, I guess, but there's no real, like, goal or plan behind that. They just kind of are the Resistance. And then Icardi, when the bombs start happening, or, like, exploding parts of the town, no one really does anything to stop them at all. It seems weird. Like, Sachi doesn't, like... He gets caught up and just sitting at the headquarters while the town's exploding, even though he cares about the city. He just stays at the headquarters until the peacekeepers show up to kill him. He doesn't run out into the town to, like, try to protect civilians or do anything that he said his character was about. He just kind of, like, stays there until he dies. Aruka completely disappears as well. During that, we don't see her at any point during the chapter while the bombs are going off or whatever. We talk to this Margalaw dude who's, like, super shady about the whole ordeal. And he, like, kind of hand waves his, like, involvement, that he's, like, totally not involved, but he really doesn't, like, dispute it all that hard, and then also doesn't really go to bat defending other members of the Resistance. It's just a weird interaction that we just don't see the other members of the Resistance during this, like, big event, and then to then pin the blame solely on Icardi just seemed odd, especially with the fact that nothing happens to these characters after this story, it almost feels like they all should have just been killed off, because a resistance exists at the end of Chapter 3 that does nothing. There's a resistance force and this whole, like, flooded city is not relevant to the cause of figuring out the mystery of Amaterasu is almost bizarre that they're just completely forgotten after this point. Might as well have just killed them all off. Alright. Chapter 4. This chapter, I think, had the best potential. I think it dropped the ball the hardest, though. I guess I haven't read the side story, so I guess I'm not as intimately familiar with Yako as I should have been, but I really feel that the development and my level of investment in Yako as a character should have happened in the game, not a side story. It almost feels like the fact that they published the side story about Yako because they realized how underdeveloped he was in the game, and that this big emotional payoff wasn't going to have as big of a payoff because you didn't really care about Yako. At no point did I really take him seriously as a character, and I felt that him plotting to murder this dude came so far out of left field from this character that spends the entire game reprimanding Yuma. They all supposedly view him as a leader, despite the fact that consistently throughout the game, he really only helps Yuma, and then reprimands Yuma for going out and solving stuff. He's constantly at every corner trying to impede the progress of the other detectives, tell them to not investigate stuff, lay low, ignore solving the grand mystery, get stressed out when Halara goes to investigate things on their own. Really only appreciates Vivia because Vivia just sits on board the submarine. His whole character is just so antithesis to what he ends up doing. It just seems so bizarre and almost out of character. Like, I'm then supposed to sympathize with him that he was really being a detective the whole time and trying to, uncover the mystery of what happened to his wife. But, like, we only finally learn that it's his fucking wife at the end of the chapter when he's already dead. So his whole character just spending the whole game reprimanding Yuma for trying to solve mysteries, and then also trying to leash all of the master detectives and hold everyone back. It seems weird to me then that they all suddenly respect him, because I didn't. I liked Yako as part of like a joke or like a gag character, which is kind of what I thought his character was supposed to be. But I think you are incredibly missing the mark if your character is supposed to be an emotional investment for all of the other major characters, that you could possibly mistake him as the gag character. Like, that's what I thought of him. Gag character. He has no forte. He's the leader. He's constantly nervous. He's constantly running from the peacekeepers. He doesn't want the master detectives going out and solving crimes. He just wants Yuma hanging around the submarine, cleaning stuff up and making him food. He's really trying to keep everyone on a leash and restrain everybody, so when he dies, I feel like the detectives are free to do, like, their own thing and actually solve the mystery, but the game kind of portrays it as, like, everyone's really upset that he's dead, to the point where it even adds a character note to each of these, to, like, everybody as to how they reacted, how Yako died. When he found out Yomi was manipulating Yako, he felt immense frustration and hatred. Fubuki. Upon Yako's death, she wailed uncontrollably. Despite rewinding time to desperately save him, she felt utterly helpless. After seeing that number one didn't care about Yako's death, he nearly exploded with rage. Why? I didn't. As the player. After seeing number one's contempt for Yakao's death, Halara voiced strong emotions. Okay. Really wished they would have had Halara showcase those strong emotions throughout the course of the story for Yako. It just seems like ultimately they knew that Yako was underdeveloped and then didn't really do anything about it. They just added it to the character's profile that they were upset that Yakao died, and then told the player everyone was upset that Yakao died. And then that was it. Yeah, and I think him being the crux of the chapter is what makes this thing overall so weak. Dr. Weska is a potentially interesting character, and them starting to figure out, I think instead of Chief Yako being so intimately involved with this case, if they started giving some more of the details about Homunculi during this, because obviously Dr. Weska being the scientist behind the tragedy of Kanai Ward, I think if they pivoted more towards Dr. Weska instead of Yako, this could have been more interesting. And think the Slaughter Artist being a total unnamed character after being hyped up in the game the entire time, just being some no-name dude that randomly stabs Yako and that's it, is wild. And is so anticlimactic. In every chapter, there's loading screens that... There's the loading screen tips that give you relevance to the story and the world, and they change every single chapter. The only one that doesn't, well, not the only one, but there are several consistent ones throughout the entire game that don't change per chapter, and Fink the Slaughter Artist is one of them. He's mentioned in every loading screen tip from the beginning of the game. So he gets more hype than, like, any character. And he just does nothing. I also think Yako obviously gets himself killed to kill Dr. Weska. But, like, who cares? I guess. Because I was so not invested in Yako as a character, him dying wasn't really a gut punch to me. I think if they stopped doing the coy stuff early on in the game, where Yako is just looking at that photograph, I think if they revealed the photograph had his wife on it or something a bit earlier, could have made me care about this chapter more, but I think they cared too much about it being a plot twist that they hid his development. And they hid that photo because the game seems more focused on plot twists than it is good storytelling. So yeah, I think this is the weakest chapter. Because of Yako. And then also this kind of shows the futility of of Yomi as well. Because he just gets totally again, it's a symptom of, a greater problem, but Yomi gets completely outplayed by Makoto in this chapter 4, where I just don't buy at all that Yomi is a real threat, and that Makoto isn't the one pulling the strings the entire time. Because Yomi's threats are all super weak in this chapter. And at every point that he's about to stop Yuma from doing stuff, and, like, revealing Yomi's whole fucking plan, he can't do anything about it. And then, ultimately, Yomi is just carted off-screen unceremoniously and unsatisfyingly. Makoto dispatches Yomi, and Yomi is never seen or heard from again. Again, another one of the reasons why I think the Peacekeepers should have just died as part of the Mystery Labyrinth. Because it was entirely unsatisfying that this dude throws in a hissy fit all fucking game, and then just gets arrested and taken off screen. when we see so many other people who deserve it die on screen. And, like, even this over-the-top stuff about, you know, look at his, like, likes and his talents or whatever. He likes handmade torture tools, and he dislikes humans who disobey him, and his talent is torture. We don't really see him torture anybody, either. He smacks some generic no-name peacekeepers around for a bit. Okay. And they're his guys that work for him. So what? Yeah. I think Chapter 4 might be the worst in the game. Yeah, Chapter 3 is really weak, though, too. So, I guess hard to say. No. I think Chapter 4 is a symptom of greater problems in the game, so Chapter 4 is worse. Chapter 3 is a nothing chapter that amounts to nothing, but Chapter 4 requires a payoff of several, like, characters' arcs that didn't get built up at all. Yomi, Yako, the homunculus stuff, all just kind of dropped here. And Vivia is also our partner for this story, or for this chapter. And I also really didn't see what the fuck they were trying to do with Vivia. Vivia won my character popularity poll that I posted on the channel for who was everyone's favorite character, and I didn't really see it come into fruition in this chapter. I think it only happened because people must have liked his design as, like, the edgy dude, but he has the weird thing where he, like, threatens Yuma's life, and that could have been an interesting dynamic if he actually was just full evil, or, like, you know, just twisted, but he backs down on it almost immediately, and he's got a weird Deus Ex Machina emotional relationship with Yako that doesn't really make sense. He, like, really likes Yako for some reason, like, more so than any of the others, and I don't know why. Because they don't really get developed together. There's no, like, it didn't really feel like there were scenes between those two characters that made him really get invested like that and feel like he had to fight for Yako's honor. Again, I know they wanted to make it a big twist and reveal of Vivia's forte, that it was the ghost form in Chapter 4. But maybe if they had Vivia lurking around with Yako more and, like, reading with Yako or studying notes with Yako or, like, using his ghost form to spy on the photos that Yako was looking at, I might have bought the relationship more, but I just didn't. So Vivia starting to have an evil guy twist and then immediately dropping it was weird to me. Yeah. There's my Chapter 4 thoughts. I just really didn't like it. Chapter 5. The big reveal. I think this chapter starts out really hot and then kind of fizzles out. The intrigue of Makoto knocking everybody out and the potential of them doing the thing where they kill all the major characters again, despite having already done that at the beginning of the game, was huge. I thought that was awesome. That, like, they kind of defy your expectations at the beginning of the game by killing all the characters that you think are really going to be the pivotal ones in the game because they're on the box art and they're on the cover and everything. So then the game slaps you in the face and is like, nope, you actually get a whole bunch of characters that we didn't hype up at all. And then you get to Chapter 5 after being with all the characters, and then they're all dead again. I think that would have been really cool. Seeing their dead bodies actually freaked me out. I shouldn't say freaked me out. I guess more like surprised me when we saw their, like, corpses. Or their bones, excuse me. Like, that would have been a good twist. But then it gets really disappointing when it just ends up being they're not really dead. And they all, like, conveniently left handwritten notes by Makoto because he coalesced with them. I don't really remember Makoto coalescing with all of the, master detectives. I guess when he kidnapped them all, he held all of their hands really tight as he carried them around the facility. Or as he carried them back to his place or whatever. So he coalesced and got to use their handwriting, and then they all were still alive. I felt like a real cheap cop-out. But the first part of the chapter was really strong. Finding out that they were all everyone was the homunculi, that was the mystery. It was actually a pretty good twist, and that they're all like zombies and stuff is definitely not something you'd expect from the murder mystery game. In the murder mystery game, you really expect, like, when people die, they're dead for good. And this was kind of a cool twist to see that no, if you killed the people, they just became zombies. And then being able to see all the characters again was cool too. But again, seeing the dead peacekeepers that were homunculi would have been interesting. But we just saw a bunch of generic ones and then the culprits, which was okay. The number one old guy being a decoy was also, like, kind of an interesting twist, because they really do design the decoy guy to look like he would be the old, wise number one detective. But yeah, him just being a plant is interesting. I'm not sure I really like the twist of Yuma being number one after all, because I don't really feel like Yuma built up to the point of being, like, someone really good. Or like a really good detective, where I would have believed him being the number one, because the whole time his character not developing, I think, really stagnates Chapter 5 a lot. Because even despite him having to have braced himself for the truth multiple times, he's still doing that in the last chapter. And if he started to progressively develop his, like, mastery over solving mysteries as he progressed through the story, I would have believed that he was number one. Because basically that would mean, like, even no matter how many times you reset his memories, at his core, he's still damn good at what he does. Like, that seemed to just not be developed at all. So I didn't really buy him being number one at the end. Yeah. And then I also... Shinigami is the hardest thing to discuss for the game as well. Because Shinigami takes the archetype of my favorite character archetype. In every story, the companion character to the protagonist that, like, helps them is always, like, my favorite character. I love that archetype. It's like my go-to favorite. Obviously, like, Cortana in Halo, Aiba in, Somnium Files, like Morgana and Persona. I really like those types of characters that are, like, dedicated to assisting the protagonist and, like, are their sidekick. And I didn't really buy the development between Yuma and Shinigami either. Like, she just kind of, like, shit talks him the whole game, is consistently wrong about everything, and then in the end she's like, I love you. It felt like it came out of nowhere. I really didn't feel like they were developing, like, being closer at all. And in fact, it was almost jarring to see in the flashbacks while Yuma was still Yuma, or, like, still number one, when he was talking normally with Shinigami, and then Shinigami seemed to have a great deal of respect for him in their conversation. It seemed weird that she would just be so dismissive of him as the chapters went. And I didn't really feel like their bond grew at all throughout the game. She's, like, just constantly mocking him doesn't really help him. Most of her suggestions in every labyrinth are wrong. She beats him up, berates him, and then also gets insanely jealous in Tsundere every time another character gets his Yuma's attention for like a little bit, and then that's kind of it. She doesn't start like getting closer with him. She doesn't mention that he's growing at all. And that she feels like he's growing. She's just constantly like, ugh, you're just, you gotta rely on everyone else again, don't you? And she keeps like implying that he's gotta start doing things on his own, but then a human never does, and she doesn't really acknowledge that it or like... I just didn't really feel like they grew as a partnership at all. To the point where I was rooting for Kurumi to be Yuma's partner by the end. That, like, Yuma would partner up with Kurumi somehow in the final Mystery Labyrinth, just because it just was consistently feeling like Shinigami wasn't really developing as Yuma's partner at all. Yeah. So, and then ultimately as well, I felt like, again, the big payoff where Makoto is number one, or like the homunculus of number one, also didn't really felt like much of a payoff, because they made, for whatever reason, they made Yuma so standoffish of Makoto the entire game. Instead of feeling like Yuma had a special connection to Makoto like he should have, everyone was like just constantly being like, oh, you should really be wary of Makoto. You should look out for him. Yuma's constantly terrified of him. Shinigami's like, fuck, he's got bad vibes. He's bad news, like yada yada yada. It just felt weird that they did not develop Makoto and Yuma's relationship like at all. Like there should have been a build-up where Yuma was kind of slowly starting to figure out, like, oh hey, I'm like, I got a lot in common with this Makoto guy. I'm feeling like I'm on the same wavelength as Makoto. And Shinigami also not kind of being like, he seems familiar. He's got like a familiar aura to me, or something like that. Just felt weird that Shinigami was like constantly afraid of Makoto. And also, they do the one dupe-out scene, I believe it's in chapter 2 or 3, where when Yuma leaves, I think it's chapter 3, when Yuma leaves the Kanai Ward Tower, the camera pans to Makoto, and Makoto's like, huh, I wonder, is Yuma my... And then the scene changes. But then in chapter 5, it's revealed that, like, Makoto knew Yuma would be coming the whole time, and knew that, Yuma was his, like, original copy, his original self, and, like, all of this. So it's like, what was that scene in the middle of the game where, Makoto's, like, wondering who Yuma is? Like, oh, why would he have an realization? It just doesn't make sense. Again, it seems like something that they really want to, like, have there just to be the twist. I don't know. He could have said something innocuous like, oh, so that's what he's like. Or something like that. But what you said, he's my... It, like, implies that it might be his brother or something, or, like, relative, or, you know, other half, like, whatever you want. It just feels, like, weird. And then I just never bought Makoto, or Yuma's anger at Makoto, like, the whole fucking game. Like, why Makoto was just putting off such bad vibes to him, instead of, like, feeling like they were on similar wavelengths. But again, that just is a systemic problem with the story in this game of like some of the pivotal characters that Chapter 5 relies on just not getting the full development they needed. For like Chapter 5 to really have that big payoff. So Chapter 5 starts out fantastic and then kind of peters off by the time the Mystery Labyrinth starts. So that's kind of my review of the story. I guess upon review, it seems like I was much harsher on this than I thought I was. I was thinking until I put all my thoughts out there together. I like all the base characters. I just wish they got more development. Like, to where I could actually buy into their stories and stuff other than, like, enjoying their archetypes. Because that's really all I did, is I enjoy the archetypes of these characters. But none of these characters really exit their trope and develop at all. So yeah, ultimately pretty mid. And then, now I guess finally, yeah, I should talk about the game itself. Irregardless of the story, let's talk about the game itself, yeah? We talked about graphics being rough, the music being good, but too much of the Danganronpa spirit to be its own unique identity. We talked about the story, giving a summation of how I felt about each chapter and all the characters. I liked the characters themselves, but disappointed by their lack of growth. And I also didn't really feel invested in any of the chapters but 2. And Chapter 5 was potentially great, and then dropped the ball by kind of making it all a dream and, like, everything worked out okay. If all of the Master Detectives that were part of our core group died, I think Chapter 5 could have been crazy. But, you know, sequels. For the game itself, I think the Mystery Labyrinth thing was rough. One of the things I appreciated about Danganronpa so much is that everything felt so thematic, where, like, the class trial room was designed around, like, kind of the vibe of the chapter and the feeling of the characters and stuff. Every, like, execution had a unique scene to really give it that feeling of dread and disaster. And ultimately, I feel like the Mystery Labyrinths just took the worst parts of every class trial from Danganronpa. I didn't like that the labyrinths never had a visual theme. They were all just random crap, and it was the same in each labyrinth. They all had, like, a hallway that was kind of like their case, and then that was it. The rest of it was all, like, just abstract art. Like, all the doors were just random graphics. The entrance to every labyrinth was the exact same. The outside of every labyrinth was the exact same, having no real tie to any of the mysteries or the chapters. Just walking down the hallway while characters talk, you might as well not even include that. I don't want to just walk down hallways. Every labyrinth was just a really big hallway. There was no maze, you know, there was no fucking labyrinth. I would have liked if there was any gameplay during those segments while we were talking with Shinigami while walking down hallways. Like, I started to get irritated like about halfway through the game, and you could kind of see that, where I just kept talking about it being hallway simulator. And like, oh man, I really just want to keep walking down these fucking hallways. Maybe having an actual maze like a labyrinth would have been good. Like any type of platforming or really anything would have been fine, but there was like no gameplay for those walking segments, which was rough. I just didn't, like, get it. And then, yeah, the mini-games weren't great, but mostly it was the fact that none of the labyrinths were thematic and they were all the same looking. besides them each having like a unique hallway. That was it. Like, Chapter 2 had that one school hallway. I think it was Chapter 4 that had, like, the one rock tunnel with the candles hallway. Like, that was the only thing that was unique to their chapter, was, like, a hallway. And I already hated the hallways enough because they were in every fucking labyrinth the entire time. So I really didn't like that just constant walk forward thing as the labyrinth transforms. I think if they put the effort and the budget into all of those weird animations of the tiles flipping around, and everything, I think if they just put that into stagnant walls that didn't move but had a appropriate aesthetic for the chapter, I think that would have been better. But the hallways just constantly flap in between like abstract art, that means nothing to me. But like a core thematic that would help me remember what the chapter was like, I think I could have worked with that. Because a lot of most of the mystery labyrinths all blur together. I don't even like remember the separate mystery labyrinths. I know the basis of every chapter, but like, if you showed me a screenshot of a mystery labyrinth and were like, what chapter was this from? I would go, I don't fucking know. If it wasn't the unique hallway specific to that chapter, they all looked the same. So yeah, gameplay-wise, it's just kind of boring. And, I mean, fuck, what are the mini-games were all not great either. The reasoning deathmatch thing, where you gotta, like, bounce between the words while trying to figure out the correct truth bullet to use, is a little bit harder than, I think what's it called in Danganronpa, where you actually use the truth bullets, reasoning time or whatever. Hangman's Gambit is the worst Danganronpa minigame, and they brought that one back. Yeah, I just didn't really enjoy any of the Labyrinth minigames. Jesus, I guess I didn't like this game as much as I thought. Yeah, the labyrinths were just really disappointing. I would have liked to see them all have that kind of unique labyrinth design where they all looked identifiable. You know, cliche at this point to say it, but the Persona Palaces would have been a good example. Of like everything having such like a unique design tailored to the character that was involved in the mystery. But I guess not a lot of the characters got developed enough for them to have an aesthetic. Oh, and also, the fuck was going on with the side quests in the game? God, the side quests, the requests. What the fuck? Those all were a waste of time. I don't think there was any of the side quests I did that I didn't feel like I just wasted my time after. It's one of the big things in like Yakuza that I think people really like is like the sub stories in Yakuza really being able to like kind of go off the rails and like have these unique characters and like circumstances happening. But every side quest in this game was like, talk to a person, it's not voiced, they ask you to go to some point in the town, grab something from them, and come back. And that was it. I think that would have been a good opportunity to maybe build up some of these surviving characters. Like, if you were gonna keep Seth and Gillimain and this nun and Iruka and all these characters alive, these sub-stories and getting to learn more about those characters would have been a good time to do it. But as it stands, it was mostly just generic NPC, talk to other generic NPC, and that was it. I think they were all a waste of time. Like, this nun had the potential to be a cool reoccurring character in the sub-stories, and we just briefly talked to her, and then talked to a bunch of generic NPCs. It seemed like a huge waste. Yeah, I think you could have reduced the number of side stories and made them more impactful, and it would have been better. As it stands, I literally don't remember any of them, except for the ones that had the unique character model. I remember the one with the nun, and I remember the one where we had to get Aruka lunch, and she declared, or we had to get Aruka something, and then she declared she was going to take over the Resistance, and then nothing came of that. I think those are the only side stories I remember. Oh, wait, I also remember the one of that fucking cult that went nowhere. That was also a huge missed opportunity. That one evil worshipping the Crimson Rain cult that went nowhere. Yeah. That had potential. They should have just invested more in that subplot. I did the Servan side quest. I thought the Servan one was dumb, because I was mostly mad that Servan lived. I felt Servan deserved to die in the Mystery Labyrinth. What was the cult one about? I don't remember really what the cult was about. It was, like, so offhandedly mentioned. There's, like, a cult that worships the Crimson Rain or whatever. And they're running all these scams to get people invested in the cult. And they, like, mugged... They, like, mugged Yuma on that bridge or whatever. And then that was it. Yeah, all the requests were pretty fucking forgettable, I thought. Of the side stories. I mean, maybe you guys disagreed. What were your thoughts? So I guess if I was to overall give the game a rating, I would just say a 6. It was fine. There is the framework here for, like, a great game and story, but it really misses the mark by not developing the characters and focusing too much on big plot twists. I think that's it. It forgoes a lot of character development to hit you with plot twists, and the plot twists all fall flat because the characters weren't developed to really prop up the twist. And too many of the twists exist for plot twist's sake, rather than to service the story. And I think if they forgo, or I think if they what would be the word? Forgo? If they forgived? If they set aside some of the plot twists to develop the characters more, I think the chapters would have really impacted me more. I think, like, if they didn't hide the Chief Yako wife twist to really develop him as a grieving widow, and that's why he was so emotional about keeping the detectives safe and stuff, because he couldn't handle losing anyone else he cared about or whatever. I think the emotional impact of him snapping and stabbing Dr. Weska would have hit harder, right? If we knew he was grieving and he was sad and he, like, felt dearly about all the master detectives. And then I would have cared that he was, the killer in Chapter 4. But, like, them revealing simultaneously he was a grieving widow and as a killer, it, like, offsets that. Like, I now don't care that he's a grieving widow because he's a killer. You know, and he put all of the Master Detectives at risk. And, like, because I never really felt that he cared about the Master Detectives, him just putting them at risk makes me mad. You know? But again, at the beginning of the game, we learned that he was a grieving widow. But again, that would give up the plot twist of Yako's wife being the one who died. But it would have built him more as a character and made me care more about Yako. Because I could have sympathized with him, instead of thinking that he was just some lazy guy who didn't really want to work hard. I could have known that he was, you know, grieving and defeated because he lost his wife, he lost everything. So I could have known that he was sad. So if you give up that plot twist, which was honestly pretty predictable, you can sympathize with Yako and therefore care about his death. That's such a minor change, too. I'll probably give it a 7. There's a lot of flaws, but I still enjoyed it. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely still has its moments where I don't think the game is bad enough to the point where it's like, oh, I regret playing this. I don't. I had a good time. I liked it. That's why I give it a 6. And I'm not IGN, so my 6 still means that it's okay. That, you know, it's not an IGN 6 where it means the game is, like, fucking unplayable. So, it's still good. It's just not great. It's just okay. It's great for a one-time go-through, and I probably really won't touch it again. Where, like, with Danganronpa, I've watched, like, several other people play through the game because I like the game. I don't think I'll watch anyone play through this. Like, I enjoyed playing through it. Maybe I'd watch, like, somebody play through it, but, like, I don't really know if I care enough to come back to it. It needs a free time event or character interactions. There were character interactions. I just kind of got bored of them. The gumshoe gabs. But yeah, those being Persona-style social links, I think would have been better than them just, like, talking. I think, yeah, instead of finding collectibles that let you view a conversation with the characters, I think them being throughout the town and you talking to them would have been better. Because the city of Kanai Ward felt so empty and lifeless, and I get that that's probably part of the aesthetic they were going for. But if you could, like, find the master detectives in each chapter and talk to them, that would have helped, I think. Just being able to view a random conversation between the two of them isn't that great. In the Gumshoe Gabs. Like I said, we watched, like, the first couple on stream, and then I got bored of them. I'll still post the Gumshoe Gab compilation videos. Like I said, I'm gonna post each of them as their DLC comes out. So, like, the Desuhiku one I'll post next week. I'll post the Fubuki one, I think, in, like, 2 weeks, because I think Fubuki's DLC comes out pretty soon. Yeah. Fubuki's is supposed to come out by the end of the month, so I think I'll post next Wednesday Desuhiku's Gumshoe Gabs. 2 Wednesdays from now, I'll post Fubuki's. And then when the other 2 characters' DLCs come out, I'll post those. I like Halara's, but it basically amounts to they like cats. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, I'll post the videos. Like I said, I'm gonna make compilation videos and I'll post them when their DLCs release. But yeah, I ultimately kind of lost interest in their Gumshoe Gabs about halfway through, because it was just like viewing a conversation, which was like, okay. So yeah, I think the framework is here for a good game and a good story with interesting characters. It just kind of misses the mark. I think I'll still come back to this game one more time to do the DLC. I think, like, I enjoyed it enough where it's like, yeah, I'll buy the DLC. And then we'll do a stream where, I just do all the DLC together. Like November or something. That could be interesting. But as it stands, I think their DLCs are only like 30-40 minutes a piece. So not really like stream worthy individually. So I'll just wait for all 4 of them to come out and then do like the DLC stream. How would you make Yuma's arc better? Like I already, I talked about it briefly when I was talking about Chapter 5, but I would have made him slowly start to become like a master detective and confident in himself as the chapters went. Showing that even without his memories, he's still number one because at his core, he's good at what he does. But losing his memories allowed him to open himself up to relying on other people. And that's what he was missing. Because when he had his memories as number one, he didn't bother relying on other people because he was too good, and no one could really offer him anything because he was the best. So I think I would have had his arc, him coming back to being the best detective on his, but that relying on his teammates to become the best allowed him to get different viewpoints because he needed to rely on all of the master detectives to help him get back to where he was. I think that's the arc I would have given him. It's still kind of tropey, but I feel like that kind of fits in with the tropes of the game. So that's how I would have fixed Yuma. Is like, every chapter he becomes better and better and better and better. To the point where, like, he's almost like the master detective. But, so then I would have bought that he was number one. Because, like, if by chapter 4, he's, like, figuring that shit out by himself without really, like, super relying on Vivia, then it would have made sense for him as a character. And then, like, you could have showcased Vivia's, you know, laziness and stuff a bit more by having... By chapter 4, Vivia being the least proactive of the master detectives, but also you'd have Yuma at, like, his near peak. I think that would have been a good juxtaposition, because Yuma would have basically no longer needed the training wheels, and Vivia would have basically not really wanted to provide help anyway. So, like, you could have had that where it's like, okay, I don't really need help. I just really need to borrow your power, Vivia, thanks. So, like, let me look at things differently. Then I could have believed that Yuma was number one, because he ends up being really good. But as it stands, he just kind of sucks without his memories. Old Yuma seemed like someone Shinigami actually respected. Yeah, that's why I don't get, like, there's like a reverse character development where even though it's the end of the story, it's technically the beginning of the story, and she has like a fleshed out relationship with him, despite at that point in the story she's just meeting him. It's like, it has a weird tonal clash. And then I also would have fixed Shinigami by, as the cases progress, she makes fun of him less and starts like working on theories together with him, or like problem solving with him, or like shooting ideas back and forth with him as they went. She starts out in chapter 1 like, holy shit, you are like awful at this. Chapter 2, she's got like her little jealous phase or whatever. Chapter 3, she comes back now that Kurumi's gone and is like, you know what, I'm gonna show that I'm gonna show Yuma that I can be better than Kurumi, and then like they like work together on theories and stuff, and like she helps him like kind of figure stuff out, or like sympathizes with him after getting kidnapped. She doesn't really like do anything. She just freaks out at Yuma for letting himself get kidnapped, and then freaks out at Yuma again for interacting with the Resistance, and then that's kind of it. So, like, her showing some type of development in that sense, I think would have been a lot better as well. Where she, like, became a better partner to Yuma as the chapters progressed. Instead of just constantly taking credit for everything Yuma did, which was actually kind of irritating. Oh, like, she would constantly be like, oh, you have such a good mentor. I just didn't care. Yeah, so overall the game is okay. But I wouldn't replay it. This is definitely like a one and done situation for me. What did you guys think? My review too harsh? Do you think I had good points that you guys didn't think about? Do I have too many points of where I was too critical of the game? What do you guys think of my review? I think this is the most in-depth review I've ever given a game. In fact, I think every point of this game is the most in-depth and analytical I've been on any story I've ever played through on the channel. I'm usually not that meticulous when it comes to games, but I think it because I came in with such high expectations and stuff, I was like basically taking notes every single fucking chapter. You know? I'll give you a review an 8 out of 10. The game a 7 out of 10. Yeah, I could be persuaded if the DLC is good to change my rating from 6 to a 6.5. No, I couldn't actually, because the DLC is locked. You don't actually download it. The DLC is already complete. You're just buying the code to unlock it from the marketplace, because we saw that the DLC was only 50 megabytes when we looked at the Nintendo store. Which means it's just an unlock code, you're not downloading any actual content. So yeah. I think it kind of covers everything I wanted to talk about. Yeah, overall game was just okay. I wish it was like, it was a lot of fluff, but I wish it had substance. I think that would be my tagline for the review. Great fluff, great appetizer, no meat. I liked being able to jump back into that Danganronpa vibe and aesthetic and feel, because I loved Danganronpa, but nothing really to sink my teeth into. A lot of good potato chips, great potato chips, but no meal ever came. What to do next? For the next visual novel, I think I was thinking about giving Ace Attorney another shot. The sequel might pop off. Yeah, I would still I would give this sequel a shot. If it came out. If a sequel ever comes out, I think I would give that a shot. It'll probably get a sequel. Yeah, I think it did well. The problem, I still don't really know if it'll get a sequel or not. Supposedly it sold really well, but again, one of the things that shocks me the most about this is I felt like nobody was talking about this game. I didn't really see any discussion of it. I didn't see any trending posts. Nothing, even though I streamed Detective Raincode, I didn't get any Detective Raincode streams recommended to me. That usually happens to me when I'm streaming a game, where YouTube will start recommending me other people playing the game, right? If I'm making videos of it. But who talked about it? And then obviously, I mean, not to beat a dead horse, but like, and not to sound complaining all the time, but my views were awful on this series. I kept going despite that because I was interested to see how the game went, but like, I think this is my worst viewed series in a long time. Like, viewership-wise, you know? Again, I realize I kind of sound complainy when I bring that up a lot, but I mean, we're talking like, what were my views on this series? I had like only half of the streams broke 100 views. There were 10 streams, and only half of them got over 100 views. It was a new IP from a niche developer, but even my Somnium File streams that I recently did better. You know, Nirvana Initiative views were all much better. And that's also a very niche game. Like, what were my Nirvana Initiative views? All of my Nirvana Initiative streams broke 200 views. So I don't know. I do not know. It just felt weird that it felt like no one was talking about it. Somnium Files 1 didn't have any power when it first came out. I mean, my streams all did really well when the game first came out, though. And I had less subscribers at the time. Of course, I get less views than I used to get years ago, but what are my Somnium Files 1 games? I streamed when Somnium Files came out. And they all have, like, over 200 views. The first part has almost 1,000 views. And I streamed the game, like, when it released. But yeah, I feel like it's not just me specifically. It's obviously easier to note anecdotally that my streams got less views than my normal views, but like, I felt like nobody was talking about it. Even other streamers and shit. YouTube did not recommend me, like, a single other streamer playing this game. It was just weird. Yeah. Anyway. I think that about covers everything I wanted to talk about. Just a very okay game. Can you not use the mystery labyrinth here? What? Or the gumshoe gab here? Wait, shit. Could I have... do I not have a save where I have all the gumshoe gabs? Wild. Okay. Can we access them from the title screen? Oh, okay. Oh, so yeah, some of these just straight up can only be acquired in some chapters. Do we want to listen to some of these? Like I said, I gave up on listening to some of these because like I didn't like Yako's or Vivia's. I paid $0 to watch all of Fukuki's. That's huge. She thinks an apple costs as much as a car.
This is the first time we have been alone at the agency, Yuma.
Uh-oh.
Huh. Now that you mention it, I guess you're right. I know. How about I make you some coffee? Or would you prefer some tea instead?
Which is which again?
Huh? What do you mean by that?
How to put this? One is dark and the other a bit pale. Which is coffee and which is tea again?
What?
The darker one is coffee. The paler one is coffee. That was a funny joke.
Anyway, the darker one is coffee.
Oh, it is? Now that you mention it, that sounds right. However, this is quite troubling. There are far too many moments in my life where I cannot tell things apart. Just like with coffee and tea, I cannot tell the difference between an elevator and escalator, or left and right, or the day after tomorrow and the day before yesterday. I cannot differentiate many things.
That sounds rough.
Oh, there is more. Until recently, I thought paying reparations meant you were paying a repairman.
That's a new one.
Batman could not get this information out of me, that she is just giving freely.
She's such an airhead. I'm surprised she's managed to survive for so long.
Fubuki, have your misunderstandings ever gotten you into trouble?
Trouble. I suppose when all is said and done, I have managed fairly well.
That face looks like it's definitely out of some kind of video. That like cross-eyed face she's got there as she like lifts her head back. Very interesting way to position her, a 3D model there.
Oh, there was one thing.
Really? If you don't mind, can you tell me about it?
Yes, of course. Back when I was around 10 years old, in the neighborhood where my mansion is located, a rumor was spreading about a high school student who could fly. I hoped it was true and wished to meet him, so I went for a visit. However, he could not in truth fly, but was rather considered something called a flight risk.
At this point, it sounds like a comedy skit.
Oh, well, it gets worse. He was more than a mere delinquent. People considered him an extremist. Upon discovering I was the daughter of the Clockford family, he kidnapped me and barricaded us away.
Barricaded?
Yes. He demanded the government revise the Constitution if they wished me to be returned safely.
So, what happened after that?
It was quite a while back, so I cannot
And that was the start of
remember.
the financial collapse in Japan.
In the end, the laws were changed a bit, and I was released.
The laws were... what? It makes sense a master detective, or rather a member of the Clockford family, would have such ridiculous stories. Being unable to tell coffee and tea apart should have been the least of my worries.
I wonder if number 1 had any influence on what master detectives made it into Kanai Ward.
Master, you and Fubuki seem to have grown closer.
See, it's so weird. They've got, like, the Persona Social Link statement at the end of the social events. You guys have grown closer together. But, like, I don't feel closer. I love Fubuki, don't get me wrong. She's my favorite. But, like, I don't feel any closer to her. She just told me some fun story. Okay. I didn't really learn anything about her as a character. It's fun, and I like her a lot, but, like... Okay. My social stats didn't go up. Oh, there's different backgrounds for some of these. That's fun.
Thank you kindly for keeping me company today. Because of you, Yuma, I have experienced takoyaki for the very first time.
Oh, it's nothing. I'm surprised you wanted to try some in the first place.
Why are they serving other kinds of food in Kanai Ward besides the meat buns?
Oh? Why is that surprising? Could it be that my face resembles takoyaki, so you believe I am a cannibal?
Oh wow, Kabuki just spoiling the story, huh? This early on? Hey, what's up, Matt? Long time no see, man.
That's not at all what I'm saying. You don't look anything like takoyaki anyway. It's just that you grew up like a princess. You even got kidnapped because of it. That's why I didn't expect you to want to try takoyaki.
Ah, so that is what you meant. But I am not as high class as you might think. My daily life is rather ordinary.
I sincerely doubt it.
Is that so? It truly felt plain to my eyes.
Well then, can I ask you a few questions? It helped me get an idea of what it was like for you growing up.
Very well, if that is what is required to satisfy you. You can ask me anything, including my measurements or the password to my bank account.
I would like to know. I would like to know.
No, I don't need to ask about those.
I would like to know.
Anyway, to start off, how many rooms did your home have?
How many rooms? I never really considered it. First the kitchens. There were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Fubuki is not shown to be able to count above 4 at any point in the game until now.
I am beginning to grow confused. My apologies. I am not very good at counting such large numbers.
No, that's more than enough for me. There's really no point in asking any more questions, but this is getting kinda fun. Next up, what sort of car did your parents own?
Their car? Unfortunately, there were no cars at our home.
Huh? That's hard to believe. Do you know what cars are? They have 4 wheels and move on roads.
Yes, I have seen them around the city. But none of those tiny, cute mobile huts were anywhere near my home.
Mobile huts? guessing the cars at Fubuki's place are on a completely different scale.
She probably has a limo.
Okay, last one. What's the most expensive gift you've ever received?
A gift? Well, I am unsure how expensive it was, but the one that made me happiest was when I went with my family to look at the stars.
Huh? Stars?
On my birthday, my father told me a star would shine especially bright. I watched it with my mother and father. That time spent together was the greatest gift I have ever received.
I thought she was gonna subtly imply she went to space. Instead, it just stayed wholesome.
My parents are such busy people. I rarely saw them as a child. Oh? Is something wrong?
After asking so many petty questions, I feel real ashamed of myself.
Yuma feels ashamed because he exists.
Even if you are rich, you're still you.
That's Haru's VA? Yeah, Haru from Persona, Marianne from Fire Emblem Three Houses.
I am myself? That is true, I suppose.
She has a lot of, like, shy girl roles.
But Yuma, what sort of person do you think I am?
Who else does she voice? She's been pretty prominent as of late, though. I can't pronounce her name, unfortunately. I would butcher it. She's really cute, though. Who is she? Tila and Honkai Star Rail. Altina in The Legend of Heroes Trails of Cold Steel. Jam and River City Girls. She's in V Rising. Scarlet Nexus. Lost Judgment. Monster Hunter. She's just in a lot of shit. Mostly anime, though. It seems like she does more anime than video games.
What do I think of Fubuki? Well, that's simple.
Tyler and I about to go crazy. I haven't seen either of you guys in a stream in a while. Kyler hasn't been around in a few months. I think Fubuki is an honest person.
You're honest. You may be rich and ditzy, among other things. But the foundation of who you are is your honesty.
Well, I am not sure I would say I am honest myself, but it makes me happy to hear you say it.
I don't think we've ever seen Fubuki lie.
You're honest. Otherwise, you wouldn't have said the time spent stargazing with your parents was your favorite gift.
Oh, that reminds me. After we looked at the star, my father purchased it for me.
Huh?
I am unsure how expensive that may have been, but I am certain that is the biggest gift I have ever received.
Considering how honestly surprised I am by all this, I must have been a lowly commoner before losing my memories.
Master, you and Fubuki seem to have grown even closer.
I mean, even if he was number one, would he? How much money would his number one make? Probably a lot, right? He's out there solving crimes without even having to leave his room. Thanks, Shitty. Yeah, I know. It's just like they wanted to be portrayed as a social link, so they say we grow closer. But I'm not feeling the closeness.
Thank you so much for spending time with me today. That was a splendid adventure.
Oh, they do the Fire Emblem Three Houses thing too, where it's just a JPEG as the background.
That's a little much. We were just out for a walk.
Nonsense. Even if this was an ordinary walk for you, it was a proper adventure for me. This was also my first time using a vending machine and witnessing stray mice.
I see. Fubuki really has lived a sheltered life. Even everyday things are exciting for her.
I wonder if all her so-called adventures are like this.
Fubuki, you said you're an adventurer detective, right? What kind of adventures have you gone on?
Do you mean what they were like?
What?
Yeah. Would you mind sharing any that left a strong impression on you?
Well, the major one was the first time I explored what is known as a supermarket.
Boring.
No, it is far too early for you to appear bored already. Did you know? These supermarkets have hundreds, even thousands of different items lining their shelves.
I like that Yuma does genuinely look bored.
And yet all the employees there appear to know exactly where each one is located. I cannot begin to imagine the sort of training they had to undertake to obtain such a skill. Based on my findings, I suspect that supermarket employees have abnormally developed sections of their brains.
I mean, you're probably correct, but not in the way that you think it's abnormal.
Well, is that not exciting?
Sorry. I don't think supermarkets are exciting at all.
I see. I knew it! What about this? One time, I was undercover while investigating a tribe of nudists in the Amazon when they saw through my disguise.
Okay, now we're talking. What was your disguise?
What? That really happened?
Of course. Is something wrong?
What was your disguise? Describe it to me.
Nothing. It just surprised me. That sounds like a real adventure.
I see. So that is what an adventure is to you, Yuma. How educational.
Wait, you were undercover in a nudist tribe and got caught?
I need to hear the details. Tell me about your dummy thick disguise. That's how I'm gonna answer that.
Is there something interesting about that?
Never mind, it's nothing.
You should show your disguise to me, Kabuki. What's funny is if Yuma said that, she would.
I gotta stay calm. Stay calm. Were you alright? Were you in any danger?
Yuma canonically attracted to Fubuki, let's go.
I was fine. The nudists were kind-hearted. Even though they caught me, they treated me very well. And they said that even if I was investigating them, displaying our naked bodies to one another meant we were all family.
Naked bodies? How nice of them. Fubuki really thinks a trip to the supermarket and visiting a naked tribe in the Amazon are on the same level.
Based.
Everything about her makes zero sense to me.
Master, you and Fubuki seem to have grown even closer!
We've done some video ones. We did a Halara one. Let's do a Desahiko one. Before we, wrap the stream. Just so we can get the vibe of everyone's different things. Because I am pretty hungry. Alright, I can finish up with cookies. Well, let's do one Desahiko. Let's break it up a little bit. Then we'll go back to Fubuki. Same.
Such an over-exaggerated sigh. What's wrong?
Jeez. Why did you have to be a dude?
I don't know.
Huh? That was unexpected.
I had such high hopes, you know.
No.
When the chief said he was bringing one more in, I was hoping for a bright young cutie.
You should have brought Karumi in.
And as she saw my incredible heroic feats, little by little, we'd fall in love.
What heroic feats?
It would blossom into a secret inter-office romance. Oh, nice and sexy. But instead, the chief brought in some dirty kid with amnesia.
Dirty?
All my high hopes were for nothing.
You're pretty much a little kid yourself.
Tetsuhiko, you have no one to blame but yourself for that.
What? As a dude, anyone would have some hope. That's how dudes are. It's as common as not washing your hands after using the bathroom.
Gross. No, it's not.
But I wash my hands.
He hasn't taken a single bath or shower since arriving. That's true, but he is constantly in the rain, so maybe he's getting washed off.
Ugh. I hate this. You toyed with my innocent heart.
Huh? Wait, you're seriously sulking about this?
Why would I not be serious about this? I'm dead serious in my sulking.
This is a bit much. I thought he was half joking. I didn't think he was completely serious.
He'll be a pain in the ass if he keeps on like this. Maybe you should do something to cheer him up.
Whip your dick out. Convince him love is love.
What should I do? How about I cook something up for you?
Are you kidding? The chief warned me already. Your cooking is absolutely terrible. He said raw garbage tastes 100 times better.
So he said that, huh? Well, in that case...
How does Yuma eat over the course of the game?
You know, I don't think it's a good idea to get into a relationship with someone from work to begin with.
What? Come on, get off your high horse already.
Well, dating in the workplace is one thing, but I also think you're not fit to be in any relationship.
Yeah, I think you're not fit.
What? No one knows how girls think better than me. Do you know how much I think about girls every single day?
That's not what I meant. Tetsuhiko, I don't know if a ladies' man like yourself could remain in a relationship with just one girl.
Saved it. It's all apparently alpha. It's the streamer meta right now to whip your dick out.
So I figured you should refrain from that stuff, you know?
Brings in the views.
Huh?
Considering how attractive you are, I'm sure you're better off having lots of fans.
Sexual harassment Pikachu.
I think it fits you way better anyway.
Yeah, stretching on.
Did it work?
Did it work?
Yeah, I see. Now that you mention it, maybe you're right. I'm not that kind of guy, but I totally get that you'd see me that way. You know what? You're a good kid. Hey, let me know if the others pick on you. I'll come to your rescue.
Sure, thanks. Oh, I guess we sorted that out. But I wonder if I can really get along with him.
Unlikely.
Master, you and Tetsuhiko seem to have grown.
We haven't grown closer. Stop. Stop your nonsense. They would have killed off Yuma early on and then revealed he was #1 in the final chapter. I mean, they basically killed him off when they totally neutered his character by not letting him develop from whiny kid who lost his memories. Heyo.
Hey, Fubuki, there's something I've always wanted to ask you.
What are your measurements?
Yes, what is it? I would tell you anything, Yuma. Even the password to my bank account.
Hey, she said she took measurements off.
No, I don't need your password. It's nothing like that.
She retracted the statement.
I'd like to know more about the Clockford family.
I'd settle for shoe size.
You've mentioned them before, but I still don't quite get it.
I see. So you wish to learn more about my family. I do not mind. I will tell you everything I know. But first, how much do you already know about them?
They're all about the clocks.
What I know about your family is...
Manages the world's standard of time, oversees the world's longitudes and latitudes.
They're in charge of keeping the world's standard for time.
Yes, that is a correct assessment.
Thank you.
What does that entail anyway? I can barely comprehend something on such a scale.
How should I explain it? For example, it is exactly like deciding to call an apple an apple. Does that make it easier to understand?
What?
No, now I'm even more confused.
How do apples tell time?
Oh, really? Let me try to explain it another way then. To manage the world's standard of time means we manage what year, what month, what day, what minute, and what second it currently is on Earth. As an extreme example, so long as the Clockford family dictates it, we could move the date 10 years ahead or back.
That's quite a powerful privilege to have.
Indeed. It means we could make everyone in the world grow older or younger.
What? Okay, that's a much bigger power.
Although they are just numbers on paper.
That's incredible. I can barely follow along.
She's just changing dates then at that point, doing paperwork.
Wouldn't it be possible to mess up the whole world by abusing such power?
Indeed. We could tear it apart, chew it up, and spit it right out.
That would be one thing if, like, because she's a kid, she can only rewind time for a little bit, but, like, her parents could, you know, truly tap into the power.
But the Clockford family would not do such a thing.
Does this world ever think about how at some point in time Fubuki is going to be in charge of the timeline?
We protect the world's time to ensure that never happens.
Protecting the world's time. Sounds like a daunting challenge.
I feel like this could have been so much more interesting to explore. Or like time control, or like her family time lineage.
Yes, it is indeed a heavy responsibility for my family, if I do say so myself. Even 100 elephants would be considered lighter.
Your family is tasked with such an important responsibility. I'm surprised they let their daughter join the WDO. Even if it's to help you learn more about society, it's far too dangerous.
Actually, Alpha, I think it's more like the timeline alters based on if Fubuki's family fucks up or not. If they fuck up and fast forward time too much, you end up in the Danganronpa apocalypse.
Yes, you are right about that. Although I have not been told officially, my parents do consider me the next head of the family. Permitting the successor to join the WDO would certainly be nothing short of insanity.
Oh, so you think so too?
I do. But alas, I had no choice. You know how I can be a bit of an airhead at times?
No.
She's an airhead all the time.
I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, maybe from time to time.
They said they could not entrust the world's time to a daughter who is so ignorant.
Ooh. That's their fault, though. Your child's ignorance is the fault of the parent.
They would rather send me to the outside world to survive on my own than keep me blind to reality. Which is why my parents made the difficult decision of enrolling me in the WDO.
Wow.
It was to be expected. The continuation of the Clockford family is more important to the world than my own life.
Oh, the continuation of the family. She's been sent out to find a mate.
She said it so casually. I'm sure Fubuki has experienced so much as the daughter of the Clogford family. She must have been exposed to many things regular people couldn't even imagine.
Still, my mother and father were right.
What?
I learned numerous things about society after joining the WDO. I have already grown far past who I once was.
That's good. Growth is
Compared to
important.
who I was before I joined, I am a completely new person now.
It terrifies me to think she was even more airheaded than she is now.
Master, you and Fubuki seem to...
You and Fubuki have grown closer. An extra legal, extra privileged organization. You know what actually could have been cool? Is if the character, or if the master detectives that you were with got, like, things on the map that they could be as, like,
I am
social
sorry
events.
to have called you here, Yuma.
But the collectibles that you found on the map were with the detectives that were on the train. That all died early. But, like, Fubuki and the others were, like, on the map for you to talk to and do stuff with.
It's okay. What's wrong? You said you wanted to talk.
Well, about that, perhaps, maybe...
We're all at the clock tower. And she's the clock tower.
Yuma, I believe I may be in love with you, romantically.
Pog! What do you mean that's your reaction, Yuma? Are you fucking kidding me?
Huh?
That's the best you got?
What? Oh? Did you not hear me? Then I shall say it again.
What? Homie's not pogging out right now?
I may be in love with you romantically, Yuma.
What? Okay, that's better.
What? Whenever I think of you, my heart feels warm and fuzzy, yet so anguished as well.
I accept. I shall become part of the Clockford family, as you request.
I thought maybe this is the romantic feeling that people keep talking about.
That's impossible! It's totally impossible! There must be some confusion. Maybe your mind is playing tricks on you.
By the way, don't react like this when a girl says she likes you, by the way. Just don't. No one likes that self-pitying routine. Okay?
Someone as attractive as you would never fall for someone like me.
Oh, do you really think so? I find you quite an attractive man, Yuma.
I can't believe you think that.
Jesus. This is so sad.
Hey! Quit being all happy about it! Well, I did not bring you here today to confess these feelings to you. Rather, if these truly are romantic feelings, I wish to thank you for them.
Huh? Thank me?
To tell you the truth,
I want that dick, Yuma.
I have never had romantic feelings for anyone until now. I have had an arranged fiancé ever since I was little. Due to that, I subconsciously kept myself from falling for anyone. Although I yearned for those feelings of love, I knew I must not harbor them.
This chick's voice actress and playing a character that has an arranged marriage. If only she got a check every time.
I worried I would never fall in love. I have always felt such disappointment in myself because of it. But now, I have fallen for you and can experience what it is like.
Yuma W.
So, I wish to thank you for helping me learn what romance is.
See, guys, all you have to do is have 4 random-ass conversations with a girl. Easy.
That is all. I just wanted to give my thanks.
Oh, in that case, I'm glad I could help. I guess?
That's all you gotta say? Not like, let's grab coffee or something?
But wait, don't you have a fiancé? Having feelings for someone else is just going to end up making you sad.
Not at all. I have decided to talk to my father about turning down my arranged marriage.
I've talked to my father to turn down my arranged marriage because of my feelings for you, Yuma, and you say nothing?
Really? Are you sure? After all, wasn't that decided by the Clockford family?
Get on that! Are you insane?
Of course, it is vital to defend our family traditions and to obey my parents.
No, don't listen to your parents. They mean nothing.
All my life, I have lived with that as my highest priority.
You have to be your own person. Make your own decisions. Be independent. Don't be a daddy's girl.
But now, I have decided to forge my own future.
Our own future, you mean?
I have been thinking about it ever since I started working with you all at the agency.
I see. She's choosing her own future.
She's choosing you, Yuma. Good lord.
I'm glad you can look at it that way. I'm happy for her.
For her?
But even still, I think you may be mistaken about your feelings for me.
Are you sure? It is true I have zero experience with romance, so I cannot say for certain. Well then, how about this? Once I am able to confirm with certainty that my feelings are romantic in nature...
I have an idea, Fubuki. We should kiss, and if you feel the spark, you would know.
Then, at that moment, will you hear my confession once more?
Even if you confess to me now? That'll work. Nope, I will accept it now.
You don't have to wait until later. You could say it right now.
There you go. There you go. Okay, okay.
Huh? What the hell did you just say?
The correct answer, Shinigami.
Sorry, forget I said that.
No.
I'm so stupid. What am I saying? She said she'd confess her feelings to me again someday. But that means... Well, if you really do have romantic feelings for me, then... sure.
Sure. Also, don't say sure if a girl likes you, boys. I'm gonna let you know that now, too.
Thank you very much. Please, consider your response for when I next confess my love for you.
Yes.
Would that mean I become the heir to the Clockford legacy? No way. It has to be a misunderstanding.
What? Who said anything about clocks, bro?
It has to be, right?
Master, you and Fubuki have forged the ultimate bond together.
It's called marriage. Yes.
Good for you, Master. I'm happy for you.
For my marriage. Thank you. Man, I can't believe that's all Yuma had to say. Sure, I guess. Lamau. Goddamn. Also weird that Kurumi doesn't have a gumshoe cap. She's basically one of the detectives. Past Yuma would totally pull. True. Very true. Alright. I think that's it. This game really cute nice now. Yeah. That is it for today, I think. Thank you for watching my playthrough of Detective Raincode. I still enjoyed myself. I know I was kind of hard on it in the review, but I think keep in mind that the only reason I was so hard on it in my review, which is basically, I kind of mentioned it at the beginning of the stream, right? Or at the beginning of my review. It's because I had such high expectations for the game, which was why I was so thorough in my review, breaking down every part of the game, because my expectations were like way up here for it. So I still think it was a good game. I enjoyed it. Will I replay it? Probably not. But I had a good time and liked it, and I especially appreciated hanging out with all of you during the playthrough. Not sure what I'll be streaming this weekend, but definitely streaming for I think the next visual novel we'll do, I think I'll try another Ace Attorney game. I think we'll give another Ace Attorney a shot tomorrow, so we'll see how that goes. I think it'll be one of the games in the trilogy. I don't know. I've got the trilogy on the Switch, but I don't remember. I know I didn't complete them all. I think I'm like on the third one or something. But yeah. This weekend I might try to finish up Mario and Luigi Alpha. But Thursday and Friday are for the visual novels. Saturday and Sunday I do whatever else. On the fence about a Sunday stream. I might be doing something with my friends next week. They want to go on a trip. I have yet to decide if I'll go or not, but they're leaving Sunday, so maybe no Sunday stream. But for sure a Friday, Saturday stream. 100%. But yeah, I think we'll try an Ace Attorney game, and then maybe Mario and Luigi this weekend or something. We'll see. But I hope you guys come around, and if you enjoyed my playthrough of this game, again, you can check out my Danganronpa, Zero Escape, and Somnium Files streams on this channel by just being sure to subscribe and hit the bell button, and you'll never miss out on another stream of mine again. Drop a like on this stream if you can. Help boost this in the YouTube algorithm, though I don't know if YouTube has like muted Detective Raincode streams or what. Because I haven't seen anyone else really be notified, or like no one else has really appeared in my recommended about this game, so drop a like if you can, that always helps. And of course, join my Discord channel so you can chat and hang out with me even after the streams are done. But with that, I leave you all. We'll return to Detective Raincode one day for the DLC when they're all released. Until then, I bid you adieu. Have a good night, you guys. see you tomorrow.